Miscellaneous. From the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Chris. 248-539-9797. We're open line, Detroit Lions. The rest of the show to Carson Anderson. So many things to touch on. What has to happen for the Lions to win? Who's got to have the big game? Your prediction of what's going to happen. Where are you going to watch the game? Do you have big plans? And how are you celebrating this? Are you doing the Amon-Ra? Are you getting your hair, dyed blue? Are your kids doing anything special in school? Let us know. By the way, Nolan Bianchi of the Detroit News has pointed out, since the Lions will be wearing their all whites, this season the Lions are 13-1 in monochromatic uniforms.
13-1
in one color, yes.
Mm-hmm. What was the one?
I don't know.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on.
We think Thanksgiving.
Okay. That we're clear on the bets that have been made here.
Mm-hmm.
Is it if they get to the Super Bowl, you're shaving your head?
I wasn't sure, but I went and saw my buddy Freddie the Pizza Man the other day.
Yeah, what did he say?
And he says, if they win the Super Bowl, you're shaving your head, and they're going to go in the Super Bowl. So he thought
it was if they win.
If they win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I don't remember. Now, if we can somehow find it,
we have the Odyssey Rewind.
I know, but I don't know what
day it was.
Yeah,
yes, I agree with that. Yes.
I'll abide, but whatever I said.
So if you're listening and you remember, or you could tell us the day, the time, I would appreciate that, just so we can. I mean, there could be a big difference here.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I mean, if they just get to the Super Bowl, this could be a joyous moment next week where we shave the head of one Michael Steven Stone.
Yes.
Or we'll just have to put it off a couple weeks and do it when, you could go to Gov's barber.
You're going to let me do it?
No.
Why? Come on. You got to let.
I'm a pro.
We got to participate.
I'm going to have a real
a real barber. What do you need a real barber for? We could do that.
This.
Whatever.
That's slick.
Let's do.
248-5.
So I'll show you how gentle I am.
Okay.
And then
yeah. 248.
I've always wanted to.
Just don't get him angry when he's got the shave. He's got the razor in his hand.
Gov with the gentle hand. I'm not even going there.
Let's go.
I always wanted to rub my hand through that silver mane.
The silver fox. Jamal Williams called me the silver fox, right?
Yeah.
Jackson in Maryville, what's going on? Mayville, I'm sorry.
Not much on my daily commute. I personally love this matchup, and I'm super pumped to actually go to Ford Field for the first time this year just for the watch party, but a broke college kid finds a way to get it done in the end. But what I like about this matchup so much is that we stop the run. Every team we go up against so far in the playoffs, the main storyline has been if we can stop the run, we can set a tone for the rest of the game. And then you see that wear and tear and just the toughness of the Lions come through in the fourth quarter where we get really explosive. And it looks like these guys who were one step ahead of us in the first quarter are now a step behind us. And it's just a hard work and dedication to being aggressive and really buying into Campbell's mentality. And, Christian McCaffrey is a stud. Debo's a stud. Kittle's a stud. They're going to get their yards. And at the end of the day, this is going to have to be a shootout that the Lions come up on top of. But I just think that they're going to drag them to them deep waters. Fourth quarter, it might look bleak, but we're going to come through and around in the end. And I got the Lions by a touchdown to win it. I've been a lifelong fan. Was born in 2000, so I've never even seen the Lions have true success. This is the first time in my life I can actually tell my friends from out of state that I'm proud to be a Lions fan, and I actually see them happy for me.
All across America, people are happy for Lion fans.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I'm a college wrestler, so I've been all over the country, made friends from all over the country through that, and I just see a lot of the disciplines we practice in the wrestling room. Dan Campbell carries out onto a football field, which is something I did in high school. It's how I had offers for both sports. But just the gritness and the wearing down on a guy is just the mentality that we've carried. And to see our team, the Lions, carry that grit and that toughness that we've been instilled with in Michigan our whole lives. We get these cold, crappy winters. It's raining right now. And growing up, I'm sure we were all told we just got to tough it out. It's not that bad. It's not that cold. We got a lot of work to do. Most of us come from a blue-collar family, and we just got to be tougher than the work ahead of us. So to see our team not only embody that, but win football games with that mentality is what makes me think the Lions are going to win this game.
And it's pretty cool. Jackson, where did or do you wrestle at? I'm just curious.
I wrestle at a small NAIA school called Rochester University.
All right, great.
Yeah.
Way to go.
Yep.
Thanks for
Tell your
listening. Thanks for
basketball
calling.
Coach O, we said hello. He's over at Rochester University.
Coach O?
Yeah.
What's his real name?
Jared Campbell.
Okay, thank you. Too far.
I was just, I think he made some great points about getting to the fourth quarter, just in terms of how I think one of the most admirable things they've done under this whole Campbell coaching tenure is they really do a great job of closing out games.
Yes.
I mean, it's been remarkable. You don't remember any, like, it's hard to think of last second losses. You know, I mean, you have your anomalies like Seattle this year, where I think, you know, I've said since day one, they don't win the Super Bowl and we go back and have a little revisionist. Campbell did it last year that he might admit he might have played his hand different in that game.
Yeah,
and that's okay.
He was a little too conservative. By the way, it was not Green Bay. It was Dallas was the game that they were.
Monochromatic.
Their only loss.
Yes.
Well, that was taken away. The
should
ref
have been a
was
win.
right. They'd
Yep.
be 14-0. Damn it.
Got to survive the first punch by the Niners.
James in Detroit, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Dave.
First time, long time.
Thank you, James.
I got the Lions winning 24-21, and I hear a lot of predictions with 3 points. And a coworker of mine posed an interesting question to me, which I wanted to pose to you guys. What would you rather have? The Lions protecting a 3-point lead, defense on the field, 49ers got 2 minutes and 3 timeouts, or would you rather have the Lions down 3 points, offense on the field, 2-minute warning, 3 timeouts? I always pick the 3-point lead, but a lot of people like the offense on the field at that play.
I would take the offense. And it's tough because that is their better unit.
Yeah.
So I would trust the offense more. Now,
I'll take the D. I'll take the lead.
okay.
Yeah, me too. But it's a tough one, especially against the 49ers. I mean, it's a different question depending on who you're playing, I think, too.
Yeah, that's true. Because you're right. If you're playing Mahomes or somebody like that, I think you want the ball.
Right.
Yep.
That's a shout out to my coworker X who asked the question.
All right,
Yeah.
X. Thank you very
X,
much.
yes.
Shout out to John for that great drop. Listen for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the sold-out Lions All Grit Watch Party, Ford Field, Sunday. Lions, Niners. Get the video boards, screens all over Ford Field. Be the third caller when you hear Heather Park. Yeah, remember her? She'll be back in a couple weeks. When you hear Heather Park say, "That was awesome," be the correct caller, and you will go to the watch party. By the way, Heather stopped by here the other day with her new son, Brooks. It was great seeing her. Great meeting Brooks. A lot of fun. All right, let's go to Tom in St. Clair Shores. You're a 97-1 the ticket.
Gentlemen, how we feeling on this Friday?
We're feeling great.
As we should be. Now, question.
Mm-hmm.
We got a very, very good run defense. What do you think it's going to look like when McCaffrey gets that ball?
If they can tackle, they'll do fine.
Going to have to be gang tackling.
Exactly, and I think if we can just do exactly that, we can alter how they run this offense just a little bit and hopefully come out with the victory. I plan on being here at home with the family, and let's go Lions.
All right.
Thanks for the call. By the way, as the Birchie Kid pointed out in one of his great articles, Odyssey.com, 971theticket.com, check out the Birchie Kid. The Lions haven't allowed a running back to rush for 70 yards all season. Christian McCaffrey has been held under 70 yards just once since November. So there's your key to the game.
Right, and that once since November was Washington on New Year's Eve.
Right.
It was December 31st because I don't have the stats in front of me, but I know that their 3 losses earlier in the year when they had that stretch of 3 losses, he was held under 65 yards. Not just, I mean, we're splitting hairs there with 5 yards, but yeah, it makes a difference.
Yep. Patrick in Detroit. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. As far as the game goes, I do think it matters if Debo plays or not, and that kind of makes it just one more top-notch guy that we got to cover with our defense, which is a bend but don't break mentality. Debo may be the difference.
Did you ever think he wasn't going
to?
Did you think he wasn't going to play?
I think it's not a matter if he plays. I think it's a matter of how effective he is, if he's really injured, and what kind of hit he takes. But I want to make a comment on who really gets credit for this. And, this is almost miracle to have this team in the city like it is today. And I really got to go to Sheila Hampford. And what that leadership that this lady has shown has been spectacular. And let's just go through a quick timeline here. She takes over the team, and she fires that clown show, Patricia and Company. And that was like a no-brainer, but she does that. And then the one thing that is not talked about very much at all is her very next move in December of that year was to go out and hire Chris Spielman as her personal consultant. Spielman is then on board when we make when they bring in Campbell and Holmes, and which of course makes a difference. But her humility to understand that I am not an expert in this field and I need some help was a tremendous move, and I think it was her being humble enough to do that. And Spielman has been the hand behind this that doesn't get any credit, is quiet like he is, and I think that move right there is what has set this whole thing up. So hats off to actual good, solid leadership that this franchise has needed from the ownership forever.
Well, there's a really good column, and I know he's an Ohio State slap Richard, Albert Breer from Sports Illustrated, writing. He wrote a whole thing about how the Lions, the process of getting Holmes and Campbell with Disner and Rod Wood and Sheila. It's fascinating, really.
Yeah.
But they had a big whiteboard and what they did. It's really good. I usually don't say too many good things about him. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Wings beat the Flyers last night at LCA 3-0. Alex Lyon with the shutout. 30 saves.
Not gonna roar?
Not yet. Larkin, I did earlier. I don't need to. I'm not roaring for
No,
Alex
we don't
Lyon.
need a repeat performance?
I only roar for Lion, not Lyon.
Okay.
Larkin, Sider, and Kopp with the goals. Kopp with his 100th. Like I said, Lyon with 30 saves. They will take on the Vegas Golden Knights tomorrow night at LCA. Edmonton, by the way, won their 15th straight game. The Pistons are home tomorrow afternoon right here on 97 on the ticket against the Washington Wizards. 248-539-9797 for all things Lions here on 97.1 The Ticket. Let's say good morning to Dante in New Baltimore. What's up, Dante?
Morning, guys. Go Lions. So excited. So personally, I feel that, Jansen, you're going to like this, my perspective. It's going to be won or lost for both teams in the trenches. I mean, our O-line's got to get that push off the ball. They got to create those gaps. They got to create them quick so, Jameer and Montgomery aren't waiting too long to hit the holes. Obviously, on defense, we've got to put that pressure. Hey, I've been so busy at work this week. Is Houston playing? I haven't read anything. I haven't seen anything or heard what the coach
He's
said.
on the active list. He's been practicing.
Yeah.
So we'll find out. It'll probably be a game-time decision.
Yeah, won and lost in the trenches. Both teams have to prove themselves on both lines, and I think that's going to be the deciding factor. And, Jansen, by the way, you probably just gave your ultimate drop for these guys to use on the station about 3 or 4 callers back. With Take
No
the
question.
So good luck with that one. Good luck with that one, pal.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for the call, 248-539-9797. How are you celebrating the game on Sunday, watching it? Are you going to have special food, parties? Are you going to San Francisco? We had a few people call and say, hey, they're going to San Francisco.
You celebrating with the D?
Let's go to Joshua.
Not going to San Francisco.
In Sterling Heights. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys. I've been down this week, but I'm up again. With Harbaugh leaving Michigan, and thank God that we got the Lions to root for here with my dad, my parents, my sisters, and my dad used to go to the Lions games when they were playing at Tiger Stadium. So he's a pretty old guy, but he's really excited about this.
So the Harbaugh thing got you upset? Is that what I'm gathering?
Oh, yeah, well, our whole family was a little down. Her family went to Michigan. I didn't go there, but I'm starting to get over it. I'm just kind of, I guess today he addresses the team, and I've been kind of thinking, what's he going to say to his football team? Is he going to let a lot of players down?
No, because I think he was.
What do you think, John?
Well, I think he was honest with them all along, so I don't think they were surprised. Yeah,
no, I don't think
obviously
they were surprised.
They'd want him here, but they love Sharon Moore too. So,
you guys ever see him coming back? Say if he wins the Super Bowl and Sharon Moore doesn't work out, would you ever see him coming back again or no?
No.
Depends who the athletic director is.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that. I don't think that would happen. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Brandon in Lapeer. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey guys, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
Real quick, I have a prediction for the Lions and then a question for John about Michigan, so I'll make it quick for you. Lions, I'm normally like an objective fan. Like if I think they're going to lose, I'll say it, but I feel like my fandom is taking over. So I'm going to say Lions 31, 49ers 28. Pray to God I'm right. Because, Tony, I'd like them to win a Super Bowl before you're off the airwaves, man. I want you to go out on top. You know
Just get to the Super Bowl like the dude in Philly did, and, that's fine.
That'll be enough for you? Gotcha.
Yeah, that was the whole plan.
And then, John, so I'm of the mindset that Jaden Davis is the next great Michigan quarterback. I don't know if you feel the same way or if you have a different opinion, but I was just curious on your thoughts on that.
In regards to recruiting, yeah, he looks like a good recruit. In regards to what he can do at the college level, I have no idea yet. We'll see him in spring ball, and then I'll be able to give a more educated decision on, or at least opinion on, what I think he will be at this level.
I know that there's a documentary on YouTube about him, and he had or has a great relationship with Harbaugh. So I'm just praying that he doesn't decide to transfer out, or even if that's even a possibility because Harbaugh's gone. So that's what I'm hoping for, is that he stays. So, but he looks good. I just was curious, though.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah.
That's all TBD.
Yes, and he might have to wait a year anyway, at least behind Orji or Denegal too.
Yeah.
So, who knows what the portal will bring someday. Paula in Mount Clemens, what's up, Paula?
Hey, I will be watching the game at the airport in Nashville and hopefully in the air of Southwest Airlines. I'm praying they'll have it on, and if not, I'll just have to buy that internet access.
Yeah. I don't know if Southwest has
the TVs and the headrest.
I know Delta does.
Yeah.
Well, I know Southwest has them on there, but
okay, good.
Whether or not the game will be streaming.
Hopefully,
well, if they're
coming to Detroit, I would imagine that they would they would work on that.
If they have the major networks, the game is on Fox, so you'll be able to watch it.
Yeah,
it'll be a beautiful thing. I mean, I saw a video of last week of a plane that was close to landing in Detroit, and there was you could see maybe 50 of the headrests, and they were all on the Lions game, and it was near the end of the game, and they were the whole plane was going crazy. All right, we have some ticket text. Oh, I haven't heard from this guy in a while. 31-24 Lions. Goff is the silent assassin. Goff is going to take us all the way. That is from Spawn in Blood River, Michigan.
Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, he must have been on vacation.
Maybe. By the way, speaking of Jared Goff, I thought it was really cool last night at LCA. They were yelling Jared Goff, Jared Goff. Because usually, I've been to Red Wing games where they were chanting Fire Millen. To hear that, that was
the
pretty
city
cool.
is alive in a different way now.
I scheduled my vasectomy for today, knowing I'll have all weekend to watch the Australian Open finals, but now the added benefit of Lions football. This is from Anonymous. You don't want to know. Either he doesn't want to know us to know who's having a vasectomy, that he's having a vasectomy, or he doesn't want to know that he likes the Australian Open, which we also do.
Yeah, I mean, we've had the Australian Open on here for 2 weeks.
Yeah, and Djokovic lost today, and
Medvedev made a great comeback.
Yeah, he was down 2-0, and he comes back and wins. That match, was over 4.5 hours or something like that.
Yeah, it was crazy. That was awesome.
Damn right it was.
Very awesome.
You're so right, Heather. I don't understand why people can't think more with their intellect instead of their emotions. The Lions are going to San Francisco. Will get beat by at least 2 to 3 touchdowns. I think they'll get beat.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Logic. You're a lot of fun.
Lions will win 31-20. They'll jump out 17-0, which will include a defensive score. Then we'll hold on. Mm-hmm. Go Lions.
Was that an anonymous text, or was they put their name on it?
It was anonymous.
Oh, is that Greg from Southfield? He doesn't even pay attention.
I mean, yeah, they have a scenario where
I got the disdain look.
At one point in this game, trailing 30-7 or 30-13.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Lions beat Rams by 1. Lions beat Bucks by 8. By my math, Lions will beat 49ers by 15. Can't wait to hear Dan Miller say, the Lions are going to the Super Bowl.
Or by 64.
Okay.
You want to multiply it?
Listen, when you have a brainiac back there, that's what he comes up with. And I say that in a positive way. Which would you give the Lions a better chance to beat the 49ers in? A game similar to the Chargers game, high scoring, not many mistakes from either side, or the Cowboys game, both teams turn the ball over and make plenty of mistakes, but there's a chance for either team to win at the end of the game. Chris and Harlan. I think the latter.
Yeah, I think especially since you have an experienced quarterback, I would put the money on Goff to make the plays in those final 2 minutes versus Brock Purdy.
In my opinion, Dan Campbell is the reason why the rest of the country is rooting for the Lions. He's the coolest coach in all sports. NFL fans want 2 more weeks of Dan. The Lobster, Andy Reid, and his Nuggies, and John Harbaugh should start a band and call it the Snooze Fest.
I think this,
compared to Dan Campbell, yeah.
I think this is going to be a very physical football game.
Oh, yeah.
I think the Niners are going to try to intimidate the Lions, and I think the Lions are going to punch them back.
The Lions can't be intimidated.
No, but I do. I believe that the Niner cockiness, the way they've built, the way they play football is they're kind of probably got this new kids on the block thing, and they want to show them who's boss. And I've noticed the Lions have really become very physical, since the Chicago game. Like, I mean, in terms of they're adding a little extra lick in, even if they get beat in the secondary sometimes.
Well, Dan even said, halfway through the season, violent, exactly, and that's what they've become.
Controlled fury.
Damn right. 97-1 the ticket. Congratulations to Lenny in Fenton. He was the correct caller who heard Heather Park say, "That was awesome." And he won a 4-pack of tickets Just sold out Detroit Lions all grit watch party at Ford Field this Sunday. As the Lions will take on San Francisco in the NFC Championship game on all the video boards and screens at Ford Field. 248-539-9797. Are you guys and gals out there, are you prepared for anything on Sunday? Meaning, are you prepared emotionally if they win and if they lose?
I'm not sure anybody really can be because we've not been in this situation ever before.
Correct.
And if you win, we could say these words out loud. If you win, you're going to the Super Bowl in 2 weeks. Like that in and of itself will blow your mind.
Correct.
And we have no idea on Sunday night what to do with ourselves if that happens.
Yeah.
On the flip side, like this season has been so entertaining and so much fun, and there's so much excitement around the Detroit Lions. If they lose, it's an abrupt end of the season. Like
Correct.
we all know with the playoffs, it's you win or you go home.
Right.
But for it to all of a sudden, boom, you're
Because
done.
this is the first time for most of us that we've seen this where you actually think there is a chance. Because the last time we got there, most people had.
And the opposing
people
forces
thought they had
is
no chance.
It's absolute jubilation and the ultimate disappointment.
Right. Look, if they lose, I'll be, upset, obviously. The only thing that'll really completely piss me off is if they get blown out. And I don't think they're going to get blown out.
Well, that was the thing with the 91 is that Washington blew them out 45-0 to start the year.
Yes.
And that team was a great team. They were 14-2. And the Lions, they won the division the last day of the year with the help of the Niners, by the way, when they beat Chicago on that Monday night. Wayne smoked a stogie and the whole thing. It was just a different era.
Yes.
Sports talk radio on a full-time daily
No,
basis
didn't
wasn't
exist.
in Detroit yet. I just don't know how people are going to react. Like, if they lose a heartbreaker, it's going to be
And if it's like a referee's,
please
my
no,
God,
please no.
I don't want to deal with that. Yeah,
in winning, I don't know what to expect. I honestly don't. I don't know if people are going to gather somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I am anticipating people not going to work. We talked about Rally House being open. They're going to open with paraphernalia if they win, like at midnight or 10 o'clock on Sunday night.
Yes.
I don't know what to expect. I don't. This is like in Bizarro world.
And of course, Sunday is John Jansen's birthday. You're turning what, 47?
No, it'll be 48.
48?
48,
So
yes.
that'll be a great birthday present. And speaking of birthdays, shout out to the great one. His birthday is today. Dan Miller.
Oh,
Dan Miller has turned 60.
January birthdays.
January 26th. Dan Miller, the voice of Lions. And yes, it is Wayne Gretzky's birthday today.
Yes. Lucy's birthday will be Sunday as well.
Oh.
Yes.
Same
She'll be
day.
18. Yeah.
Beautiful.
And also, there's going to be a bit of calm down. I do apologize. It is the 4-year anniversary of Kobe's passing.
Today?
Oh, thanks.
No.
Thanks
Thanks a lot, Greg.
Yeah,
Pick
exactly.
the Niners, and now you bring that up.
There's
is
a
a
line
fact,
I
right?
could. There's a thing I was.
It's a facts
no,
are facts,
no,
right,
No,
John?
I'm not.
Facts are
I'm not
facts.
going to go there.
Well, they are playing California.
No. No, I'll tell you off the air. I'll tell you off the air.
You sure?
Yes.
You don't
yes.
wanna- I mean,
yes.
we got
No,
7 minutes.
Don't prod me. Don't prod me.
He's got 3 weeks.
Yeah, don't.
That's not-
Don't.
I mean, the powers that be can't move that quickly, can they?
The powers that be? Yeah, he can do anything. Here are some ticket texts. Detroit 31, San Francisco 27, just like the playoff game in 1957. That's from Rick and Hal. Watching in Vegas, coming here 25 years with buddies that have never been able to watch the Lions. That changes this weekend. That's awesome.
So John's prediction was that it's a Badgley walk-off, pretty much, isn't it? Or
31-28. Yeah,
do you
Michael
think
Badgley.
if that go and they go to break on Fox or whatever, do you think they bounce back with Eddie Murray?
They'll have it. They should have it ready. Put it that way. Especially if he misses it. Michael Badgley will do. Here we go. Michael Badgley will do what Eddie Murray couldn't. He will kick a game-ending field goal to beat the 49ers and send the Lions to the Super Bowl. That's from Denny and Lansing. I mean, don't you think Eddie Murray got praised if it does come down to this? He makes it, so he's removed from the history books.
I pray he misses it, so he's the new.
So
GOAT.
yeah, he's not alone in this.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Detroit Lions by 17 points. It's from Kenny from Brighton. I'll shave my head if I'm wrong. Okay. Yeah. Did not know the Lions have not. The 49ers have 9 Pro Bowlers. That could be a little problem. They're a great team. It shouldn't be that much of a surprise. Take it to the streets. F San Francisco. This is Detroit. Okay. Lions 35, Rams 23. Debo is hurt. CMC gets limited by Detroit defense. That's from Josh and Heartland. I've been the biggest Lion critic. This team is actually really good with a bad secondary. Sheila, Chris, and Brad have built a real franchise here.
ESPN's Get Up just showed their predictions, their analysts. One of the guys is picking the Lions to win outright, and that's Ryan Clark.
Right. What's it?
Which I would say is the best analyst on the panel.
Yes. Although Bart Scott is the other, and he's from here. So
I know. I personally think he has sometimes bombastic viewpoints.
Yes.
I think Ryan Clark has a lot of credibility.
He's the one that has the secret of staying warm when it's cold outside.
He did have the great soundbite, though.
Yes.
Does anybody remember what happened to the 49ers last year? Anything can happen on any given Sunday. Yeah, they got their two quarterbacks got hurt and they lost.
Yeah.
You get this thing within one score going mid-third to fourth quarter. I love the Lions' chances.
Yeah, because
I think we'll see. He is Mr. Irrelevant.
Because maybe Levi Strauss Stadium can pucker up too. I see a huge dogfight, really chippy, 1917 Lions. As long as you don't come up with any stupid-ass penalties. I think it's going to be Lions 34, Niners 27. The 49ers can be bullied with a physical team, and the only team more physical than Detroit is Baltimore, and we saw them slap the 49ers around. Lions 31, 49ers 10. F them. Let's go to Robert in Plymouth. You're a 97-1 the ticket.
Love the show, guys. Love the show. I think as the season has gone on, expectations change from fans, obviously, right? And so I think at the beginning of the season, it was like, win the North, get a playoff win, that would be great mentally. I think now, if they lose a close one, I think people will be, frankly, distraught immediately because it'll just be, we were so close. We've still never made a Super Bowl, one of 4 teams, blah, 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 blah. If we lose in a blowout, I think we're going to have to do welfare checks on a lot of people.
Yeah, because you know why? Because the blowout in some people's, not mine, but some people's minds will be, see, they really weren't that good. They didn't belong. They didn't deserve to be there.
It was all fraudulent. Goff is this, blah, blah, blah. They weren't this. Campbell he's a motivator, not a technician, yada, yada, yada. But I say all this to say, if they win, I'm 51. It's the same story like a lot of people have. I don't live in Plymouth anymore. I spent way too much on Sunday Ticket over the years. I should have put it in a 401k and long suffering. If they make the Super Bowl, it would just be so amazing because they're going to talk great about the Lions for the 2 weeks build up on ESPN, whatever show. It's just going to be whatever is the word beyond magical. So,
oh yeah,
hope for. I think, and if I could flush in the score real quick, I think it's going to be a lower scoring dogfight. Really. I wouldn't be surprised. Like a lot of people are saying high 20s, low 30s, whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if it's something like 17-13 or something. The conditions are going to be great, which I think will help Goff and probably help Purdy. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's just hard. Points are hard to come by. Sometimes it's out of the blue with a game like that. So love the show, guys.
Thanks, appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mac in Davison. You're 97 the ticket.
Well, somebody already stole my thunder, but I love the score that one guy said 19-17. I actually had that in my head before you announced it, but I like what you just said. I think it's not going to be a high-scoring game. I think it's going to be a dogfight, and I think the Lions are going to give the 49ers a lot more than people think, more than they bargained for. But I also got a score for the Baltimore game for you.
Okay.
Baltimore 28-24 Baltimore.
All right.
And Travis Kelce retires.
Okay.
Harbaugh got Nick Saban to retire. The other one got Travis Kelce sayonara. I don't want to see him anymore.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Why?
Right. Yeah. Does he get married?
I'm just tired of seeing the guy on all the commercials and stuff with the Taylor Swift, the whole 9 yards.
Hey. You're entitled to your opinion. I think it's a cool thing, actually.
I don't
Lions
care.
win, you're going to see it a lot more.
Yes.
Because that's after Kansas City wins.
Right. 248-539.
Bookend the season.
9797. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, dive into the best pool in history for the conference championship games and, of course, the Super Bowl in 2 weeks because it's in this city. We're talking about Las Vegas, and we're talking about Stadium Swim, located at the Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot-tall high-def screen. Stadium Swim, it's America's favorite place to watch football. Swim-up bars, instant-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop football party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy daybeds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your place today. It's 365 days of sports poolside. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. And downtown is unbelievable. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Another thing to keep in mind, I saw this yesterday, that, and it might be just obvious, but the 49ers, their rush offense when Debo plays is 2 yards a carry more than when he doesn't play. And you say, oh, but it's only 2 yards a carry. Well, that adds up.
It does. Those are a lot of first downs.
Yes, indeed. John and Romeo, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys, I'll make it quick. Everyone keeps saying on the radio and on ESPN and all that the last two games that the Lions' run defense has just been locked down. But if you look at it, Kyron got over 5 a carry. Rashad White over 6 a carry. Some major holes. I think the most important thing is us scoring first and dictating the game script. Want to see if you guys can talk about that for a minute. Thanks again.
I think it is important to be able to come out of the gates, whether it's fat, you call it fast start, whatever, but to be able to put points on the board early on and stave off any – you don't want to get down to the Niners by 2 scores. You don't want to get down, obviously, 10 or, even worse, 14.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. But he makes a great point about that. Maybe it's part of the red zone stuff where people are having trouble running in the red zone. But, yes, in the playoffs, they have given up, over 4 to 5 yards a carry.
Yes, and they have yet to give up a loss.
Right, I know. But the point is we've been lauding the run defense, but it's been better. It was better in the regular season.
In a small window, you can make a lot of numbers say a lot of things.
Correct.
But you look over the course of 19 games,
yes,
and their reputation, what they do, what they can hang their hat on, becomes much more clear. Yes, the last 2 games, sure, but you got to look at the circumstances, why that happened, all of the things that play into it. But you can't just take, hey, this is what happened last week. This is what happened in week 2.
But would it be fair to say, and I don't want to be a Mr. Negative here, that the 49ers, especially with McCaffrey and their offensive line, certainly more formidable than the Rams, Williams, although he was good in the season, their offensive line, or the Bucks and White and their offensive line. So the Lions, while, yes, over the course of the season, they've done much better against the run than anybody would have expected. But so far in the playoffs, it hasn't been great, and they're playing a better run offense this week than they have in the past. That's all.
They're playing a better team this week than they have in the past.
Exactly. So they have to come through. Yes, their run defense is obviously better than their pass defense.
Yes.
We can agree with that. By the way, another birthday shout-out, John.
Yeah.
The great state of Michigan. Today.
What is it, 142, right?
147, something like that?
I got 187.
187.
Oh, 187. All right. Yeah. Yeah, what was I thinking? My math is way off.
1837.
Yes, sorry.
1837. Okay.
Yeah.
What a great state.
Yes.
I'm so glad I live here and moved here and settled here and worked here. 248-539. Yeah.
Yes.
What are you, a pilgrim?
Yeah, well, he did, He
wasn't he?
What was your job on the boat?
My job on the boat?
Yeah, I mean, when you came over with the Pilgrims on the Mayflower.
No, our ilk were not allowed on the Mayflower.
So, well, it goes to the job. You don't know?
No.
Nothing witty?
No,
okay.
Nothing witty at all. Yes.
It's 9:55 on Friday.
Right. All I wanted.
I know you're not getting ready for the menu on Sunday.
Right.
So,
I
mean, what else are you thinking about?
I tried to change it from Plymouth Rock to Plymouth Stone. How's that?
Okay. All right. That'll do today. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway. Yes, and I did have a job. I formed I own, you didn't know this, I own a moving company.
Yes.
Mayflower.
Yeah. Well, okay. So, we do know that you like to flip-flop on some things.
Yeah.
And we know that you did the most stony pick ever in regards to your pick. Hey,
Right.
The Lions don't win, but they cover.
Purpose, yes.
With just a few minutes left in the show. Any chance you would want to have we given you anything to think about where you'd say, you know what, I need to rethink my pick? Not only are the Lions going to cover everything, but they're actually going to win.
No.
Okay.
No. I just think the 49ers are a better
team. I'm giving you
team.
one last opportunity.
I understand that, and I know it's unpopular, and I'm a heel.
Oh, it doesn't. Popular doesn't matter. I didn't
just
make my pick because I wanted it to be popular.
No, I know. You just
I
always
picked my
pick the
pick
home
because-
team. Just think that the 49ers are a better football team. They're playing at home, and they'll win the game. I mean, that's I don't know. It's that basic.
Their
to me.
talent, their experience. I think the Lions are going to make this city extremely proud, even if they lose the game on Sunday.
And the 49ers have
I believe
a
they're going to.
have
It's going to be blood, sweat, and tears, and I actually believe it's going to be very difficult to swallow what happens. To be honest with you, that's how close it's going to be, and I just think their talent. They're at home.
And they have.
It doesn't mean I'm right. I've gone into this week. I put it in my prep the first day. I said I'm 40% that the Lions can win. That's not very far away from thinking this is a toss-up.
Right.
I just think a lot of things favor them, but
and
the
everybody
longer
talks
they
about,
hang around, the more I like them.
Everybody talks about Jared Goff with the chip and this guy with the 49ers have a chip on their shoulder that started after they lost the NFC Championship game last. So if you're talking about chips and all that stuff,
there's enough to go around. There's no question. And Gov, like you, if you're a 4 out of 10. 40%. I'm a 6 out of 10.
Right.
I'm just on the other side of that fence, and and I think there's a lot of people that are. I mean, if you take 5, I think you can't say it's not going to end in a tie.
No.
All right. So a lot of people would either be on the 4 side or the 6 side.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's not a lot of people that are going to say, hey, they got no shot, or either team.
Right. It should be a really good football game, and I just think, unfortunately, the 49ers are better. But the fortunate part about it is I'm usually wrong.
Yes, that is the fortunate part.
I did pick the Lions to win the last 2 games, but I was wrong about them covering the first game, which they didn't. I was all out Lions to win and cover last week, so I was right there. Anyway, it doesn't make a difference what the hell we pick anyway. I know people like to play scoreboard and let you know, oh, Stoney, Gov, you're idiots. You picked the 49ers to win. Greg, you picked them to win outright and cover. You know what? Who cares? Just enjoy the football game. Hope the Lions win, and hopefully on Monday.
That's what our listeners sound like.
We're sitting here saying, man, actually more texters than callers.
The texters, you know how the texters sound.
Exactly.
That's the voice.
That's the voice. That's the text voice. Yeah. I'm here. Hopefully Monday. Hopefully Monday we'll be breaking down the Lions and either the Chiefs or the Ravens. Hopefully it'll be the Chiefs. Anyway, Carson Anderson are coming up next. What's going on?
Hey, fellas.
Yeah. Big
John,
game.
happy early birthday.
Good morning.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
And to your daughter as well.
Thank you.
We got. I tell you this. You can't play this game soon enough. I'm just excited as hell.
I know.
Can't wait to see this one. It's just this fever pitch, And I think the one thing the Lions have going for them that I think we've learned over the last 3 seasons, Jared Goff seems to be unflappable.
Yep.
Now, I don't know if that's because he's cultivated this giant chip on his shoulder since his falling out with his previous coach, but I don't really care because the moment is not too big for him.
Not at all.
The biggest game was the Los Angeles Rams game, right? Yeah. And he just handled that like a champ, like a boss.
You mentioned the fever pitch. Are you doing anything special for the game?
I don't think so.
No.
I need my space.
You're like me.
Yeah, I don't like watching the big games with a big group of people. Super Bowl is usually different because it's a Super Bowl party and the Lions aren't there. But
There's a big family gathering Sunday night for the game.
Okay.
I will probably go over and watch some of the Kansas City-Baltimore game with them, but bail before kickoff.
Was that at mom and dad's?
No, it's at my in-laws. I'll probably go home and sit down and bunker in.
Okay.
Yep. Shut out the world.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing pretty much.
This is the biggest Lions game of my lifetime, and
it's not even close.
And it's what we had a debate whether or not you want this win more than any professional win in Detroit history. And I know there's been game 7s, and I know there's been games where you clinched a championship game. There's an over the hump feeling that the only time I felt like there's some Red Wings teams that match this the first time through.
Right.
And the Pistons beating the Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals in 87, and they lost the championship to the Lakers.
No, 88.
It was 88. Yeah. That had this feel because, well, for a variety of reasons.
Right.
We'll get into all of it next.
Have a wonderful weekend, everyone. Karsch and Anderson are next. 97.1 The Ticket. Roar!
Hell yeah! We have waited forever to do this show.
Come on!
To do this show. The only thing that would be better is if we're doing this show 2 weeks from now. Oh, my God. What's going to happen in Detroit if the Lions win this game? It's going to be unfrickin' believable. Unbelievable. But even playing in this game for what we're about to play for, I mean, these are fun shows to do, and they get done in every other NFL town but ours. And we're on the brink of a
Cleveland.
True. But we're on the brink of a Super Bowl berth. This team is one quality football game away from going to the Super Bowl. Somehow, some way, our team has captured the imagination of a little place called America. Dare I say Earth.
Planet Earth.
Earth's team.
Third rock from the sun.
I'm so fired up to do this show. I'm so excited for Detroit. I'm excited for our community, everybody out there, our listeners. And I think we're all giving serious thought to, okay, how do I get myself in the right frame of mind, the right game watching place for the biggest maybe professional sports game in our lifetime? It's arguable, certainly, but it's in the conversation in Detroit sports. at Detroit Pro Sports.
I mean, you're going to have a countdown clock in your house on Sunday, right? It's like...
Well, I'm going to be aware of the time all day.
Yeah, well, without question. But it just feels like this is one of these countdown days. Can't wait. Like I saw last night, I think it was on Fox 2. They had, 2 days, 20 hours until... I'm like, yes, all of that, yes!
Fight fans will get this reference. We got 2 more sleeps. 2 more sleeps. They always say that before a huge, huge fight. How many more sleeps before the main event, before the championship fight?
I said it about Christmas.
This is the NFC Championship. But we're on the graphic. We are on the graphic.
We are most on the graphic ever.
We're on the good graphic.
Yep. I was trying to think about precedent for this, and the only thing I could come up with, maybe this is how Arizona Cardinal fans felt back in 2008 when they went to the Super Bowl. But the Cardinals had mixed in random playoff wins, and the Lions hadn't. I mean, the Cardinals, they won 3 games that year in the postseason, went to the Super Bowl and lost to Pittsburgh. They did win a wild card game a decade prior to that. And then they won a playoff game the next year. Like they've had some good years. Well, I shouldn't say that. They've had some playoff wins mixed in. Maybe not necessarily a lot of good years. But damn it, I really, like I said, this is rare and it's temporary. But we're here. We're on the brink of a freaking Super Bowl bid.
You guys talk about the countdown and keep an eye on the clock. Do you guys prefer the first game or the second game? If you had a choice.
If you win, I love being the first game.
No guarantees.
I know.
Doug. Stop
this.
So
So it's the second game.
Okay,
because
me
there are
too.
no guarantees.
Yeah, I can't do it. It would ruin my Sunday completely.
Winning the first game and then getting to watch the second game is awesome.
That's awesome.
Probably the first game, because after I vomit that whole time, then I'll have some time to enjoy a dinner afterwards.
See, there's obviously pros and cons. At first game, if you win, you get to hear the second game go, and they play for the right to play the Lions in the Super Bowl, right? I mean, you can hear that all game. I could hear that all week, all year, but you get to hear that all game.
That'd be crazy.
Right? But the second game, they're going to say, the winner of this game gets to play the right to play the Ravens or the Chiefs for the Super Bowl.
Right. Still, I mean, at some point on Sunday, we're going to have to realize that there are only 3 teams left that can win the Super Bowl, and our team is one of them. Now, I realize it's just the timing. It's just because one team is eliminated.
Whatever, we're in the top 3.
Right? I know.
Wait a minute. They're playing for a chance to go to the Super Bowl?
They're playing for a chance to go to the Super Bowl.
The Detroit Lions. Our Detroit Lions.
Yep.
Man.
And they got a shot. Now, today we're going to take predictions on this game, and we're going to give our predictions. I want to say something because I heard it during the morning show, shaming for some members of the morning show. They were shaming people that didn't pick the Lions to win. Here's what you have to keep in mind. Is regardless of what we quote-unquote want to happen, if our predictions have any credibility whatsoever, occasionally we aren't going to pick the home team to win, right? Occasionally.
I suppose.
Yeah, because, I mean, if you want us to pick the home team every single game, we can do that, but it doesn't mean anything. So if anybody on this show decides to pick the 49ers, I'm just licensing it. It's okay. And don't shame the people that do. Because then if you want us to pick the Lions and the Red Wings to win the Stanley Cup, and you know what, I actually think this Piston team can roar back and make the playoffs. And you know what, I like the Tigers to win the AL. We can do that, but does it mean anything? It's got to mean something. So that means occasionally you don't see a W.
Day,
but yeah,
uncensored.
we're going to get anybody picks against the Lions gets shamed today, apparently. And I'm just trying to say, you don't want us to pick our team every time, do you? We could do that.
Doug, I try to be as objective as possible.
I know you do.
I appreciate your licensing and trying to really, I think it may be a precursor to what's to come. But yeah, I think that there's we've all said it. We think that the Lions they got a chance to win this game, and it's not like some kind of slim hope for monsoon weather and the ball falls out of somebody's hand, rolls all the way back to the goal line, Lions fall on it to win. Nothing like that. I mean, they have a legit chance to win this game.
A legit chance to go to the Super Bowl.
And I think we've all said the same thing as well, that on paper, the Niners have a more complete team. But sometimes you just got to use the old gut feeling. I got a feeling, man. And if you can base it in logic, add some circumstance to the mix, you decide what you're going to decide. Hey, you be you. I'll be me. Kang, you be yourself. It is what it is.
No shame, right?
No shame.
No shame.
Okay.
No shame. No shame.
We pick who we think is going to win, not who we want.
Yep. We will get to that coming up today. We want your predictions as well. 248-539-9797. It's championship week. It's the Lions and the Niners. Give us a score and the reason why you think the game is going to go the way you think it's going to go. We record these and revisit them on Monday. It's Doug Karsh. It's Scott Anderson. Kang behind the glass. 97.1 The Ticket. Earth's team a 7-point dog at San Francisco this coming Sunday night. But they got a hell of a shot. And can't wait for this one. Deep breaths, everybody. Stay calm. And Lion on. Hey, so what a time to be alive in Detroit. If you missed this last night at the Red Wing game, this was unbelievable. Had the game on, and I'm like, what's that chant? What's that chant? Now, I don't know if you can make that out. It's kind of hard, but that's Jared Goff.
That wasn't Clem Costin?
No. They were chanting Jared Goff's name. Now, not being there, maybe somebody who was there, how did this start? Did they put him up was his picture on the big screen, or did this just happen out of Lion
love
and hubris out of nowhere?
Adoration.
Fans just start chanting Jared Goff.
Respect. I don't know. I love it. When you let me know that last night, I'm like, this is awesome. This town has fallen in love with their quarterback.
Yep.
More so than what they had with the previous one. I mean, they're chanting the guy's name.
Yep.
At LCA, not even just Ford Field, at LCA. And we kind of said this was going to happen. Win a playoff game, you can walk around town without pants.
Yeah,
right?
Do the unthinkable, which, I mean, they're halfway there. It's funny when you look at it. The unthinkable, the real, I mean, in some ways the unthinkable is winning this game and going to the Super Bowl. And I don't even want to say just happy to be there, because I don't think that is and should be the case. But there's a little bit of still disbelief of what we've seen so far. But yeah, talk about owning this town. A quarterback that was accepted by so few as being the answer is now getting his name chanted at other Detroit sporting events.
It's awesome. And he deserves it. Absolutely deserves it.
Did you hear the back and forth he had with Wojo this week?
Yes.
Yeah, this has gotten national play. I actually have heard this being played around the country. And if you missed Wojo's question, it was, you guys have a lot of really good players. And Goff said, thank you. He said, but you may not be considered superstars like the 49ers have. And that's where he said, all right, never mind. I mean, Goff is, I mean, having the time of his life. And I love that this is kind of a Northern California kid that had been dismissed. And Act 2 of his career has been better than Act 1 in a lot of ways. He's playing the best football of his life. And nobody saw this coming. Except maybe Brad Holmes. Because Brad Holmes is the one that said he's more than a bridge quarterback.
Well, Brad Holmes is the architect of this team. Dan Campbell's the captain of the ship, and these guys are all in lockstep. It's like there's no rank among the players. They're all one unit, you know? There's not one guy that gets treated differently than others. No, you guys all get treated the same. Go out there, earn your respect, earn your playing time, and earn a championship. And they went out and got that from the division. They've won it 2 playoff games. Here they are playing for another championship opportunity. Hang another banner. Let's get another banner up there in Ford Field, another banner up in Allen Park at the headquarters there. Maybe each player gets a little banner to take home with them. Whatever it is.
I want a banner.
Go get it. You want a banner? You got to earn a banner.
I want a banner. All right, so great coaches, right? You hear things from great coaches. I'm going to play a soundbite for you, and I want to ask you, does this remind you of a great coach? This is Lions defensive coordinator, Gator Aaron Glenn. Does he remind you of somebody with this soundbite? We always support each other.
Unconditional loyalty?
Unconditional loyalty, Gator. Does it remind you of a great coach?
Some people say Jack Campbell. He may not be all that fast. No, Jack Campbell's pretty fast. Some people say Lee McNeil. He's not big enough to play in the middle. No, Lee McNeil is pretty big. Some people say Jared Goff. He doesn't have the arm strength to make those throws. No, Jared Goff got a great arm.
Am I wrong?
It's kind of like the unconditional loyalty speech I got in high school. Yes. Yes. With slightly more credibility.
Gators high school coach, Coach Buford, had this speech to you guys about unconditional loyalty.
Yeah. You stand up for each other. Somebody in school tells you, Scott Anderson's pretty slow. You say, no, he's pretty fast. I'm like, come on, man. Even I know that's a stretch. Let's not do that.
Was it Grava too small?
No, Grava was not too small.
Was Grava too slow?
No, it was. Somebody says Grava's not all that bright. You say, no, Brad Grava's pretty smart.
He actually used the player's intellect as an example.
Yeah, it was part of it. And then that script may have changed a few weeks later.
Yeah.
Brad Grava, hard drinking, hard driving, hard loving man.
He actually said that.
That was a quote, yeah.
A high school football coach said that to a player.
It said it to the team about the player.
Things were different back then.
Yeah, a little different.
Things were different.
Grava's a beaut. Love Brad.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We're taking predictions. It's the NFC title game. Coming up at 11:05, what to look for when San Francisco has the football. We will hear more from AG, also Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator. They both spoke yesterday. We like to take the best of what they had to say and preview this one. Let's get to your phone calls. Ed is in Ann Arbor, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ed.
Hey, guys. I sit here and listen to you. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I sit here and listen to you guys talk about nobody ever thought, Gator. You know me and you thought this at the beginning of the year. I called you the first day you guys did this thing and said 12-5 championship game. I have not backed off of that.
Don't back down.
I did. Yeah, I didn't at the time believe that we had enough people to do this, but I've since changed my mind. Here's the score for you, Gator. We're going to possess the ball about 12 minutes more than them.
Wow, that's a long time.
He's the only guy that needs to be squeezed, and that's Purdy. He's the least experienced of everybody. We're going to make him be Joe Montana, make him stay in the pocket and throw the ball. Here's the score, Gator, 31-20. We're going to treat them just like everybody else, and they're only going to score 20.
If they hold San Francisco's offense to 20, I think that's a formula for victory.
Game over. Game over if that happens, Ed. I love it.
Hey, Gator, we're just starting, buddy. I told you this. The guys in the front office, they got some serious alchemy going on. And man, get ready. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Serious alchemy, huh?
He's summoned alchemy.
Yeah. 248-539.
Any metallurgy, too, or just...
I don't know.
I like it. I like it, though.
Let's go to Joe. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So,
Sure.
I'm going out there this weekend. I'm leaving Saturday afternoon. But I don't know. I don't listen all the time, so I don't know if this has been talked about. But, if you got a lot of Lions fans that just have been to Ford Field, they haven't experienced the West Coast much. I live out west. I've been to a lot of games out there, San Francisco, L.A., those fans can be a little different. So, and I don't want to say that they're all violent, but there's some violent people out there, some of those San Francisco fans. And I just want our fans to just don't engage, keep her head down, be respectful. And, I don't want to see anything bad happen.
I will tell you, it's weird because this isn't like the Oakland Raider fan. I mean, I don't know much. I haven't been to a San Francisco home game, but I don't see people like dressed in threatening ways where you're pretty sure you're going to die. And at San Francisco games, but it's from the same area. I mean,
I'm pretty sure if you Googled 49er fan fight, you'd find plenty.
Isn't that true of every fan base in the NFL?
That's I think you walk in any visiting stadium, I think you need to treat people with respect.
Look, Vivid Seats is projecting that this might be a quarter taken up by Lions fans, and if it is, we'll be able to tell on TV. But Joe, your advice is generally good. If somebody sees you and yells the Lions suck or whatever, there's no point in engaging. It's not like you guys are going to get into a bit of a debate and you're going to win them over.
I think we're just a lot more happy-go-lucky, and I don't know, some people take it a little bit more serious.
And you think West Coast fans do?
Certain cities,
Bay Area,
West Coast, they definitely do.
Interesting.
The Bay Area is crazy. It is true. I told you guys I have cousins out there and all that stuff. And so he immediately texted me after the Lions win, and they knew it was going to be the Lions-Niners. He said, congratulations, should be a good game. And he said, I said, well, you want to meet in Vegas and watch the game together? Kind of jokingly. He said, no, come to Levi. And I said, no, y'all are crazy. I'm not going out there. And he said, we're not crazy like Raider fans. I told him, I kind of group all Bay Area fans together. I'm not going to lie. So, yeah, you're right, though, Doug. Your advice is perfect. You're in enemy territory. It's not worth it.
Keep your head down.
Yeah.
Yep. You want
rep your team, but
A, you want to see the whole game, and B, you don't want to have to get a lawyer after it's over.
No.
Hey, it's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We'll have our predictions later in the show on this one. Lions and 49ers taking your calls right now at 248-539-9797. It's championship week of the Detroit Lions beating San Francisco Sunday and going to the Super Bowl. 248-539-9797. We'll get into a little bit more of what happens on the field when the Niners have the football today at 11:05. We'll hear from Aaron Glenn, Lions defensive coordinator, met with the media yesterday. A lot of intriguing stuff about this game that we'll play in the 11 o'clock hour as well. In the noon hour, we'll probably shift over more to the offense when Detroit has the ball. But in between, of course, we take your phone calls. So we go to Dan next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dan?
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator. Happy Friday. What a day, huh?
Here we go. What a time.
So I listened to John Lund and Greg Pop out in San Francisco on
Lundo.
TV. I used to live out there. What's that?
Lundo.
Yeah, Johnny.
I know he used to work out here, but Greg Papa loved it when he was the voice of the Raiders, and then Mark Davis fired him for unknown reasons, and then the 49ers hired him. So, he's really knowledgeable about football. And so I listened to Lund and Papa. They interviewed Mike Tirico yesterday. And so they talked to Tirico about, what has this what secret sauce, what is going on with the Detroit Lions, how they done it. And they spent a lot of time talking about not only Dan Campbell, but Ben Johnson. Greg Papa, was just euphoric over speaking about how good Ben Johnson is. And in some ways, he's very similar to Kyle Shanahan. And so I'll give you my prediction right now. I think it's going to be 28-24 Lions. But I think at halftime, it's going to be more of a 14-10 San Francisco score. And I think Kyle Shanahan's going to disappear in the fourth quarter like he has his whole coaching career. And I think Ben Johnson, like we've seen in these past playoff round games, is him and Jared Goff and the team are going to, put 14 on him in the fourth quarter, at least, late third quarter, fourth quarter.
So you got faith in Ben Johnson. Just when the game gets tough, you think that's when Ben Johnson will actually do better than Kyle Shanahan.
I feel like that. And then the Lions defense has done very well in these late game. If you would have told me Derek Barnes was going to have a game-ending interception in a playoff game to send the Lions to the NFC Championship, that would have just seemed crazy. But I thought he was so well prepared, well coached for that moment, and he's been put in, him and other players have been put in very good positions.
Well, Barnes was my pick as the outlier that steps up and makes a play. I didn't specifically pick that play, but part of it is the totality of his work this year. He has had a good year. He had one really awful play that everybody focused on, but you couldn't help but think about, okay, that's not who he has been. And good for him.
And the other thing is Papa, and Lund, they were going into what is going on with Deebo Samuel, right? And on the last, their last game, he was involved every single play. They were calling his number. He was on the play sheet every single time. And he is a yards after the catch guy, right? Just like Puka Nacua was when the Lions played the Rams. And so I don't think if he does play, he'll be limited in terms of his ability to get those yardage. And so I think the Lions, their linebackers are going to show up. I think that's how we get these stops. That's how we get on third down. We get them to, kick the ball. And Jake Moody, rookie kicker in these big games, that's a real, I feel like, yes, I wouldn't have said it, but I think the Lions have an advantage of the kicking game here.
Wow. If you're right, that's big. Look, the linebackers have to play well. The challenge of trying to handle Kittle often falls to a linebacker. And is this where Jack Campbell's RAS score matters? Is this where his relative athleticism matters? I mean, he's considered an elite athlete. He's got great size. Kittle is the same thing. Kittle's a matchup nightmare.
Well, he is. And as much as I'd like to believe in the Raz Al Ghul scale, we haven't seen the Lions really contain the tight end too much. I've seen too many flashbacks. Damn it, we can't cover a tight end. It's like they're close, so close. They're a fingertip away from knocking a pass down. Maybe this is the game. Maybe this is the one. Maybe it's a better matchup. Maybe we're overplaying how good Kittle's going to look. But I do agree, I think, with you that sentiment, you got to keep everybody in front of you. Don't let people get behind you. And when you have your arms on them, you take them down. You got to be sure tacklers in this game. Don't let them get anything extra.
And that's a problem
That is a
because they
problem.
are a huge yards after catch and yards after contact team.
Between Kittle and Ayuk, they have 2,300 yards, more than 2,300 yards receiving between those two. They're both 1,000-yard receivers. So,
and I'm projecting that Debo plays and Debo's effective. And that doesn't mean he will be. And if he's not, that's a big deal. That's a real big deal. Let's go to Brandon. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, what's up, guys? So I was just wondering, because all week on MGM, you can see who's on, all the money is on for the spread money line. Well, all week on the spread, it's been 70% and minus 140, and on the money line, plus 240, it's been 60%, both Lions money, both sides. And then you wake up today, and now it's plus 100. So I'm not sure what that really is, like Vegas is thinking. Is it all Debo making that huge factor on that spread, jumping it like that to positive money, even though all the Lions fans are already on that on the spread line?
So you're saying everything swung back here late to San Francisco?
Right, because it's plus 100 now for the spread on MGM, even though all week 70% of the money for the spread has been on the Lions. So I don't know why they would increase the odds in our favor.
I don't know.
I'm not sure what that tells.
I don't
was
either.
Just wondering if you guys knew better.
I don't. But we saw the same trend at the Rose Bowl. The money was on Bama, and it didn't move the point spread, which didn't seem to make sense to me. But maybe somebody more attuned with this stuff can let us know. Because I'm not a hardcore gambling guy. I mean, I'll play my dollar here.
you will play your dollar.
I mean, I'm not risk averse.
No one's going to tell you how to bet that dollar either.
No.
You're going to bet that dollar how you want to bet that dollar.
You're right.
No $13 bet this
I'm
weekend?
not. Well, no.
Not yet. You
Dude,
don't
I'm
know
not
until he makes
crazy.
the bet.
I'm still trying to get kids through college over here. Let's go to Matthew next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Matthew?
Hey, what's up, man? So I have two outcomes for the Super Bowl. It's either going to be 49ers, Ravens, or the one I'm hoping to see, Lions versus Chiefs, end the season the way it started off. And, hopefully the Lions pull out a win again. But Chris Jones and Kelsey is in this game. They weren't in the first one. But I really hope Lions beat the Chiefs. It'd mean a lot to the city. People would go crazy.
Of course. I mean, I'm intrigued by this a little bit. You basically think either both favorites win or both underdogs win. Why?
Yeah. Lions have something to prove, and I'm from Missouri, so I am a Chiefs fan, but I don't think they deserve it this year. So I do want to see them. I want to see the Lions win because I live in Detroit now, so I root for the Lions as well. But you can't ever count Mahomes out. People counted him out during the Bills game, and he pulled out a win.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you look at that game, all the football reasons point to Baltimore. And the counter argument is Mahomes. And that's a strong counter argument. It's a very strong counter argument.
Yeah, and I think that Mahomes won because both Mahomes and Allen were both playing it safe. They didn't want to, chance an interception or a fumble or, a messed up play. So they were both playing it safe, and it just ended up, I think it was the interception at the end that the Chiefs got. And then the guy missed the kick. I don't know how he missed that. But I really hope it's Lions versus Chiefs, end the season the way it started, with the Lions pulling out the victory of the Super Bowl.
Well, you just said something that probably 100% of our listeners think. Oh, there's probably some non-Lions fans out there listening. Those of you using the Odyssey app from San Francisco, scouting, probably don't agree, but we'll take it. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson. Hear what Aaron Glenn had to say about the matchup coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. Hey, Twin Peaks has waited years for this. Detroit fans have waited more than 30. And the home team is playing in the championship game, and Twin Peaks cannot wait to give you the best game day experience in the state. Championship Sunday. It just hits better at your favorite Twin Peaks Lodge. Do not be late, as it will be a packed house well before the 6:30 kickoff. Wall-to-wall TVs, 29-degree frozen draft beer, hand-breaded two-order wings, house-made queso, flatbread pizzas. Anything you want on game day, they will deliver it. Are you dreaming about Sunday yet? We haven't even mentioned one of the best parts, and that is the Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. If you're not flying out west, don't sit at home with cold tortilla chips and cheese dip out of a can. Get to Twin Peaks early to feel the tailgate experience. Enjoy the stadium atmosphere with all the other fans that have been waiting a lifetime for this. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. I'm reveling in this. You know, the thing that you get, like, this might be one of those days where all that pregame stuff, like, you're completely locked in. I don't know what time countdown starts, but if it's like noon, we get to start at noon if you want and just make it 12 hours of football. You know, that's a big part of this too.
You like the pageantry, all that stuff, you know, that comes with it?
Yup.
I might just turn it on at 6:30.
You really?
Yeah.
You don't like all that stuff?
I don't. You know what? It's just almost like Dan Campbell said. You were either on the train or you weren't. Now, you know, now I want to hear all these national guys fluff up Goff. Oh, he's underrated. I don't need it.
Take it that
I just want to watch the game. I just want to watch the game. I don't need the outside noise.
I don't need to watch couple hours of pregame stuff. You know what I'll watch? If I watch pregame stuff, I'll watch the Fox 2 stuff that they have earlier in the day. I'll watch that because those are my friends that are talking about the game, and that's what I care about. Once you switch over and you get, you know, Carissa Thompson hosting the panel with former coaches and players, I don't care as much. I may watch some of it, but I'm just not gonna. I don't really care. I'll be watching the other game, I guess.
I'm going to be, excuse me, I'm going to be leaning into all that. Now, will I be sitting down and taking notes that time? No, but it'll be more than video wallpaper. It'll be more than just on. And that's the cool part about it is, I mean, part of these national people that get these national gigs, many of them do it because they are very talented. And then they get to take their talents and focus on us. So we'll get you know what we're going to get? We're going to get a full Rinaldi. We're going to get a full Rinaldi.
I think that's what, Kang, is this what Doug lives for? He wants the Tom Rinaldi piece on something involved with Detroit or Michigan or whatever, right?
You know, he's a video guy.
Yeah.
This guy, he wants to
learn some more. You know, how can I better narrate my son's baseball team?
It's not that deep, but I do want the full Rinaldi on Sunday. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Don. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Don.
Hey, how you guys doing, man, today?
All right, Don.
Good. Listen, man, I keep hearing how good of an all-around team San Francisco is. I get it. I understand it. That's why they favor. But listen, let me tell you guys what San Francisco doesn't have that we have. Grit, baby! Grit! We're going to go down there, run that ball down their throats because they can't stop that running game. We're going to go down there, run that ball down their throats. I'm looking at a 31-24 Lion victory, and we going all the way, baby. We're going to knock the door down.
Well, I will tell you this, Don.
I'm ready.
I think that you're very astute in what you said about the run game. It is all there for the Lions to run the football on Sunday, and I think they can. And I think that's what gives them a really good shot in this game, is their ability to run the ball against this defense.
And Doug, I believe the same thing, man. You've seen how Green Bay ran on them, and we got a two-headed monster. We're going to go down there and grind that game out. You know, these guys, man, know how to finish these games. Dan Campbell has really got them guys. You know, we lost a lot of those games last year and in his first year, man. They learn how to win, and they grind it out, and they win these games in the end, man, and that's what I'm looking for. 31-24, baby. Let's go, Lions, baby!
We got you down, Don. Thank you.
Why do you think the Lions could run on the Niners, Doug?
Because Green Bay did.
Ish.
Well, I mean, Aaron Jones averaged 6 yards a carry.
He had a 53-yard run.
I know. But that's part of it. I think the Lions can get that with Gibbs. He went over 100 yards. The 49ers run defense since week 15 is 28th in the NFL in yards per carry allowed. That's a recent trend. They haven't been stopping the run lately. And look, I think there's what you are all season that, you know, it all averages out. But then if you look at recent weeks, there's stuff that could be trending good and trending bad. And I can't help but wonder if it's trending in the Lions' direction that the 49ers have started to maybe leak a little bit in their run defense.
I hope that's the case. I really respect their linebackers for being guys that can. I mean, Greenlaw and Warner are studs. They between them have like 250 tackles. They're really good. I know the Lions. I respect the Lions running game too, and I think that they can get some things going potentially. But to me, it feels like if they do, it becomes a snowball effect, and it's not going to stop. It's like feast or famine. Either they get 80 yards rushing and it's a non-factor, or it's 180 yards plus and game over.
248-539-9797. We go to Brandon. You're next. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
First time talking to you.
Well, thank you for calling.
Quick point on the Lions, and then I have a food item that I think Gators should try. So I don't want people to underestimate the value of Jonah Jackson, especially in the run game.
Yeah.
Because there's a reason that the guy that's replacing him is a backup, and especially against Eric Armstead, that's the one matchup I'm really worried about.
Mm-hmm.
I know he's served decently in starts, but he gives up pressures and pass protection, so I'm a little worried about that. I'm sure everyone else is too, but you're only as strong as your weakest link, in my opinion. So I'm hoping that's not a factor. But I'm going to say the Lions 31, 49ers 28. I'm not totally convinced, but my fandom's taking over. I'm going to say it anyway.
You just can't help yourself, huh?
I can't help myself. I'm trying to be objective, and I like the NFL overall fan of me says the 49ers are the better team, but I want the Lions. I'm going to pick them. I don't care.
Okay.
And then food item. I know it's totally off topic, but just hear me on this, because people say that it's good until they hear the last part. Take a sausage McGriddle from McDonald's. I know McDonald's is horrible for you. McGriddle. Take the top one off. Put a hash brown on it. And then my twist is it has to be honey mustard. Put it on it, and then put the top bun back on it. You get tangy, you get sweet, savory from the sausage. I promise you, it's so good. You got to try it.
Honey mustard on the hash brown on the McGriddle.
Yes, I don't know what caused me. The Lord opened the skies and said, "You need to try this," and I did, and it was life changing.
I mean, I feel like
gained 50 pounds since then.
I feel like you feel like now it's your mission to spread the word too. Like you called up the station and said, "I got to get this out there."
You know,
it's your calling.
Think I'm nuts.
Brandon, this is your calling in life.
Yeah. You know what it is, Brandon? I'm totally intrigued by this because since I was 12 years old, I have been mustard on potatoes guy. On my French fries, on my tater tots. Hash brown is just a flattened version of that, right? So I've used mustard on my hash browns before. Honey mustard, not the big. I don't mind honey mustard, but I never thought of using it with the potato.
See,
I'm
I
intrigued.
don't like regular mustard. Honey mustard is the best. It is my favorite. And I promise you, just try it once. If you hate it, then take the honey mustard off. It's still a good option. But just try it, and you got to tell us how you like it on the air one time.
Gator, are you going to eat that?
Yeah, I'd eat that.
Kang, are you going to eat that?
I'd try it. I don't think it needs all that person.
I don't
the
know
hash brown's fantastic anyway. We already knew that hack. And
put the hash brown on the sandwich.
Any breakfast sandwich is fantastic. I don't know about the honey mustard, but I'd try it.
There
Doug,
you go.
you're in, right?
Am I?
I'd get rid of sausage patty. Doug would be in it. Would you go like?
You'd go turkey sausage and egg white.
I mean, I'm more likely to do that, but
I'm
not likely to do this at all.
Would you go McGriddle, but take the sausage patty off? So you've got the egg, the cheese, and then the hash brown.
That's the incarnation that I would go for, but I'm never doing this. But it's okay. You guys report back.
Never. I mean, that was harsh. She said never, King.
Yeah, I mean,
never.
I suppose there's an outside 0.1%.
All right.
Hungover. Let me give that caller's idea a shot.
So Monday.
I'm not going to be hungover Monday.
Are you sure?
Oh, I'm positive.
We're basking in the glory.
You sure?
I'm positive.
I mean, we already know you messed up dry January.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I recommitted, and I'm going a little bit into February this year. So
yeah, you can.
Even after Sunday,
natty to celebrate, but this. If even after Sunday, yeah, I'll stay strong because I got the Super Bowl. If they win the game, I got the Super Bowl. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ron. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ron.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How we doing today?
What's up?
Hey, long-time listener, second-time caller. I'm a diehard Kansas City Chiefs fan, and when I say diehard, I'm talking about Elvis Grbac, Joe Montana, Warren Moon, Marcus Allen,
wow.
Larry Johnson, the whole nine. So, I moved to Michigan in 2013, and I met my wife, and she's a diehard Detroit everything fan, but I have never been so excited for a team to get to the Super Bowl than I have been for the Detroit Lions. This team has showed what they are and what they're all about.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a formula. They've got a slogan. Everybody does, but when it works and you are good at executing what you say you're going to execute, that doesn't happen as much. I mean, everybody comes in with great plans, and smart football people get coaching jobs and then can't execute them, can't execute their plan. This group executed a plan.
Yeah, and I mean, I've watched every single game this year. Granted, I can't, even when the Chiefs are playing at the same time or what have you, I focus on watching the Lions and seeing what they're doing, and I'm astounded. This team has, like everybody says, and it's grit. I mean, I can't. If the Chiefs don't make it to the Super Bowl, I won't be disappointed because guess what? I won't be able to watch the Lions play.
All right, so back in the day, were you a bigger fan of Barry Sanders or Barry Word?
I would have to say Barry Sanders.
Really? Okay. Yeah.
Barry Sanders or Christian Okoye?
Gator, you got me on a tough one there, buddy. I would say Christian Okoye.
Derek Thomas or Chris Spielman?
Oh, dude. You're killing me, Gator.
Actually, let's do right here, right now. Patrick Mahomes or Jared Goff?
All right, so let me go back first and say Christian Okoye.
Hey, we're out of time. I'm sorry, Ron, but thank you.
Bill
248.
Kenny or Chuck Long?
Remember Barry Word?
Oh, yeah.
97.1 the ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. There's a reason the Lions are being called the new America's team. A lot of love with them around the country as they get ready to face the 49ers in the NFC Championship game. Charles Barkley has definitely become a fan of what they're doing in the Motor City. And that from a show on CNN. The team has one more chance to practice here in Michigan today before hitting the road to San Francisco. Back here in the D, the drone show that was promised was moved from tonight to tomorrow night. Due to visibility issues, the swarm of technology will be lighting up the sky above Ford Field at about 6:30 p.m. tomorrow night. Elsewhere in the NFL, the Ravens did finally activate star tight end Mark Andrews off the IR after missing their last 7 games with an ankle injury that was thought to be season-ending. Back in Ann Arbor, briefly, Jim Harbaugh going to be talking with the Wolverines one more time before officially taking off for the pros again. Harbaugh is the first coach to ever win the national championship and then immediately leave for the NFL. And Michigan State gets another crack at Wisconsin tonight after falling to the Badgers back on December the 5th. This one is in Madison, and Wisconsin 8 spots better in the rankings at number 15 this time. Ball set to be in the air at about 8 p.m. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
One of our absolute favorites has made his way into our studio. Now, I'm going to tell you, going back years and years and years and years and years, when we both worked at 1050, Ken Cal used to always be disappointed by the Lions. But here we are, Kenny, on the brink of going to a Super Bowl. Did you ever think you'd see this day?
Well, first and foremost, on those trips with Jim Hunt, who did color for me at Michigan.
Yeah.
All I did was talk for 4 hours going to Miami of Ohio, right? And I just complained on Monday about the Lions and how bad they were and everything else. And I felt bad for him because all he did was listen.
Yeah.
And so, no, I'm glad. I'm glad, and I think all Lions fans are glad. Hey, 2 great games, right? 2 great games at Ford Field. I was hoping Green Bay would have pulled off the upset, and you get a 3rd game here. But, boy, so proud of these Lions. They compete hard, they hit hard, and they're in every game.
So you're obviously the play-by-play voice of the Red Wings. Sunday night, Lions played at 3 and the Red Wings played after, right? And they're at LCA. So how were you, being a massive Lions fan, how were you able to kind of deal with both going on? Because I know that they had the results up on the big screen and all that, but what were you...
You had a job to do.
Yeah, what were you going through? And were you watching the game prior to the Wings game?
Well, here's what happened. When they were playing the Rams, we were in Toronto, right? And so I was kind of disappointed. So I called Joe Bowen, the longtime Toronto voice, and I said, listen, this was like a week before. I said, we're going to be in Toronto. Make sure you get us a feed so we can watch the game too. You know, he's like, no problem, Ken. Yeah, we got it for you. So we walk into the booth, and Joe comes in. Hey, I got a big screen TV for you here. Look, you got the feed. And I'm like, oh, great. But it's behind you, right? So how are you going to call the game and look behind you, you know? So whenever Paul was talking, I'd kind of like look behind, you know, just to see what was going on. But the good thing is our broadcast booth was above the writers. And there was a writer from Toronto who was right in front of me that had the game on his computer screen.
Nice.
So it was great. Like, I'm watching the game and I'm looking at what's going on. And when they scored the first touchdown, the Lions, you know, I'm calling the game. You know, here's Larkin up the right side. And I'm like pumping my arm up in the air. Nobody could tell. Nobody could tell if they were listening. But I'm like going like in my mind, I'm going, yeah. And I'm just going like, yeah, way to go.
I hope people are watching on Twitch and YouTube can see the video of Kenny doing play-by-play and pumping his fist. That's
you know how they have Dan Miller, you know, going crazy when he's doing the call. You know, I was doing a hockey game and I'm going like, yeah.
Reminds me when and you've seen him, my friend Jody Raffoul, the musician. So when Jody used to play out, well, he still plays out everywhere, but in this one bar in St. Clair Shores back in the day, the Wings game would be on a TV behind me. But once the music started, I would focus on them. So Jody would he'd be singing a song, make eye contact with me while he's in the middle of the song, and then he'd kind of like wink and roll his head up to the TV like I should turn around. I'm like, oh, it's a goal. Yeah. Same thing. That's amazing you're able to do that.
It's incredible.
But, you know, like I said, though, when Paul was talking, then, you know, I definitely, you know, turned around sometimes and was looking at the screen.
Kenny, you might want to pay more attention here.
How about last night? With the Jared Goff chant breaking out during the game. Like, we have reached weird times here in Detroit.
Well, there was a guy that they showed on the big screen with a Jared Goff Lion jersey on.
Is that what prompted it?
And I think that's what prompted the chant. I couldn't tell because I'm calling the game. I couldn't tell what they were saying at first. And then I finally figured it out. But, yeah, they were going crazy. And, what a career, or he's had, and what a season he's had for Detroit. And I'm just so proud of these guys and Dan Campbell. And you watch the Hard Knocks when that was on a couple years ago, and you could just feel the passion and the energy and everything that Dan Campbell was trying to tell his guys to trust them and everything. They listened to him, and here's where they're at today. So all the best to them.
I love watching because now it's a national story. So the things I like to see are when people dig up old stuff on Dan Campbell, like before he was coaching Lions stuff. You see clips of him when he was playing with the Giants, all pissed off at something happened. He throws his helmet, damn near hits a teammate, and he's on the side of, hey, man, and he's all just hair is on fire, all pissed off. Him as the interim coach of the Dolphins yelling at one of the players because they're not doing stuff downfield. He giving up on plays and showing what he is as a coach rather than just the guy you see in front of the cameras and microphones that, biting kneecaps and stuff like that. I mean, this guy is as passionate as it gets about football. I don't know if there's anybody who loves football more than Dan Campbell.
Well, I talk to Paul Woods about coaches all the time because he obviously played in professional sports, and he said the job of the coach too is to get your guys fired up and believe in them, and and it doesn't do you any good if you have a coach that's always berating you, and knocking you down. No, that's not what it's all about. It's getting them to play and motivating them, and that's what Dan Campbell does. And then you see other coaches on the other end where they're berating the players and telling them how bad they are and they got to improve, and nothing positive, and then nothing positive is going to happen.
I've known this guy to be the biggest Lions fan more than probably anybody in my lifetime, dating way, way back. Ken Cal, play-by-play voice of the Detroit Red Wings, who's loving their success. With that said, do the Red Wing players talk about this? Have you heard the guys talking about this? And are there any particular Red Wings that are really leaning into this Lions run?
Dylan Larkin, he's the guy. He's been a Michigan fan, and he played at Michigan, and he's been a Lion fan his whole life living here in Detroit. So, yeah, he's one of the biggest followers, and all of them, even at training camp this year. A lot of those guys, like who was it? I think it was Simon Edvinsson, and he was here. He went to training camp. Mo Sider was there. Lucas Raymond. I think Raymond even bought a Raymond jersey. You know what I mean? So yeah, they were all into it. And Dan Campbell spoke with Derek Lalone, and there was talk that they wanted Dan to come in and talk to the team and stuff like that, but. They're all into it. They're all buying into it, and they should.
Yeah, Newsy was on with the morning show last week, and they were talking to him about watching the games and stuff like that. And he's like, "Yeah, these guys are loving it." He mentioned Larkin, mentioned I think Kopp and some others that have the Michigan ties, and he's like, "There's a lot of guys here who really care about that stuff." And he goes, "We're doing the game, and they're playing the game, and I'm getting updates." I forget who the assistant coach was giving the updates, and he's like, "Hey, it's 17-7." He's like, "Shut up! We got a game we got to worry about." He's like pulling up plays on the iPad there, but it's great to see everybody loving what's going on with this team. It just kind of galvanizes the city, and at the same time, don't look now, but the Red Wings are playing really well, and they're a wild card team too, so it's doubly fun.
Just one quick story here. When we were over at the flame throwing station before we moved over here.
Yeah.
You know which one I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know if you can say it on the air, but whatever. But anyway, I had season tickets to the Lions game, right? So me and my 6 buddies, were tailgating before the game. And of course the ginger ales were going down, right?
Of course.
And so I can't remember who the program director was at our station, the new station here. Said, "Hey, can you go up to the booth?"
I know this story. I love it.
Mark Champion, and just go on the air and talk to him. I can't tell the program. I never met the guy. This is the first time I ever talked to him, right? And I'm going like, "Geez, I already had like 5 beers." I'm not so sure this is a good idea, right? No, go on up there and talk to him, right? So
was this right before the rights changed, and this was
right after the rights
okay? So
changed.
This is going into the first season on AM 1270,
right? And so the Lions are playing like a September game. They're playing the Vikings, right? And so I go up in the booth, and I didn't think it was a good idea. Anyway, I go up there, and I start talking to Champion, during a break, and then Brandstatter was in there. He's a good guy.
Yeah,
right? I'm talking to him and everything like that. So it's like, now they go back on the air. Vikings have the ball, and it's like 4th down, right? And they have to punt. So Champion, and I got the headset on, he goes, "Hey, Ken, why don't you call this play?" And I'm like going, no, oh, come on here, call the, you're a
Red Wings,
football
Ken Cal,
get in there and call this. So what happened? I don't remember who the Viking punter was, but he shanked it. It was like a 20-yard punt, right? So when he kicked it, I go, we used to have it. We don't have it anymore, but it's a shanker.
It's a shanker.
Oh, and it's 20 yards down the field, and it's 1st and 10 Lions at the 40, you know, and it's like, and then Jim Brandt said, well done. He didn't know I had 6 or 7 beers there. I kind of surprised myself.
You couldn't have been more excited about calling a shanker. It was great.
So you know what? I called a Tiger game. I called one play of a Lion game. I've called a lot of hockey games. And so it's been pretty good.
Yeah, you've had a hell of a run. You're the best. And I know that people love you, and you always got stories. He's always got stories. And by the way, your hockey team's playing pretty well.
Yeah, they are. I'm sorry, we didn't even get a chance to talk. Right? We're up against the break. But yeah, right now they're in playoff mode, and they're beating some good teams and playing well defensively. Last night was a really good performance.
It's nice the drought for you is over and there's a competitive team on the ice.
Absolutely, Doug. And, it's good that, like I said, they have to clamp down defensively. I think Alex Lyon's been terrific.
Wow. Been amazing.
And what amazes me about him is he was shelled in that Dallas game. They had 25 shots on him alone in the second period. They pull him, Reimer comes in the third, and then he rebounds, comes back in and shuts down, stops all 30 shots.
On Sider's goal last night, did you call it a shanker? Kind of was. I know it deflected. You
know what's funny about that goal? He was trying to pass it to the guy that was off the right goal post, and it actually hit Frost and went the other way on the stick side.
Yeah, but hey, it's great to see you as always.
Go Lions.
He's the best. Ken Cal.
Work on that shine, my man.
97.1 the ticket. Simply put, Ken Cal is the best. Can't wait till they start making postseason runs, Gator, and we can.
Kenny's a party trick. Like if you're at a party with Ken Cal or any kind of gathering, he's a party trick. He's got stuff that gets everybody involved.
His stories.
Yeah, he's amazing.
It's a shanker. 248-539-9797. All right, let's talk to the people a little bit. Coming up at 11:30, the best of what Aaron Glenn told the media yesterday. Who do we got next here? Will in Garden City. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Will?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
We're great.
Will.
Yeah. Hey, but I had called you guys back when you were doing your bowl predictions.
Yes.
Detroit Lions 15-2. Going to go to the Super Bowl.
That was bold.
My prediction is, but my prediction is they're going to win 34-28.
Okay, and why is that?
I just think we're going to, like I said, run that ball, man. Then I don't know if we could use that new tight end with Laporte on the field at the same time.
Zach Ertz?
Yeah. If we can do that, it's over with.
Well, I'm not expecting much, but hey, man, you never know. It's worth it. They've got they needed a guy, and this guy has experience. Yeah. We don't even know if he's going to play, but it's.
I think he's going to play. He should be eligible, right?
Oh yeah, he's. I mean, they signed him, so
right.
Either he plays this week or plays in the Super Bowl, or both.
Yeah, I want him to play this week.
Yeah, I think that they wouldn't have signed him if he wasn't in good health.
Yeah.
And I imagine he's kept himself in pretty good shape because he could always latch on in the playoffs. And here it is, playoff time, and he latched on. So he's a Pro Bowl guy. He knows what he's doing at that position. And, get in there and make something happen.
Well, thanks for the phone call. Greg is next on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Greg?
Hey, guys. Man, Kenny Cal is a treat.
Isn't he the best?
Alex Lyon. Dude, Alex Lyon, if we found one there, we're lucky. Have you seen the interviews with him? He's like 100% weird goalie. I love it. But my prediction, the Lions, you guys are talking about the quarterback comparison yesterday. And I think we're going to win this game 24-23 because Purdy's going to throw 2 interceptions, and we don't get bad Goff anymore. We just get steady Eddie Goff. And Goff's the leader of this team, where Purdy is more just like a Madden piece for Shanahan. So I think that's where we're going to win the game, 24-23, but also a missed extra point by Money Moody at some point is going to be this deciding factor.
Wow. All right. Missed extra point. He is a rookie. I mean, both teams, I mean, a rookie kicker and a kicker that has, not the greatest track record, but Badsy made the biggest kick of my life, so we got to keep that. He's got that on his resume now, and that certainly can boost your confidence. 248-539-9797. We go to Matt in St. Clair Shores. You're next. Wait a sec, Matt. Are you the one? You're the one that nailed it last week, 31-23.
I did. Way to put the pressure on me, Doug. Way to put the pressure on me.
Yeah.
I feel like even a broken clock's right twice a day, and that's kind of my obligation now.
There you go. Well, we've been awaiting this call, Matt.
Well, I called on Monday, but I couldn't do a half an hour on hold, so luckily I had a little bit more free time today. But listen, the way I'm thinking, I think it's going to be 26-23 Niners. I think the slipper falls off. I think there's going to be a couple of issues. I think there's going to be a flag late on a drive for the Niners.
Oh, boy.
That is subject to and that we rave about on Monday. And I feel like Dan's going to be a little bit more conservative because we're on the road. It's a playoff. I think the conversation is going to be Dan settled for too many field goals or was aggressive Dan Campbell. And I feel like they're just going to kind of sneak one out because they're in San Francisco. Looking at the referee, Cleve Blakeman, he is notorious for keeping the games close. So I think this is going to be a nail biter. I don't believe in the script per se, but one of your earlier callers who said either the underdogs or the favorites are going to win. I think the one opportunity we have to win, and this is going to sound crazy, is if the Chiefs win, I think the Lions will win. So I think then it would be like 28-26. But I really think it's just going to be Niners are going to get like a late field goal, or they're just going to have a 6-point touchdown to win the end of the game. I think it's going to be there's going to be a subject or a garbage flag.
No.
And I think there's going to be.
No, don't say that, man.
Why did
Matt.
I just field goal?
You can tell me that they'll lose, but don't tell me that there's some sort of controversy.
It's funny, Matt, because yesterday Kang in the blitz thing, he said, is a missed field goal the worst way to win a game? And I said, no, the worst way to win a game is on a bad call or lose a game. Sorry, worst way to lose a game. I think it's a bad call, and it's because it's out of your control. And the 10-second runoff is a terrible way to lose a game as well. But the bad call is because you can make the case that you did everything right and somebody else didn't do their job, and that's why you are not playing.
This umpire, or the ref, Cleve Blakeman, he's most famous for the Lions-Packers Monday Night Football, Trey Flowers, illegal hands in the face. When he was that's the ump that's calling the game. So I feel like he's going to be able to keep it close. I really think that the NFL, at the end of the day, NFL is an organization that's selling advertising. So they want the best, the storyline. I think we're in if the Chiefs win because they want the storyline. Blakeman's going to keep it close the whole game. But I just don't see us coming out the other side. And the only way to sell a movie twice is with a really good sequel.
So
and I think it's next year.
Listen, Matt, you said at the beginning a broken clock is right twice a day, and you've had one of those two last week. So hope you're wrong. But of course, I understand. I understand why he's picking the Niners. I have tons of respect for them.
Yeah, but do you believe in the conspiracy script theory stuff,
No,
Doug?
I don't. But I do believe, like the Clete Blackman thing, ESPN was reporting today that Clete Blackman's crew is the one that really emphasized offensive offsides. They threw more flags on that than any other crew. And they ranked second in the NFL in flags related to defensive pass coverage, either illegal contact, which has haunted the Lions for years, illegal contact, hands to the face, DPIs, and defensive holding. They've thrown the second most flags with this crew.
All I can say, just call it fairly. If you're going to call it on one side, call it on the other side. I don't care. If there's flags thrown every other play, but they're legit, so be it.
I'm with you, Gator, 100%. Just call it correctly and call it fairly. That's it. If there's illegal hands to the face, it's illegal hands to the face. By the way, which the Lions benefited from last game.
Yeah.
For once, right?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of when officials swallow the whistle at the end of games because, we don't want to be the story. If you've called it the whole game, teams are now playing to that, all right? They understand what that is. So if it's still a penalty, then throw the flag. Don't swallow it. But, same time, just be fair.
Let's go to Justin. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Justin?
Hey, guys. 2 more sleeps, and then we have the biggest game of our lives.
Here we are.
That is correct.
All right, so I have a few different metrics. I'm going to run through them real quick, and then I'll give you my score prediction. So first things first, Niners' strength of schedule wins over teams over 500 is 9. Lions' strength of schedule wins on teams over 500 is 6. One could say it should be 8, but based off of 2 games that ended with either a coin flip or a bad ref call, I digress. Niners' average points allowed per game, 17. Lions' average points allowed per game, 23, so favors the Niners right there. Lions average points 1 and Niners average points 1 per game is about equal. It's about between 27 and 28. So we're pretty fair there. Here's where the difference is at. Niners close games results, so points within 7. Their score is 2-3. So they've lost 3 games and have won 2. Lions close game results within 7 points, 7-3. So here's what I'm thinking is going to happen. If we can keep it close within 7 points, we have our odds go up significantly. We rely on the run game, specifically outside of the tackles. Jahmyr Gibbs should have a career day tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Sunday. If he does, that improves our chances significantly. We rely on Laporta big time. We rely on J-Mo. This could be a coming out game for him. And then obviously our offensive line. So with that being said, I think the final score, and it's almost a reverse of what Matt, the previous caller, just said. I think it's going to be 26 Lions, 23 49ers.
That is the exact opposite of what he said. Thank you for the phone call. Aaron Glenn, Lions defensive coordinator, talks about Cam Sutton, Purdy, the challenges of slowing down Shanahan's offense. Hear what he had to say starting at 11:32 here on 97.1. All right, let's get into it. Lions, Niners on the field. We've taken a lot of predictions and all that, but let's sort of get into how this game is going to go. And we'll start with San Francisco when they have the ball. Brock Purdy is tough to pressure. Their scheme and him as a quarterback, he hits the back foot of his drop and the ball comes out, bang, just like that. And he's got poise in the pocket when the ball doesn't come out. He moves around well. I mean, he's not an elite runner, but he can make things happen with his feet. But it's Shanahan's scheme. I feel like it's kind of similar to what's happened here in Detroit with Goff. It's the right coordinator with the right quarterback that the skill sets that as a play caller and a play design meshes well with Purdy's skill set. And it's made this 7th round Mr. Irrelevant be so good at the NFL level.
Yeah, he's been great. I mean, he's got good pieces to work with on that offense. He's got maybe the best left tackle in football, best running back in football. And he's also accurate. He's got a good head on his shoulders, makes good decisions, doesn't really force the action too much, and he lets the players make the plays. These guys, he averages 9.6 yards per attempt. That's huge. That's a massive number. I think it's almost 2 yards more than what Jared Goff has done, and Jared Goff's had a great season. But Brock Purdy's had an amazing season. Quarterback rating of 113. You don't do that by accident. I know people they throw terms out like game manager and want to mean that in a demeaning way, and it's not. It should never be taken demeaning. It means that you're playing winning football. You're getting the ball into the hands of the people that need to have it so that they can make the plays and score. And if San Francisco weren't scoring as much as they were, then maybe you could start making some accusations about Brock Purdy being fraudulent. I don't think he is. I think he's good. I think he's really good. And I think, though, he can be rattled. If you get to him, you get some pressure on him because he's inexperienced, because this is only his 2nd year in the league. I think that you can get to him, get inside his head. If you can maybe force some early throws, you're going to have some incompletions. I don't know if we're going to see interceptions out of it, but I think you can see some incompletions. And at some point, you have to get home on that pressure. You have got to dial it up, whether it's from Melanfanu or Brian Branch at the safety position getting home. I'm hoping James Houston is going to play, and he's an upgrade of what they have, and he gets home. But I've been hoping for that for weeks. So I'm going to keep banging that same drum and hope he plays. But it really comes down to Aiden Hutchinson being Aiden Hutchinson. Continue to do what you do. Get constant pressure. And if you're double teamed, triple teamed, whatever it is, you be the guy that gets the pressure, though. And if you're not getting home, somebody else is. Because at some point, they're going to pay for having to double and triple team Aiden Hutchinson because somebody else is going to be wide open to come in on the quarterback.
Yeah, Lions fan better not underestimate Brock Purdy. The guy at one point was a shoo-in to win the MVP. Then he had a horrible game against the Ravens, and that went out the window. And he still ended up being one of the finalists because that's how good of a year he had. He's not flashy. He's not big. He's not strong. But he's perfect for this team. He's accurate. He's a timing quarterback, like you said, Doug. He hits that back foot, and he releases the ball. Now, they look like YOLO throws, but he's thrown to a spot, and the guy's always there. And like I said, he's not small, but he is mobile enough to make plays when he doesn't hit the back foot right away. So, yeah, respect Brock Purdy. He's real.
Well, here's what Aaron Glenn had to say about Brock Purdy. We'll go AG4 here, Ken. Yeah, I'm just making sure we're on the same page. Here's what Aaron Glenn, Lions defensive coordinator, had to say about Purdy. So it's interesting. So the pass is batted down. The ability to bat down a pass at the line of scrimmage. If that's their defense, Purdy's had 13 passes batted down at the line of scrimmage. It's not a ton, but it's also in the top 10 in the NFL. It's going to be interesting to see that is something they're emphasizing, given how hard it is to get home against him.
Well, so this is where Aiden Hutchinson is even extra special because there are the plays that he makes when he's not rushing the passer. There's the plays that he makes where he takes 2 steps forward on a pass rush and then drops back into coverage. And it's 6'7" and athletic as hell. That's a guy that can jump up and really wreak havoc in terms of where Purdy wants to throw the football. We know that he's defended a bunch of passes too. He's got interceptions in his career. The guy's a playmaker. Add to that, Kaminsky at 6'5" in the middle. You know, Kaminsky's batted down some passes. He batted a pass down on Sunday night. It was huge. Jack Campbell at 6'5" and athletic as hell. Jack Campbell is another one of these guys who are playing his own defense, and Purdy's going to try to just kind of float one over the middle and hit somebody on a touch pass. Well, maybe Jack Campbell in that 6'5" frame can jump up and knock that pass down. I think they've got guys. They've got some size up front in the first 2 levels so they can cause problems.
Okay, so everybody talks about Kyle Shanahan, obviously the head coach and the designer of this offense. Here's what makes it challenging to stop. Yeah, I mean, they're working with McCaffrey, Kittle, and then Ayuk, and I'm going to assume Samuel's going to play, and we're looking at elite weapons out of every position group on this team. And so, you know, there's a lot of talent there handed over to Shanahan to do what he can with it. But this game might come down to the end, and it feels like the Lions defense at the end of these games has come up big. They came up big against the Rams, getting a huge defensive stop when the Rams were driving to take the lead in the fourth quarter with 4 minutes to go. You know, Aiden Hutchinson got a holding call, kind of an obvious holding call on a third down that put him out of field goal range. And then they got the incompletion they needed to get.
And Hutch also had that sack that kept them out of field goal range, and they had to punt.
In the Rams game or the Tampa game? That was the Tampa game, right? I think it was early in the second half. Maybe he did it in the Rams game too. But and then clearly Derek Barnes came up with a huge play. So what about making plays when the pressure is on, when the defense is on the field and has to get a stop? They might give up a bunch of yards and actually, you know, a lot of points. But when they need to get a stop, how have they gone about getting those stops? Once again, here's Aaron Glenn. Interesting.
Yeah.
Let the players call the defense.
That's interesting. Yeah. Well, it's the trust in having a player like Anzalone, who was in New Orleans with Aaron Glenn and Dan Campbell out there. They trust him. They clearly trust him. What I like on defense for them this upcoming week, it's another week where C.J. Gardner-Johnson is healthy and he's playing, and you know now he's got several of these weeks behind him now. He's ready to go, right? And he's made some plays, and he's going to have an opportunity to make some more plays on Sunday. He's a playmaker. He absolutely is a playmaker. Let's see if he can do it again on Sunday.
Okay, what about Cam Sutton? Lions fans, we've gotten that call this week. Social media was brutal to him on Sunday. Get it. That's not the real world. But how does he feel about Cam Sutton? And we'll hear what the defensive coordinator, Aaron Glenn, had to say. Coming up straight ahead, some other keys to this one. When the Niners have the ball, next hour we'll get into when the Lions have the ball. It's a Championship Friday edition of Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator, I'm just going to assume you heard about Jurgen Klopp.
Or Klopp's out.
Yep. You know, if it weren't for this NFC title game thing, no more Jurgen Klopp to kick around.
I mean, 248.
Well, writes itself.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea who Jurgen Klopp is?
I believe he's a soccer coach.
That is correct. They call them managers, but yes, Jurgen Klopp out at name the team.
This
is for bonus. Come on, you can do it. I'm rooting for you.
Munich?
No,
I don't know.
Sorry, Kang. You have any
Bayern?
guesses?
I don't
Klopp.
know.
My guess is football club.
Something FC.
What is football club?
He is out at Liverpool.
Oh,
Jurgen Klopp. So
Klopp's done.
Yep.
Sorry, Klopp.
Go to the Liverpool message boards and look at the hot board.
Are they going to interview Ben Johnson, you think?
They might, yeah. You never
I hope
know.
not.
Yeah. All right. So we're talking about when the Niners have the ball. One of the key things, there's two kinds of yak yards, right? There's yards after catch and there's yards after contact. And this is a huge part of San Francisco's success.
Mm-hmm.
Kittle's good at it. Ayuk, Debo, of course, Christian McCaffrey. These are yards after catch guys. And I would argue that game against the Rams, that the Lions didn't limit the yards after catch. They still won the game, but Puka was so good in that regard. San Francisco leads the NFL in yards after catch per completion. 6.6 yards after catch is the highest total in the NFL. And it kind of goes hand in hand with yards after contact, the other yak yards. San Francisco, and this is the movable force, unstoppable object matchup of this game. I said that movable force, unstoppable. Yeah, I got that right. San Francisco leads the league in yards after contact, 95.3 yards per game, yards after contact. The Lions lead the league in yards after contact allowed per game, the fewest at 63.5. So we've been good at bringing people down. They get runners in the pass game, at least the Rams did, and San Francisco is good at that, but we've been pretty reliable tacklers, relatively speaking. This is part of the game within the game, is trying to limit yards after contact, yards after catch.
Yeah, and the killers in the past, we've seen Lamar Jackson and robo quarterbacks, Justin Fields, just kill them. You know, they have them hemmed up in the pocket, they'll squeak out, and then they'll take off downfield, and that's where you get it. We've seen receivers have huge yardage after catch because we've seen the big totals with Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, and Puka Nacua. With San Francisco, I'm most concerned about what Christian McCaffrey can do because they'll use him as an absolute weapon in this game. He'll run the ball and he'll catch the ball out of the backfield. It's just what he does. He's this dual threat guy. He caught 67 passes this year. He ran the ball second most times in the NFL, 272 times. This is a guy who had, 2,000 yards from scrimmage. He's a wrecking ball, this guy. He's great. Somehow, try to find a way to limit him.
Yep.
If you can limit him to 70 yards in the game total, you're playing winning football. You just are. It ain't easy to do.
No.
It's a tall task, but if you can do that, then you're going to be in better shape. Now, of course, they have other weapons to look at with Kittle and Ayuk and Samuel if he plays, and those are guys that you got to pay attention to as well. But I think that he is the straw that stirs that drink. It's Christian McCaffrey. If they don't have McCaffrey, if you take him out of the game, you've given yourself an excellent chance. It's like, biting a kneecap. It's chopping a leg off.
Yeah, he's not an ass cheek?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Use check is, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Use cheek.
Use cheek.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that you can.
I don't know if you can. That's the thing. He's so good.
Well, here's the thing, guys. I went back and I went to a deep dive last night in this game, right? So I was like, how can the Lions beat the Niners? What's the game plan? So I went back and I watched, a sped up version, okay, of these games. I watched the Niners' 4 losses, not including the Rams loss, the 4 losses to the Browns, Vikings, Bengals, and Ravens. Christian McCaffrey's rushing yards in those games in that order. Rushing yards,
43, 45, 54, 103 against the Ravens. But they got blown out against the Ravens. Yeah, you got to limit CMC. It's really hard to do. Overall yardage, because he receives as well in those games. Browns, Vikings, Bengals, Ravens. 52 yards, 99 yards, 118, 131. He is the straw that stirs the drink, but he's not everything. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what the difference is, I think, honestly? I know you guys, CMC is something you focus on. We've talked about all week, stop CMC.
Yep.
Deebo Samuel did not finish those first 3 games. He started the Browns game, didn't finish it. Didn't play in the Vikings game, didn't play in the Bengals game. Deebo Samuel is very important to how this offense produces because they have Ayuk, they have Kittle, they have McCaffrey. Those guys are really, really good players. But when Deebo's not there, they scored 17, 19, whatever it is, 17, under 20 points. I think Deebo's huge. I agree with you, Doug. I think he's playing. I just don't think he's finishing. I think he's compromised, and if the Lions are going to bite someone's face off, it's Deebo Samuel. I mean, they're the ones who said it, not me.
Yeah, if he doesn't play, it's a BFD. Now, Cam Sutton. A lot of focus on Cam Sutton, and I think we connecting dots on what Dan Campbell said. They've been blitzing a lot more since the Denver game, and they're putting more pressure on the guys on the outside, and they've been tough matchups. And Sutton's been quote unquote picked on, I guess. Here's what Aaron Glenn, the defensive coordinator, had to say about Cam Sutton and how he's doing with these tough matchups. I don't expect him to say anything other. It's not like he's going to say, well, we're looking at signing somebody.
All right. There's nobody you can pull off the street that's going to step in and do a better job. And I like what he had to say. Look, welcome to the NFL. You're going to have tough matchups every week. And this week, it's another tough matchup. Ayuk is no joke, over 1,300 yards receiving this year. It's tough. It's tough each and every week. But is Ayuk as tough as CeeDee Lamb? Is he as tough as Justin Jefferson? Puka Nacua? I mean, he's up there, but I don't think he's as tough as those guys. But those guys are he's really good. I don't want to take anything away from him. That offense that San Francisco has is a well-oiled machine. But to Kang's point, if Samuel is not himself, or if he doesn't even suit up, things have opened up.
Seems to be a difference maker with that production on the offense because he's not there those 3 games. They lose 3 games, right? The Ravens game, he did play, but the Ravens defense is really, really good. We know that. The Lions defense is not as good as the Ravens. I think if both teams play to their potential, the Niners win the game. The question is, how do you stop the other team from playing to their full potential?
248-539-9797. Phone call feedback. Get your predictions in. Next out, we'll get into more. When the Lions have the football, we go to John in Richmond. You're on 97.1. Hi, John.
How's it going, guys?
All right, John.
Hey, I've been watching the Lions. I'm 51 with my brother. His birthday was the other day. Happy birthday, Donald. And for 20 years with my son, he's pitcher in college, so he won't be here to watch it. We watch together because my brother's like the best pit master ever. It's great food. Anyways, to get to the point, my prediction for the game is 27-26. San Francisco wins.
And why is that?
They're just a little bit better on defense, and I think our grit's going to take us there, with the emotion, hard work, everything like that. But I think we're going to fall just a little short to the better talent on San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no shame in this. Obviously, I don't want to what you say have be the case. San Francisco, there's a ton of respect, as there should be, for that team. They are playing at home. And they do have, by almost every metric, statistically, a better defense. I do think Detroit's going to be able to run it, which is what makes it probably closer than the experts in the desert think it's going to be, is Detroit's ability to keep San Francisco's offense off the field, turn the chains, and run the football. San Francisco's rush defense has been vulnerable of late. Green Bay ran the ball a little bit with Aaron Jones. I think Detroit will clip off a long run or two, and ultimately, be able to establish a bit of a running game in this game behind this offensive line with two talented backs. And that's the matchup I like from Detroit's perspective. But San Francisco's really good.
I agree with that, and that's why we're going to be able to stick with them and be able to hold on with them. I just think their defense is going to keep us under, and unfortunately, I think instead of being in front of the games like we have been, leading the whole game, I think we're going to keep up with them, but we're going to be behind, and they're going to have the ball last to score a field goal with Monty Moody.
Thank you for the phone call. Late field goal wins it for San Francisco.
More we do this deeper dive into it. I really like that San Francisco doesn't bring pressure at you with blitzing, that they just try to beat you with their own personnel.
Yeah.
If you've got time to throw, the guy who's going to be getting open time and time again, the longer Jared Goff has to wait and throw, is Jamison Williams. They can't cover him. You can't stay on Jamison Williams for more than 3 seconds. It can't be done. So that's a huge matchup. If the offensive line gives Goff time to throw, J-Mo can be a difference maker.
More of your phone calls and predictions. Also, you had a question in the show sheet whether or not this is the biggest it's ever been in Detroit. We will get to that today at 12:02. Plus, we'll hear from Ben Johnson, Lions offensive coordinator. How's this matchup look when the Lions have the football? 97-1 the ticket. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. What are you smiling about? What I miss?
I don't know. I keep getting the spam calls. I wonder if
I missed 2 calls from Augusta National today.
I can't believe you missed 2 calls from Augusta.
They're probably going to offer me a membership, I would imagine. Huh. Think I should call them back?
Maybe. I mean, I'm tempted to answer these calls just to see if they're psyched for the Lions.
Okay, if you get a this is great. If you get a spam call today, please answer it and start talking Lions football with them. Let's see how that goes. Got 2 hours. We can cross our fingers that one comes in.
And if it doesn't work out, I'll hand the phone to you and you can talk cricket.
I can. Or Jurgen Klopp.
Talk about.
Yeah.
I want you to. Are you going to do this no matter what? You're going to answer the phone call, Gator?
Sure.
Okay, good. You're committed, right?
Yes.
All right. You know what's going to happen now, Doug?
He's going to get a million calls in the next few weeks because he answered one.
Forget the few weeks. Sunday. You better turn off your phone.
That's a good point.
You know what? The funny thing is, it's just this time of the year. Nothing I do stops them.
I thought it slowed down.
It does at times. It'll slow down. This is not the time. I mean, I've not answered one of these calls in months, and it has not slowed down in the last.
You got to change your number.
I can't do that.
Maybe you can. All right. You asked a question on your show sheet today, and I think it's worth talking about here. Is this the most fever pitch Detroit has ever been for any sports team? I mean, think peak Red Wing car flag.
That's the thing, right?
Red Wings, my Red Wings era.
Car flag,
Arch screaming every night. I mean, is this topping that?
It feels like it because it's football, right? And everybody gets united around football. Hockey is more of a niche sport, but when the Red Wings were great, everyone got on board, and you would have those little, souvenir stands set up in the corners at Woodward and wherever. You saw a bunch of those things at the pop-up places. I feel like we're getting there with the Lions. With the thing we talked about yesterday with Kang and his wife's coworkers. Now they're on board with the Lions and wanting Lions gear. My brother was texting me about, hey, where'd you get the grit hat? And everything's going. Everybody wants to get their Lions gear and stuff, right?
Yep.
And they're on board. I feel like absolutely everybody's talking about it. I'm watching the news last night, and it felt like the first 5 out of 6 stories were about Lions fever, mixed in with the occasional real raw news that you have to deal with of the day. But I mean, everybody's doing stories on it. I'm getting text messages from various media people saying, hey, do you know anybody that has been a season ticket holder for 40 years or anything like that? I'm like, wow, okay. So everybody is trying to get that story because this is how nuts it's been because we haven't been to the NFC Championship game in forever.
It's going to be ridiculous if they win this game Sunday and we've got a 2-week build-up to the Super Bowl. It's amazing what this is going to be like. I have no idea. And I think back to, the going to work era Pistons. I think back to the obviously the Red Wings at their heyday, the Tigers in the World Series. I don't think it's there yet. I think the interest is greater, but the thing is, it doesn't have the marination time. And what I mean by that is this playoff run is a couple weeks old. And those playoff runs, you get into the postseason, the Stanley Cup, that's going on for like a month and a half, 2 months. And same thing with the NBA playoffs. Maybe not quite as much, but it's a month. It's a month journey to get to a World Series. So it doesn't have the time, the days checked off on the calendar. But I think it blows everything out of the water because you will check those days. The wait, the 2-week wait between the conference championship game and the Super Bowl will be one of the most fever pitch times in Detroit sports history.
I mean, if we're fortunate on Monday to be talking about the Lions moving onward to Vegas, that 2 weeks is going to take forever.
It is, but I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I hear you.
I just want to roll around in it and bathe in it, pour it over my head. I want
bask
all
in the
of
glory
that.
of it.
Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely. Every last peak of hype and attention and anticipation. My God, the anticipation. And then you get the 7-hour pregame show, right? Then you get the pregame show that NFL Live is on site talking about the Lions every day, Super Bowl week. Media Day, that bizarre player introduction thing they do in an arena where the players come out to, Final Countdown playing, and there's spotlights and there's fans everywhere and all that crazy stuff they do now. It's like Tuesday they do it, and it's turned into this big production, and our team is going to be in the middle of it.
I would love to be able to notice, I guess, that next week with the Pro Bowl that there are no Lions. What the hell, man? Why aren't we seeing any Lions in the flag football game or in the skills kit? Where are they? Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Get ready to go to Vegas, baby.
I want it all.
Yep.
As much as you guys do, I want it all. I saw someone write or tweet or something, say something to us like, well, what are you guys going to do when the Lions lose? Dude, we've been doing that forever.
Yeah.
We've done it every year until this year.
We're very adept
Yes.
at the pivot from season to postseason to after the season.
Yeah.
We pivot well. That's all we've done.
We go back to work.
I don't know. Do we have any experience not talking Lions playoffs?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I got an idea because I think probably the next thing is we'll look at these mock drafts.
Yeah, there you go.
Dude,
Is somebody really asking us what do we do when they lose? We do what we normally do.
Yeah, we've been doing it for a long time. We're going to enjoy this now. I want the hype. I want everything. I want to bitch about commercials. I want the Khalif Raymond story. I want the equipment manager. I want it all.
I want to go to a Super Bowl party where nobody's paying attention to the game. We can do that then. We can do all the stuff that we normally do.
Just another Manic Monday.
What are we going to do? We don't have an idea what to do.
Can you imagine? I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because the Niners are a very, very good team. But the Lions get by the Niners. The next 2 weeks, the shows that we have never gotten to do.
Brought to you by Tequila.
The topics that we never get. We were never part of these.
No.
Ever.
And we'd still do topics about the Super Bowl. But as an
but
observer.
We don't really care.
Yeah, as an observer, not a participant.
We just. I don't even actually, that's the real question. It's not what are you guys going to do when the Lions lose? It's what are we going to do if the Lions win? I have no effing clue.
Sweatpants for 2 weeks.
All right.
Could be.
Or no pants.
Let us know what those days are.
Yeah.
Turn up the heat in the studio. What are we going to do when they lose?
Somebody thinks they insulted us.
Yeah,
good luck talking something else.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I totally burned those guys because they're so overconfident. So, what are you guys going to do? How are you going to act when they lose?
We're very familiar what it's like to act when our football team loses.
All right. Okay.
We're struggling with what to do when they're winning.
We do what we always do. We've acted like we've been there before because we have.
Mock drafts, and it's National Michigan Day.
Yeah.
Right. We'll finally get to that Mel Kiper mock 1.0.
Have they even done mock drafts? I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they have. Mel 1.0
Really?
came out earlier
Just
this
came
week.
out this
Did
week.
it?
Yeah.
God, I don't even give a crap.
It got nary a mention. It only got mentioned that we weren't mentioning it. What are we going to do when they lose? What do you think? That's a challenge?
What a shot. Shots fired at Lions fans.
God, what are we going to do?
I don't know.
You're really going to have your hands full then.
Burn.
I don't know, bear guy. What are we going to do? What are you doing?
Same thing you guys have done since 1986.
All right, let's get to more of your phone calls. 12:30, we start hearing from Ben Johnson, Lions offensive coordinator. What to expect when the Lions have the ball. Hey, you've been watching the NFL playoffs from the sidelines. There's still time to get in the game with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers bet this Sunday's conference championship games with $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. So many ways to win. Player props. You got money line. You got point spreads. Take a look. Check them out. Do what you want. And knowing new customers, You get $150 in bonus bets when you place that first $5 bet. That's guaranteed. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner in the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Hey, special hello to all those Lions fans heading out to San Francisco. There's expected to be a heavy Lions influence at Levi Stadium. Vivid Seats, using the data they've collected and where these tickets are being sold, expects this crowd to push 1/4 of the stadium Lions fans. So represent, y'all. Be smart. Be safe in your travels. Make sure you navigate the moving sidewalk at Metro Airport okay. All the challenges of domestic air travel. I hope it goes well for you. Hope you got a place to stay. Hope you got some Lions fans to gather with outside Levi Stadium before the game.
Hope you don't go viral on a video.
Always a good thing to avoid going viral while you're at a game. Hey, Ben
or
Johnson,
on a plane.
A little bit later on, unless it's a big celebration on the way back.
Oh, that's different. That way, yeah.
Delta, bigger planes, more flights. We've seen the stories. Like this is
We don't want bigger planes and more fights. We don't want that.
flights.
I know. I'm saying.
Okay, yeah. Bigger planes and more flights. Have fun out there. And if you're making your way out there, let us know. 248-539-9797. I would say, and we said it earlier this week, I think the Super Bowl might be out of touch for the average fan financially. It could be talking like $30,000 tickets just to get in the stadium. And I wish I was joking. By the way, it was Alex Tanguay was the coach that was sending Derek Lalone updates, 3rd and 6 on the 22. Birchie just sent me the tweet. He's like, Tangs, I don't need an update every play.
That was so great. Lalone describing that on the morning show last week.
So funny. All right, let's get to your open line calls. Andrew, Garden City. You're on 97.1 to take it. What's up, Andrew?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
All right.
So, I think it's going to be 24-24, and it's going to go into overtime. I think 49ers are going to end up winning the coin toss. They're going to receive, and they are not going to get the touchdown. And then I think Detroit's going to win it with a touchdown to St. Brown.
So 30-24, they're going to eschew the field goal, or he's going to score outside of field goal range? That's what you see happening?
Correct.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you just brought up the heart attack ending. That is the ready, set, puke. Overtime, I can't even imagine what overtime's going to feel like.
Oh, I know. And I know it'll, crush us all if it goes to overtime. But that's just how I see it going, because anytime I watch something like this, it's like something that's this much on the line, it always ends up being something like this. Something completely from left field that you don't expect to happen, and then it happens.
You know, Andrew, I'm actually mad at you for bringing this up.
Because I figured.
Overtime, lose the coin toss. 100% percentage. 100% of Lions fans are going to predict we just lost the game. They're going to go down the field and score. We're never going to see the football. That's what it's going to feel like.
Well, that's based on the Seahawks game, basically.
Well, here's the thing, though. But based on how this season has gone and how things started to turn last year, this is where the Lions' luck has changed. So if it goes to overtime and San Fran wins the toss, they're not scoring a touchdown. They may score a field goal. They may kick a field goal and take the lead, but the Lions battle through that. They'll have their opportunity. They come back and they scored a touchdown to win. Because that's what Lions football has been over the last 25 games or so.
Well, they've done a great job getting the necessary stops in the postseason. The defense came up with massive, massive stops in both the playoff games. So,
and I mean, I have all the faith in the world in our boys to get this done.
Hope you're right. Overtime.
Doug, you just did a Final Four overtime game in California this year.
Yes, I did.
That'd be weird to
How'd
do
that
it
work
again.
out?
Yeah.
Worked out well.
All right.
Worked out well.
Ruined your dry January.
Yeah, that didn't help. That was January 1st. Who we got next here? Todd, you're on 97.1 to take it. What's up, Todd?
Yeah, how are you guys doing today? Great show.
Thank you.
I've been a season ticket holder for 28 years.
Okay.
I'm going to be 55 years old this year. 17 games now is what creates your football team. And it can create your career or it can kill your career. But on another note, when I was a kid, football is a blue-collar sport. When I was a kid, my parents couldn't afford to put me in travel baseball, hockey, travel hockey. So me, like all my friends, played football. So it's something we could all relate to because we weren't born with money. And I think that's why there's such a backing into the football, Detroit Lions, and that it's, less than 6 months of the season. 17 games. Hockey's 82 games. Tigers are 162 games. Just let the average man live a little bit of life and still enjoy a great sport.
Well, this is a football town, and people do absolutely love this sport. And it's amazing to be a football town and not have success. But Obviously, they're having success now, and it's awesome.
Well, for 28 years, I put up with hearing, why are you still supporting them? Because football is great. Lions are great, and it's fun. It's a sport that people can all relate to. You don't need to know all the plays. It's just fun. And it's the most affordable when you think about 17 games, 10 or 9 home games. You know, you're not spreading your money out over 6 months. You're spreading it out over, 4.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up a bunch of stuff I hadn't given thought to, and I'm not sure is even true, but sure, I'll roll with it. I mean, I don't know that football's like affordable. I don't know that
football's expensive.
Yeah, I don't know where it is in the
Professional football
calendar.
is really expensive.
But it's his theory. He's sticking with it, and cool. But okay, 248-539-9797. Let's go to.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you think that because of the success of this season to this point, I mean, there are no more home games, but they had 2 home games this year, and because people saw how crazy the prices are, do you think that gives some people the impetus to try to use that as an investment and try to get in on season tickets as an investment tool?
I don't know. I've never been ticket guy. Buy my tickets, sell tickets. I can pay for my whole season next year. If I like, the purpose of getting the ticket was to go to the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I realize that there's a market for it. Some people see the world through that prism. I've never been hey, this has value. Let me sell it. I'm buying the experience. I was going to follow through on what should be the best part of the experience. Like I've always found it odd when people, I sold my Ohio State tickets, paid for all next year's. I'm like, you get the tickets to go to the Ohio State game.
Right.
You get the tickets to go to the Lions playoff game. But, I mean, I'm not saying those people are wrong for doing it. I just have never been wired that way. And I feel like you're missing out on the best part of the right that you bought into.
I think it's a tough decision for sure. I mean, hopefully, you bought it originally because you're a fan, and then something happens where, hey, this can help me financially, right? If I'm not, I'm not printing money in my backyard, and this helps the family somewhat, and it does pay for the season tickets and other stuff. I think, that's a tough decision because then the game you're ultimately selling, Doug, is a really, really important big game.
It's the one that you get the tickets for, right?
Yeah.
But that's how some people roll, and I'm not. It's just different, But I've never been buy the tickets as an investment guy. An investment in my fun. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Scott. You're next. What's up, Scott?
Hey. What's going on? How you doing?
All right, Scott.
Hey, so listen, it's my second time calling. I got a mantra. You guys said somebody asked, what are we gonna do when the Lions lose? So since we've been in the postseason, I've been using a mantra that we used to use for cards, and it's we ain't never had none. So we going for it all every time. I love and I hate when Dan Campbell gambles for the the 4th down and 1, but I can get so geeked up and I can say, man, let's go for it. We ain't never had nothing. So that's kind of my mantra right now for the Lions. Man, we going for it all, no matter what, win, lose, or bust. We ain't never had nothing. And I don't want to use the word house money. We doing great, man. We doing great. So
yeah, I mean, a lot of people lean into the roll the dice thing, and hey, now that we're here, don't be passive.
Well, don't change who you are. Don't change what got you to where you're at, which is being aggressive. It's taking some chances, but I mean, they're risks, but they're not. They're calculated risks. They're not just doing it for the sake of doing it and trying to be crazy. I mean, there's method behind the madness, and it's not that mad.
What was the saying he came up with after the Dallas game? They were so mad he was controlled
fury.
Controlled fury. Yeah, thank you. 248-539-9797. All right, Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson. What makes San Francisco's defense so good? And how they have maximized Goff's skill set. Some of the more interesting questions he had to answer. We'll get to that today at 12:35. 97.1 The Ticket. Gator, I got a quiz for you coming up today at 1:05.
Wow, we had an impromptu, are you going to eat that, from a listener.
Yeah, now I got a quiz for Gator. I will challenge you. See how you do. You usually do. Well, sometimes you don't embarrass yourself. And this, I hope, is another one of those cases.
Why do I think I'm being set up?
You're not being set up. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. I think you'll do well. I'm not asking you, like, what's the Da Vinci Code? Like, this is something you can handle.
It's a movie and a book.
248-539-9797. All right, so we said we get to a little bit of preview when the Lions have the football. We did defense last hour. Green Bay ran the ball well. We talked about it. Aaron Jones had a big run, but went over 100 yards, averaged 6 yards a carry. San Francisco, as we mentioned earlier, recent trend really does favor Detroit in the run game. San Francisco's defense is 28th in yards per carry allowed since week 15, which isn't like a huge sample size, but it's enough to make you wonder if either somebody has cracked that code, how to run the ball against the Niners, or whether or not, they've just started to slip a little bit in their run defense. The Niners are 3-4 on the season when allowing an opponent to rush for at least 100 yards. The Lions running game, we've seen it with Gibbs and David Montgomery, the best in the NFL, yards after contact per rush. The Lions running backs get an average of 2.1 yards after contact, which is the best in the game. If Detroit has a path to victory, and I think they do have a path to victory, I think this is the key. I think it's running the football against this defense. And I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but that looks doable to me.
I think they can, and what I love about the Lions running attack is it's a 1-2 punch, and you keep guys fresh that way. It's not just having a bell cow and he's going to get tired and then you have to take a play off and we'll obviously throw it at this point. Nothing would make me happier than if they're able to run the ball successfully and they go ahead and pull a Michigan versus Penn State and we're just going to run it in the second half. Good luck getting the ball back and with time to do stuff. We're going to just march right down the field, score because you can't stop it. That would be fantastic. Tough task, but I do like the Lions' opportunity to run here because of the two backs, because the speed of Gibbs is something that can be exploited. If you make a mistake, he makes you pay for it. And, frankly, using both guys out of the backfield as receivers helps too. If they're able to run the ball, that sets up the pass, right? Play action passing. We know how good Goff is at play action passing. It's integral to this offense working that they're able to run the football.
Well, look, it's and their play action game is the best in the NFL. They got more yards passing in play action than anybody else in the NFL. So they set one another up. We mentioned that we get to what Ben Johnson had to say. San Francisco does have a very good defense across the board, and the key to it, according to Lions offensive coordinator, is
the Niners get a lot of credit with Kyle Shanahan, that offense, and being so great. And it's just put anybody in there and they're going to do well. And it's worked out so well for Kyle Shanahan. The underrated part really is their defense. They've gone through 3 defensive coordinators in 4 years with Saleh, DeMeco Ryans, and now the current one that they have. It's amazing how good the defense has been, but they keep that system in place. Guys know how to run that system when they come in to coach it. These players have been there for a while. It's just a well-oiled machine. Can't stress it enough. It doesn't mean it's unbeatable. It's just that they've had systems in place that have worked for them to the tune of this being another NFC Championship game appearance.
They're really good. And the personnel is there at all 3 levels, and it's going to be difficult. Lions have a really good offense, and they give you problems. And, I still believe you win in this league with more offense than defense, but it's not like defense doesn't help you win. I think the key is to have a great offense. And this is really going to test my theory because the Lions defense, like if you look at the total defense rankings, the teams that are left rank 2, 5th, 2, 5, 8, and 18. Sorry, 19. Detroit's 19th in total defense. If they carry this thing to a championship, certainly will help back my theory. But with that said, more from Ben Johnson. And we've all talked about the marriage between Ben Johnson and Jared Goff and how they have maximized Goff's skill set. Here's what Ben Johnson says is the key. Collaborative effort to help bring out the best in their players. And Ben Johnson has to be able to be flexible. And it sounds like that's kind of the core of what he is.
And a David Blau reference.
Yeah. Didn't expect that, huh? All right. Last thing from Ben Johnson. We've talked a lot about how many fans are going to be there. How many Lions fans? They're expected to be noticeable. Here is what Ben Johnson had to say about can the Lions fans' presence help this team. It's been fun to be a part of. And look, the one playoff win was some people's hurdle that they thought they'd never get over. They got that. They followed it up with a second and scratched and clawed and beat an opponent that was hot. And some people said, don't. Both these two teams that the Lions have played have been don't let the record fool you. They're hot coming into this game. Now the Lions are that team. The Lions are the underdog.
Yeah, they're the underdog. But they've got a whole city behind them. They're going to have a tremendous amount of people wearing blue out in that stadium this weekend. We had the numbers where it was trending towards north of 20% of the secondary market that those tickets were going to be bought by.
Well, there was so much. It's not just the secondary market. They think the Lions fans are chewing up so many of the secondary markets that they'll make up over 20% of the stadium.
That's amazing.
It really is.
And to see that sea of blue out there cheering this team on in an NFC championship game.
Yep.
Because imagine if that game was here, if the Packers had beaten them. I know the Packer fans travel, but do you think, Lions fans wouldn't be selling those tickets to the Packers fans? They'd be going to the game because it's an NFC championship game. Remember what they said about the crowd at Ford Field, that it was the fewest amount of fans you've seen from an opposing fan base.
Steve Levy? Wasn't it Steve Levy?
Steve Levy said that. So to see that the Lions fans are traveling, and they're traveling well for this one, it's going to give another extra lift. I mean, that team goes in there ready to do battle. And then when they see that there's that support from their own fan base, it gives them a lift. They talk about it.
Well, I think because the people buying the secondary tickets are the same people.
Yeah.
They're Lions fans, whether it's in San Francisco or whether it's in Detroit. That's why you don't see the Buccaneer fans here or the Rams fans, because if they are selling tickets, it's to other Lions fans.
Dominating the market.
Yeah.
Love it. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the people next. Hey, rev up the new year with a brand new Chevy truck or SUV from Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. As the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights right now has a huge inventory of popular models like the legendary Silverado, the award-winning Equinox, that are ready for you to test drive. Take one home today. So hurry into Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights and get 2024 off to a great start. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Do what we did. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. That's 87-SAY-SERRA. Or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. One of the other things I really like in this matchup, Gator, as it pertains to when the Lions offense is on the field, you've talked a little bit about, the quarterback position and all that. Goff's experience here, I think means something. This is his 9th playoff game. Obviously winning the last 2 in a row, but he's got 5 playoff wins. And I don't want to discount that on his resume, because we went through a decade with a quarterback that all we talked about was, could he get a playoff win? This guy came to Detroit with 3 under his belt, a Super Bowl trip, and has brought us the first 2 playoff wins we've had in forever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, combined to get 2, we got to go back. Like it's the whole way. It's to the 50s. So he did it in 8 days. I like his experience here. Now, Purdy's played in a surprising number of playoff games. He's basically played 3 and some change. He got hurt in that Philly game. So he's got some experience. But Goff, I really like. He seems to be comfortable in his own skin, and the stage doesn't seem to be too big for him.
No, and the stage gets bigger and bigger as each game goes on down the stretch of the season when you're trying to accomplish things like get this team to clinch a playoff spot, clinch the division, and then, try to go for the second seed like they were trying against Dallas, and then to actually get another playoff game and all this and knowing you're going to play against the Rams. The fourth quarter is a big quarter. And Kay Adams had tweeted this stat out, and it's Jared Goff's numbers in the fourth quarter since Week 10, and this includes the playoffs. Since Week 10, including the playoffs, his passing yards per game in the fourth quarter, 92.7 yards passing. NFL rank, number 1. His completion percentage in the fourth quarter, 73.9%. NFL rank, number 1. He's thrown 7 passing touchdowns in the fourth quarter since Week 10, including the playoffs. NFL rank, tied for number 1. And his quarterback passer rating since Week 10, including the playoffs, in the fourth quarter, 113.7. NFL rank, number 1.
That's pretty amazing. Oh, do you got a call? Spam call?
I may have a call.
All right, great. He's going to try and talk Lions with the spam caller. Gator is answering a spam call right now.
Hello?
Oh, this is some potential. Is it a real person or a recording?
Hello? Oh, they hung up.
No, it's too bad. Damn it.
You never know.
All right, let's get back to your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Gary, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Gary.
Hey, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
I got a couple things to say. I'm calling from Tampa, and I live in Burrillville, Michigan. And I wear my Lions hat wherever I go. And even after the Tampa Bay game, everybody's saying great team and good luck. And everybody seems to be on the Lions bandwagon. That is super. And the other thing is that I turned 70 Sunday, and my son put the 97.1 Ticket app on my phone. So now I can listen to you guys, and maybe one of the best birthday gifts I ever got.
Awesome. There you go. Happy birthday.
Yeah. And Scott, you said 14 wins before the season started. So did I.
I said 12.
And looks like we were right on.
Well, I went 12 and 5, and I was right on, but I'll take it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Anyways, what I have to say about the game is that I really think that Hutchinson is going to be a key factor, and he's going to rattle Purdy. And it's not going to be pretty. I think Hutchinson's going to get some good, clean hits on him. And I think that between that and the Lions running offense to eat up the clock, those are going to be the 2 keys to the game as far as I can see. I love your show, and go Lions.
Thank you, Gary from Burrillville, Michigan, 248-539-9797. And happy birthday. Al is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Al?
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing today?
All right, Al.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
yep,
go ahead.
We can. Go ahead.
It's as simple as this. Growing up on the east side of Detroit, elementary school, Big Night Train Lane came in there and shook our hands. In 1992, I was in the Marine Corps. I was stationed at 8th and I, Washington headquarters. Lions fan. But I'm going to tell you something right now. The city, I just love it. Just love it. I'm going to predict not even San Francisco, but the Super Bowl.
Oh, my.
Lions, 27-17, San Francisco. They're going to play the Kansas City Chiefs. And the reason why they're going to play the Chiefs is because everyone is tired of the commercials, the State Farm guy. We're going all the way. Remember, Big Al said that.
All right, Big Al. So if people are tired of the Chiefs and the commercials, then wouldn't they play Baltimore?
Yeah, remember Big Al said that. If I could only figure out what Big Al was getting at.
Big Al's chesty about, listen, Big Al's been around.
Yep.
He's chesty about the Lions against San Francisco, and he thinks they're going to end up
what I took from
winning
that,
the whole damn thing.
What I took from that is Lions are going to win because People are sick of State Farm commercials, and he met Dick Night Train Lane. 248-539-9797. Who's next? It's Dave. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hello.
What's up?
Listen, I want to touch on just for a minute on some of this these data, these sheets we've seen out here, like the NFL playoff rooting interest. For example, the mapping of the U.S. with the Twitters, the hashtags and Twitter data. And we've seen, I know some of us have seen this, where the KC has 5 states, Baltimore has 2 states. I'm looking at the map as we speak. Frisco has 5, 6 states, and the Lions have 25 or 30. I know it's not adding up to 50, but you get the idea. This is where I haven't heard a lot of chatter about the 12th man on the field. You know, I hate to do this, but we got the Lions, a win, and the refs in one sentence. And that is, I'm not saying that the Lions need the help. They're going to go in there and smoke these guys by 10 to 12 points. But I also feel that I've seen a changing of the guard on some of the calls over the last, 3 to 6 weeks, where the Lions have had, the refs have had the mindset of letting it go, let them play, maybe even going the other way. I just think
it was less than a month ago the Dallas game happened.
Well, he did say 3 to 6. So maybe if you want to cut it off at 3,
then
you get the Vikings game and the 2 playoff games. But I mean, to your point, Dave, do I think the Lions benefited from some officiating? I think they have. I think they did. I think there were some penalties that could have been called for pass interference that did not get called. I think there are plays on both sides that could have been called that haven't been called. But yeah, I think the Lions have benefited from a couple.
Well, that's fair. And I'll take the over-under at 3. That's fine. But I would say this. You know, it's about money. It's about ratings. I'm not saying it's all conspiracy, but these things do come into play. And I would say the Lions, given a fair shake in this game, are going to win by 12. That's my number, and we'll see you in the winner's circle.
Okay.
Are Lions fans drinking already? I know it's Friday and the game's in a couple days.
We had a few in a row here.
Yeah,
really interesting.
Like, by the way, the Lions also got screwed on that Taylor Decker offsides false start crap during that game. So it's not like, I think Lions fans are so used to getting screwed over, they think normal calls are going their way. Yeah, exactly. Like, this happens in games, man.
That's a great call. Antonio, you're next. What's up, Antonio?
Hey, how's it going?
All right, Antonio.
I'm very confident, but to crystallize why I'm confident, I have to give a comparison as to what we had and what we got, and then you'll understand clearly where I'm at. In 2014, we had the great Calvin Johnson and the great Matthew Stafford. But as you know, playoff football, a defensive coordinator's number one job is to take away what you like to do best. And make you play left-handed. And so if you want to take the biggest resemblance of a running game they had in 2014 was Joyce Bell and Reggie Bush, which is a clear upgrade with Montgomery and Gibbs. So if the defensive coordinator want to try to make the Lions play left-handed and take away what we like to do best, well, we don't have a left hand. We're more like an octopus. If you want to cut off one of the tentacles, we could go to Laporta. We could go to we can give something San Francisco hasn't seen or can prepare.
You're saying, I'm not quite sure what it had to do with Joyce Bell, but you're saying that the Lions, you take away one thing, they're perfectly comfortable attacking a different way.
Yes, Stafford didn't have a running game to rely on if you double and triple Calvin. We didn't have the requisite parts that when the defensive coordinators take away what you like to do best, which was clearly Calvin, something to take them out of that. Whereas with our diversity of our offense, we could run it smash mouth style, not smoke and mirror style, but smash mouth. We can do this. We got the Laporta. We got J-Mo.
Yeah, they didn't have the run game back then. They did have the option in Golden Tate. But, yeah, I mean, look, this is one of the better Lions offenses ever. And they do have all kinds of different ways they can attack you, for sure. Gator, got a quiz for you coming up at 102. Then more of your phone calls and feedback. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So a caller referenced it, and I want to see how you do with this, Gator. We got an email from our friends at betonline.ag. that put a geotag map of Twitter together and which states are rooting for which teams based upon posts on those websites. So like when they see the hashtag One Pride or Go Niners or Chiefs Kingdom or whatever, and they follow that and they look at over 220,000 tweets, they can track what each state they think is rooting for. So I'm going to give you the team and the number of states they have, and you see if you can tell me which states you think they have, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Start with the Ravens. Only 2 states are rooting for the Ravens.
Maryland and Virginia.
Yes and yes. Well done.
All right.
Let's go to the Chiefs. There are 4 states rooting for the Chiefs.
Kansas, Missouri, I don't know. It starts to get interesting there. Nebraska and Oklahoma. I don't know.
It is Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, and Iowa. The 49ers
Should have gone north.
have 7 states. What do you think the 7 states are?
They're going to be all out west. California, Oregon, Nevada, Utah, Arizona. How many more do I have?
Well, 2.
2 more. Would they be rooting for what? Would Washington be rooting for San Francisco? How about Colorado?
Try Hawaii.
And Hawaii.
There you go.
The correct answer, Nevada, Oregon, Utah, California, Hawaii,
My man.
Idaho,
Idaho.
and Alaska.
Alaska. Okay.
There are 37 states rooting for Detroit.
The rest of them, Doug.
Name them. You did pretty well.
Michigan, Ohio, Illinois, Wisconsin, Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana.
Here's what's interesting. You guessed
Florida, Georgia.
You guessed
North Carolina,
Washington
South
was rooting for San Francisco. Washington's rooting for Detroit.
Love it.
You guessed Arizona's rooting for San Francisco. Arizona's rooting for Detroit.
I should have known better.
Oklahoma.
Arizona's chock full of transplanted Michiganders.
You guessed that Oklahoma is rooting for Kansas City. They're rooting for Detroit.
They love Dan Campbell.
We got Texas.
Yep.
We got Florida, Georgia. The Eastern Seaboard, basically. Everything
but, well,
east of the Mississippi with the exception of Maryland and Virginia.
Yep.
Which is wild. And west of the Mississippi, we have more states than anybody else, too.
What about the UP?
UP is still rooting for the Packers. Wild. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Ben. You're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Ben?
Hey, so my brothers and I, along with my son, are part of the contingent going to San Fran. So that was kind of a last-minute deal. It's going to be awesome. In fact, we're heading down right now to Ford Field. I guess that supply store is open till 7 to get some merch to bring out there. So we're really stoked. My brother who works out there, actually, he's got a weekly place for us to stay, says that a lot of the fans out there aren't really San Francisco fans. They're all Oakland Raider fans that were kind of pissed off that San Fran's there now. So I think there's going to be a pretty strong contingent alliance, hoping anyways. But
it's trending that way.
As far as the game goes, pardon?
I said it's trending that way.
Yeah, it will be sweet. You know what I mean? Just to see them be able to get into the Super Bowl, because I'm not going to spend that kind of crazy money to watch them in the Super Bowl. I think would be, awesome. But Gator, I can't. I back what you're saying. I think the key to this is tackling McCaffrey. If they can bring him down, then we got a chance. But that guy just seems like he's such a beast, running through people, and I don't know. I think that's going to be the big telltale sign.
They lead the league in yards after contact in this league, and it's not just McCaffrey, but he is, chief amongst them. But yeah, all their guys are really good at breaking tackles, and it adds up. It adds up.
Yeah, so it'll be fun. Looking forward to it. And you know what? Why not them, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, we got a shot here.
This is a shot.
This is not. Look, we know what it's like when your team has a chance, but you need a bunch of stuff to go right. This is not one of those games. Our team has a chance, and they need some things to go right for them, but not a laundry list.
No, this isn't, Michigan, Georgia from a couple of years ago, Michigan State, Alabama from the first playoff. It's not like that where you just dreaded going into it like we're going to get pummeled. Hopefully we can keep it close. We got a shot to win this game.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen how well the Lions have played. This is the NFL. There's parity in the NFL. Any given Sunday, every cliche you want to use, it's true.
And I want to use them all.
Yes. Lions are 12-5 for a reason this year. They're a damn good football team.
And so are the Niners.
Yes.
And then, listen, the Lions are a firm underdog, right? But this isn't like, a miracle like you guys were saying that needs to happen. The Lions are really good at running the football. They're really good at stopping the run. The Niners are really good at running the football. And overall, Doug, at the whole season, they're really good at stopping the run as well. Who's going to impose their will on the other team? You line up, measure it up. Who's going to attack the other team's weakness the best? I'm looking at Ambry Thomas. Every time that guy's on the field, I'm attacking him, okay? If I'm the Lions, if I'm Ben Johnson, I'm sure he's got a bunch of plans drawn up. And the Lions, we all know their secondary is prone to give up big plays. If I'm the Lions, how do I stop that? Now, they've been winning, even though they've had one receiver basically go off on them the last 6 weeks or so.
Right.
How long can that continue? How do you keep that in check? This is a game where, I'm not going to say necessarily a coin toss, but the Lions have a very, very good shot of beating the Niners because the Niners have a very good shot of beating the Lions.
Yeah,
of course.
I mean, it's funny that the point spread hasn't moved because I think it's too big. And, we'll get to our predictions, by the way, for the game starting today at 1:23.
Vegas might also be waiting to hear what's up with Deebo Samuel.
Oh, that makes sense. Let's go to Mike next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, Mike.
Hey, before I get into my take, and I'm going to give my honest take, if the Lions were to complete what they're doing, it would be the greatest season in the history of football because never before has a team that hasn't made the playoffs the year before beat the last 3 Super Bowl champs, which were L.A., Tampa, and Kansas, and the first number 1 seeds in both conferences if they were to play Baltimore. That is an amazing accomplishment. That would be amazing. Never.
Wow.
The reason I don't personally think they'll do it is because of this. They're not a complete product yet, and if San Francisco's coach and that coaching staff cannot take advantage of our weakness, they don't need to be in the business. I know anything can happen as far as turnovers, but if you look at our offense and their offense, they're both 1 and 2, but they don't go up against each other.
No.
It's easier for their defense to stop our offense than for our defense to stop their offense. It's a big difference.
Well,
man.
it's statistically sure, but look who the Lions have gone against. They went against the Dallas Cowboys and that great defense, and they got cheated out of a win on the road. They took on a Bucs defense that is devastatingly good, and they were able to handle the Bucs defense and light them up for 31 points.
Dallas defense is lighting the keisters. So when we say great defense, I'm talking about if you look at that San Francisco defense, it's much along the same lines, not as good as Baltimore.
No, they're very physical. There is some comps to Baltimore there. What do you got for a score, Mike? Mike?
Yeah, I'm here.
What do you got for a score?
Oh, I have the score. I have San Francisco 27, Detroit 17. I think what's going to hurt us, I think that they're going to just stack. They're going to make us beat them passing. They're just going to make, and they know Garrett, and that's the other thing. I'm not saying that Brock Purdy is a better quarterback than Jared, but he's more mobile.
Yes, he is, and I would agree with that. We're up against it. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback and have our predictions at 1:23, 97.1 The Ticket.
If you're looking for a place to watch the game, you want to get some friends together and check it out, there's no better place in town than 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. They've got great food, an awesome atmosphere, great specials. The wings are fantastic. This is the place you're going to want to be because every seat is a great seat. Flat screen, high definition TVs throughout the place. They'll pipe in the sound for the big game. And, of course, this Sunday, we know what a big game it is. 6:30. They got drink specials all game long. Want to get there early? Watch the earlier game. It starts at 3 o'clock. Go ahead and do that. And for all college basketball games, they got $4 drafts of Miller Lite and Coors Light. For all Detroit hockey and basketball games, you get $4 bottles of Blue and Blue Light. The specials are all day, every day. Plus, 24 Seconds is open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. Thursday night, you want a little pizzazz? They got trivia night. It's awesome. Plus, you go to the 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Check out the great contests they have. And if you want any party or event catered, let 24 Seconds do all the work. That's the way to do it. Check out all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. It's my favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in downtown Berkeley.
So we talked about the Twitter data that says that 37 states are rooting for the Lions.
Right.
If the Lions win this game, it all multiplies. I can imagine Baltimore fans or Kansas City fans are going to be so sick of hearing about the Lions. Whoever wins that AFC game leading into the championship game, leading into the Super Bowl. Because seriously, the whole darlings of the NFL thing, everybody's going to be doing the Lions story. Everybody is.
Sure there are.
Yeah.
There are going to be a million stories out there. I saw that one of the beat writers had tweeted out that, hey, I'm working on one of the many stories you'll see this week about George Kittle and Sam Laporta because of the Iowa connection. And there's going to be that. There's going to be stories comparing the quarterbacks because people like to say how similar they are and all this. And, we'll see the Jared Goff versus San Francisco in his past when he was with the Rams stuff. And, Dan Campbell. We're going to have a bunch of this stuff. And it's going to get a little – will it be nauseating or not? I mean, either
for them, we're going to lean into it. And it's about time that it's come back around. But it's a little known fact that every NFL tight end actually did go to Iowa.
This is true.
Some people say Kelsey went to Cincinnati. No, it was Iowa.
Yeah, people are starting to figure it out.
Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Tom. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Tom.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Great, Tom.
Well, I'm calling from, speaking of the 37 states that are in favor of the Lions, I'm calling from Jackson, Wyoming.
Nice.
And grew up in Grosse Pointe, moved out when I was about 17. And I don't know where to begin. I was in high school when they got knocked out by the Redskins. But this has just been such a cool thing for a couple reasons. First is they're obviously there.
Yeah.
Second is my dad, when he died 8 or 9 years ago, the Lions Packers game was on TV. And one of the last things he said was, Jesus Christ, I'm never going to see him win. So there's that. And I can get into all kinds of crazy family things with the Lions, season tickets, da-da-da-da. But what's been super fun is our 11-year-old daughter is so into it. And I can't remember when it started or what point during the season it started, but her first pro sports game was watching the Lions beat the Packers, I think, in 2018 in Detroit when we were visiting family. And she's just bananas about it. She wants to play football in the house. She wants to throw the ball outside. Last weekend during the Tampa game, we were at one of her ski races, and she had a Amon Ra T-shirt under her race suit, and she's dyeing her hair blue. And she's got all of her class on board with the Lions, and everybody that I know when they see my Lions hat just gives me a high five. So I was explaining to her how important or how much fun it is to be part of this as a fan and to enjoy the ups and downs. And I got really nothing beyond that to say other than go Lions. And it's been the last thing is it's just been so much fun listening to you guys and everybody else on 97.1 this week. We've been streaming it nonstop.
That's great. So and the daughter thing,
work.
It's so ridiculous, but here you are, you're talking about your father and your daughter. And that's the best part of sports is that it does bring us together. And I'm sure you're going to have your dad in your thoughts watching this game. And you make sure you share it with him every way you can because that's kind of a grim but funny story.
I'm never going to see him win. No, but not from this perspective. You'll be able to watch him from above.
248-539-9797. We got Sam next on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Sam?
Yeah, well, my dad took me to my first game in 1958. God, that was a down year. Anyway, now I'm a Lions spy behind enemy lines, and I have a few observations to share with you guys.
You're in San Francisco?
Yeah, well, in the area.
Okay.
No, I'd never be in San Francisco anymore. They got the events coordinator up there for the ballpark. You know what she said? She says, we need the crowd to do this. We need the crowd to be loud. They don't talk like that in Detroit, do they? We need the crowd to be loud?
No, we know the crowd's going to be loud.
I know. It's like we're breaking records for, how loud it is, right? So here's the other miscalculation. Shanahan gets up there and goes, "Well, I know the Lion fans are really loud and they travel really well, but we have the best fans in the league and we're the loudest. So what other miscalculations is this guy making? Really serious, or is he just?"
That's just coach speak in front of a podium and in front of a microphone. I mean, they're gonna say things like that. They're not gonna, slam their fan base. He's not Nick Saban.
Sam, I do have a follow-up. What do you mean that their events coordinator, somebody from the organization, is urging the San Francisco fans to be loud?
Yeah, this woman. Yeah, she got up there this morning on the news. Yeah, we need them to be really loud. We need them to show up and be really loud. And it's like there's a sense of nervousness out here. And the only thing the team is talking about is this Deebo Sanders shoulder. And I'll ask you a question. Does Kirby Joseph know which shoulder it is and what kind of injury it is and everything?
Took some we went through reporting on this all week long, right or left. It appears to be the left, but there are some people that are reporting it's the right. If you look at the hit itself, it looks like the left, and that was the one he hurt earlier. So I think it's pretty clear it's the left.
Can I give you a quick strategy in my score and I'll get out of here?
Yep.
Okay, the Lions, what I think they need to do, and you won't believe this, but a couple weeks ago, after the Baltimore game, they just tore Fred Warner apart. At the time, he was leading the league in missed tackles. I mean, they're all over this guy. This week, it's Purdy. They are all over Purdy. So my offensive strategy for the Lions is you got to run right at these edge runners. These edge rushers. You got to get right at Bosa and Chase, run right at these guys, and then pass over the middle and attack Fred Warner. I'm serious. I think that's it's a simple little thing, but I'm hoping, and that's kind of the way the Lions play.
What do you got for a score, Sam?
Take the Lions, and you get 7.5 today. I can't understand why this thing hasn't dropped.
You did say quick. What do you got for a score, Sam?
Well, I'm just saying take the 7.5.
Thank you. Okay, it's time for our predictions, and we're now backed up against it. Gator, you want to start? You want Kang to start? You want me to go first?
Why don't you go first?
Okay. Look, I've talked a lot about the Lions run game, and I think the Lions are going to be able to run it. I do think Deebo is going to play, and I do think he is going to be effective. This is going to be a shootout. San Francisco's offense, if Purdy shows up from last week, Lions are going to win the game. I don't think that's going to happen. The Lions defense has given up a ton of yards in the pass game this postseason. And I think San Francisco is going to be able to move the ball between the red zones. The question is, can they put it into the end zone? I have them with 6 scoring drives in this game, 3 touchdowns, 3 field goals. I got San Francisco with 30. And I think it's a flip of the coin game. I think San Francisco wins 30-28. And I can totally see it going the other direction. This is my 51. I think the Lions they're going to need a play or two. I feel like Monday is a day we're going to be talking about one play for 4 hours.
Oh, boy.
That's how close I think this game is going to be. But I'm going to take San Francisco 30-28, and now I duck for cover.
Well, that's fine. No, I mean, I think we all agree that San Francisco on paper can be the better team here. But everybody's, got the reasons for why it's going to be this score. Everybody's going tight, can come down to a field goal last minute. Maybe it comes down to overtime. I see it going differently. I'm going a different direction, Doug. Lions can take that opening drive and just ram it down their freaking throat. Punch them in the mouth. Get the 1-2 hammer. Montgomery and Gibbs, right? And then they're going to give them the taste of the fastest man alive. Jamison Williams to the house. 7-0 Lions early. Well, it's time to go on defense, right? Make your bones there. Time to take your first kneecap. Sorry, Christian McCaffrey. Had to happen to you. But you're walking kind of funny. That Kirby Joseph hit that really did a number on you. Looked like it hurt. But what really hurts is watching C.J. Gardner-Johnson sprint down the sidelines of that ball that you just coughed up. Pay dirt. 14-0 Lions. 9 minutes in. And it's already we got to prove this ain't no fluke. 3 and out for Purdy and company, and the Lions get the ball back with plenty of time to strike in the first quarter. Laporta, St. Brown, Reynolds, Gibbs. Wait, who's in the end zone? Getting jiggy with it. Zach Ertz. Shaking his moneymaker, and before you can hit the fridge for beer number 7, it's 21-0 Lions. Purdy's cracking. Aiden Hutchinson bears down incessantly throughout this game. He's not alone. Aaron Glenn is just bringing it from all angles. Intentional grounding sends it back inside their own 10-yard line. Ensuing punt gives the Lions great field position at their own 40. They take advantage. Run, run, run. It's what we do. Stay fresh. Use both backs. Crowd's getting sick of hearing number 70 is reported as eligible. It doesn't matter. 28-0. Kneecap number 2. Lions go on. Take care of business. Win this one. 42-7. Woo! You guys want to play it safe? Play it safe. I'm going to run it back like the Super Bowl when San Fran took it to Denver. The Lions are going to take it to San Fran. 42-7.
God, I hope you're right. We'll get Kang's pick and more of your calls next. 97.1 The Ticket. I got one question on your prediction.
Yeah, go ahead.
You think San Francisco's going to get 7?
I mean, I think they score in the second half.
That was generous of you, Gator.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is they get behind by so much that, they have situations they could probably kick field goals. But at that point, when you're down by 35 points, you need to go for touchdowns, and it's going to hurt them.
No, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
They won't go for 2, though?
It's just a shame.
Yeah.
No. Well, they the touchdown to start early, and then, they're playing by 7s at that point. So,
well, Kang, follow that. What do you got for this game?
I wish I could feel as confident as Gator, but I don't. I feel like it's going to be a really close game, like you said, Doug. Ready, set, puke from the beginning to the end. A lot of people feel like a shootout is possible. That's kind of score you predicted. I don't know if a shootout's going to happen. Defensively, I think the Lions need to stop the run. Purdy can beat you, and he can throw the ball. Respect him. You have holes in your secondary. So I think the key is maybe make Purdy uncomfortable. You may not be able to stop the yardage, but make him throw a pick or 2. I think the Lions got to force a turnover or 2. McCaffrey, Ayuk, Kittle, they're all really good. But for some reason, if Debo doesn't finish this game, the Niners offense just isn't as good. The 3 losses in the middle of the year, Debo didn't finish any of those games. I think they're a different offense without Debo. Offensively, the Lions got to protect Goff at all costs. Keep him clean. I think they need a splash play from either Jamo or Gibbs at some point. If Ambry Thomas is on the field for the Niners, target him all day long. Their safety, Brown, the rookie, he can take bad angles at times. I think they can exploit that at some point. They've been doing it all year. Protect the ball. But when I look at this game from top to bottom, the Niners are clearly a better team overall. Offensively, they have everything the Lions do. They have a good offensive line. They have playmakers. Their quarterback's playing very well, just like Goff. Defensively, they're better defensively because they have a better secondary. They're at home. They're the NFC favorite all year long for a reason. They're a 7-point favorite in this game right now for a reason. So with that being said, I got the Lions 27-19. And this is why. You can't measure grit and heart, man. And maybe I'm falling into the trap, okay? Maybe I'm falling in the trap of Team of Destiny. But I believe for this one game, Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, Dan Campbell, they are built for this. They've said it all year long, and they've been proving it all year long. I think this game goes just like the Bucs game, kind of. I think it's going to be a 27-19 Lions, a one-score game because the Niners have to go for 2 at some point. I do believe in the Team of Destiny thing. It's going to be a nail-biter, but I think the Lions pull this thing off, and we see the unthinkable happen Sunday night.
God, I like both of you better than I like myself. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Michael. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Michael.
I'll have what Gator's having.
Come on.
Okay, guys. So let's look at it like this. This time of the year, we're usually sitting around talking mock drafts, free agency, and then about the other 4 teams that are left in the playoffs. Isn't this our time? Should not be a surprise. We're meant to be here. We finally got the right people in place that know football, and we are where we're supposed to be. And I think Dan Campbell is going to have these guys revved up. They're going to be ready to go. Gator, I think Khalif is going to run a punt back for a TD.
Oh.
And Jalen Reeves-Maben blocks a Jake Moody 50-plus yard field goal attempt, and they either recover or run it back. Either way. But there will be a special teams touchdown somewhere.
I like where your head's at.
Yeah, this is great. I can't wait. This is so much fun, not having to mock draft and do all that stuff.
Yep.
I'm ready to roll. Is it Sunday yet? I can't wait.
You got a score for us, Michael?
Yeah, I do. I think it's going to be close as much as I would love to smoke whatever Gator's smoking. I think it's going to be within 3 points, so I'm going to go 31-28 Leos.
Hope you're right. 248-539-9797. Josiah in Lake Orion. You are next. What's up, Josiah?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Sure. So, Gator, whatever you're eating, I'm kind of feeling it. I'm telling you.
Come on. Come on.
Dude.
You know what? It's time. We've seen a bunch of blowouts in the playoffs, right? It's time for another one.
You're not wrong.
In favor of the Lions.
Yeah.
Just playing the odds, man.
Well, here's my thing. I I did some deep studying last night. I think in order for Detroit to win, they have to stop Christian McCaffrey. But at the same time, I'm not saying that Detroit's defense is Baltimore's defense, but McCaffrey ran really well against Baltimore on that Sunday. I think it was a Sunday or a Monday night game. But Purdy threw 4 picks. I think that even if McCaffrey runs for 100 yards and we put pressure on Purdy, then you're asking McCaffrey to carry the whole team on his back. And quite honestly, as good as McCaffrey is, don't get me wrong, he's a stud. I don't think he can do something like that. I've got Detroit winning 27-24. So maybe Badgley comes big. I do think Gibbs is going to be used more in the passing game, and I do think J-Mo is going to get a big touchdown. Something like how he ran past Bland against Dallas, but it's going to go for a touchdown. And I think Goff is just going to go off. I've had this feeling all week, and I've had no doubt about it. I just think he's going to have an MVP kind of, game. So.
Well, it would be great. His. I don't know if you heard earlier when Gator, you were running down the fourth quarter stats since week 10 for Jared Goff. Most yards in the NFL in the fourth quarter, most touchdowns, best passer rating. I mean, he's been great in the fourth quarter. He's been great in this
highest
postseason.
Completion percentage.
Yeah. I mean, in the fourth quarter, late in the year, nobody's been better than Jared Goff. God, our guy, he's really blossomed here. It's been fun to see.
He has. And it's time for the defense to step up and do their job and not just come up with a big play late in the game, but be great all game long.
Well, 42-7 says they were great all game long.
That's 7, though, man. What happened?
Yeah, dude.
What happened in that play?
Second half starts. Second half starts.
Late game let up.
Yeah.
What do we got next? Jonathan, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, guys. I'm calling you from Sacramento. I am a diehard Lions fan. I was born and raised in Detroit. And the fans out here are afraid to play us. I've had people walk up to me and say, I am not ready to play you guys. And I truly do believe that this is our time. This game reminds me of when in Rocky II, when Apollo is talking to his corner man, and his corner man is saying, we don't need this kind of man in our life. And I believe that's what's going to happen with us. I think San Francisco is not ready for us. I'm not trying to take it away from them. I think that the teams are evenly matched. But I truly do believe that we're going to bring it. And it's going to be my prediction is 35-27 Lions. And the other thing that I've noticed out here on sports radio here is a lot of people question Purdy. Not as much as I don't hear people questioning Goff like that. I just don't.
Well, they did earlier. They have definitely questioned him early,
yeah.
But lately there's no reason to question him. And with Purdy, the last game against the Packers, he looked like Mung for most of the game until it mattered, and he wasn't. I'm surprised that they would turn on him as quickly as they did. He had an amazing
fans
season.
do this. It's what their eyes showed them last, and they think that that's what it's going to be moving forward. But, Gator, you're a movie guy. Do you understand his Apollo Creed in the corner, we don't need this man in his life analogy?
Yeah, it's because he kept coming back.
Who did?
Beat this man within an inch of his life. That's what they were telling Apollo, and they didn't want him to take the fight. Because Rocky took everything he had and then kept coming back, and Rocky was like, one more round, and then you know what happens. He ends up winning.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, spoiler alert. My bad.
It's all right. The movie's 50 years
Rocky
old.
too, yeah.
248-539-9797. Brandon, you're next. What's up, Brandon?
Fellas, we are here.
Yep.
We are here.
We are here.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm nervous, man. I'm nervous, but I have the Lions winning 27-24. Just kind of like what Kane was saying, man. I believe in the whole little grit thing, man, and everything Campbell was actually selling. I bought it. I bought into it. You know what I mean? Just like you guys have, and I just believe it's our time. I mean, we dang near got almost the whole country, the whole world behind our backs right now. You know what I mean? So why not us? Why not? We can do this, man. So, yeah, that's my prediction. I do have a question real quick for you guys.
Sure.
Has Brian from Detroit called in lately? I haven't heard him yet.
It's been a few weeks since we heard from Brian.
Yeah. I miss Brian.
Oh, Brian's good people.
I miss Brian. I miss David. I miss DJ. Some of our regulars that have.
I just had to ask that, man. Like I said, I know last time he called in, he was he was kind of saying the Lions wasn't going to make it this far or whatever. But here we are.
Well, he loves to shred me.
Duh.
And come on, Brian, I've given you plenty to rip on me about. Let's go.
But Brian, the last time we talked to Brian, I mean, I think he's admitted that this has been quite a run.
Yeah.
It's. I mean, look, he wasn't right, and he's okay about it.
248-539-9797. We are this close to seeing the Lions play in the Super Bowl. A chance to see them in that game in something other than a Madden simulation. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I'm glad the Lions are going with the all-white. Love the all-whites. So thank you for that decision.
With the normal silver helmet.
Yeah.
You know, I like that other special helmet.
I do too, but I think that has to be applied before the season. Certain, you have to get approval before the season when you wear that.
God forbid you do something without the NFL's approval.
Dude, I mean, did we not hear something yesterday about the NFL and they're
special?
They're
the best around.
They really, really, really squeeze every last cent they can out of every last.
That they do.
But that's kind of business in America in 2024. What's in it for me? With no accounting for anything else, but whatever. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Who do you think wins the AFC game?
I think Baltimore wins it. I mean, bet against Patrick Mahomes at your own peril, but they're playing without Joe Thuney on the offensive line. That's going to hurt them. Pacheco's banged up, but he's going to play. It looks like they might have some weather there as well. I just think this is the year that Baltimore gets it done, and I think they get Mark Andrews back, their tight end. There's just too much to roll with what Baltimore's got going. This is just the year for Lamar Jackson.
I'm just going to give you one thing to keep in mind is the compelling argument. Mahomes.
I know. I totally get it. As I say, bet against him at your own peril. But I think that Baltimore's got the best team in football. I think that on both sides of the ball, they've got, arguably the best kicker in NFL history. They're playing at home. They've got all these things going for them. And, yeah, of course, Patrick Mahomes go in there and put the team on his shoulder and win the game. But I just think that Baltimore has the antidote for it. They've got such a lively defense. A defense that has so much team speed. I just see Baltimore being able to contain Mahomes a little bit, and I don't think that Kansas City can do the same with the same fervor that to Lamar Jackson.
I can't bet against Mahomes.
I understand. I ain't mad at you. I think it'll be.
Well, bet against everything else on his team then, because it's a team game.
I know.
And Mahomes is really, really good. He's a big X factor. But I'm with you, Gator. The Ravens are just so complete. They are a complete team from top to bottom. And Lamar Jackson, talk about X factor.
If it doesn't rain, if the weather isn't a factor, I think Baltimore could score in the 30s. If there is weather, it gets down in the 20s, somewhere 26, 21. If it's not, then I could see it getting out of hand, 34-20, something like that.
Chris, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Sure.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we got you.
Lions, like a couple of your callers said before me, this is our time. I spent about an hour yesterday watching the Inside the Den when they were in the war room and doing the draft picks and doing the interviewing at the combine and stuff. And it's just the components are fitting like they need to. Am I scared of San Francisco? No. I think we're going to start scoring and annihilating San Francisco Z like we did against the Rams. Probably scoring 3 touchdowns on 3 possessions. At least that's what I'm hoping for. McCaffrey's going to probably have to start running outside because we'll be plugging the pocket, and our linebackers will be able to attack him. So, I just don't see that many hiccups happening in this. And yes, Purdy and Goff are mirrored to have a little bit like each other, but, they've been battle-tested. I think we're ready.
What do you got for a score, Chris?
I'm looking at, I'd say, 21-17, and I actually have a poem that I wrote that I would like to share for all the listeners to motivate everybody that's in such a Lion spirit. If you like,
how long is the poem, Chris?
I can go fast. 2 minutes.
Nope. I can go fast. 2 minutes.
Dorian, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dorian.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Good guy.
Hey, how you doing today?
All right, Dorian.
So a few things about the championship game. So the Chiefs have the best quarterback left. The Lions have the best offensive line left. The Niners have the best running back left. And the Ravens have the best run scheme and defensive line left. I think the Lions will beat the 49ers. And also, a lot of people are saying that the Chiefs will just run away with this game. It'll be easy for Mahomes. But the last time Mahomes faced a defensive line this good was the Super Bowl against Tampa, and you all remember how that ended. He was running for his life. I think that's how this game is going to end up happening.
What do you got for a score of the Lions game, Dorian?
I got the Lions winning 28-23, and then I got the Ravens winning 35-27.
Thank you. 248-539-9797. D, you're next on 97 Won a Ticket. Hey, D.
Fellas, what's really going on? DK Gator. 2 weeks ago, me and you was on the phone, Gator, chilling, and I asked you, did you feel it? And you said you did. You remember that call, Gator?
I feel you.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, well, it's going down, baby. We playing for keeps. Let me tell you one thing, bro. This game is going to be so physical, and it's going to be physical on the Detroit Lions part. We're going out there to take people out, bro. George Kittle, please don't come across the middle because, boy, Kirby Joseph is looking for you. And the score going to be 38-35. One more thing, fellas. All these years, you know how they show the team getting off the team bus, walking down the tunnel to go to the locker room, and we always be saying, man, one day the Lions going to be that team. And it's here, bro. Can you imagine Hudson getting off that bus, suited up?
I can't. Like, all that you said, I mean, it's going to be on all day tomorrow, but at the end of the day, all that pregame stuff, all that stuff, and the buses pulling up, all of it, it's hard to get used to thinking about.
The Lions getting off the team bus in the championship game, walking down the tunnel, carrying their luggage. Hey, DK, give me a big screen for the Lions, DK, before you get off the air, bro. One big screen.
I'm sorry, you want me to scream for the Lions?
Scream or roar, whatever you got to do, baby.
I could do the Stony uncomfortable roar thing that he does at the end of his show every day.
Yeah, give it to me. D, you know that Doug picked the Niners, right?
No, he didn't. Don't play with me, Gator. Don't play games, Gator.
Like I said, D, I like Kang and Gator better than I like myself. But roar!
That was every bit as uncomfortable as Stoney's roar.
I leaned into it, my friend.
You did. That you did.
Hi, Rico.
Thanks for the drop.
And we got Mike.
That's what we're here for.
Hello,
Thanks
Mike.
for that drop.
You guys use drops?
Yes, you. No.
The average American is dumb as bricks, and caller Chris, so are you.
Oh.
You guys do the Lord's work. I don't know how you didn't hang up on that, man.
So you get about a minute. He had about a minute and a half, and then he wanted to throw a 2-minute poem on the end.
It's about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Nope.
Now we're going to start annihilating the defense. And then Doug goes, yeah, well, what's the score? 20-17.
Yeah.
Real annihilation going on there, Chris.
But, he said 3 touchdowns right out of the gate. And they're like, and the final's 21-17? But anyway, yes.
That guy's synapses were not firing.
What do you got? You guys all Lions and Niners pretty much?
Yeah, come on, man. Of course. And we got to put Rico to the test. It's been all copacetic and all that all week. But now, look, here's the deal. All right, Mama's calling. It's time for you to come home. It's time for you to stop acting like an imposter and come home. Because after this game, ain't nobody going to want you as a part of the party. Or is Rico just going to say it? We're all adults. We're all big boys. Is Rico going to say what's in that cold black heart of his? Oh. Niners are going to win by double digits. I want to know what Rico wants to do. Does he want to join the flock? Or does he want to speak his truth? I'm excited to talk to Rico today. And then, biggest point of confidence, biggest point of concern. And if you're one of these people just calling up with no concerns, call a different show.
Rico, have fun.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Mike, I know you will.
Let's cook, man.
You know what?
Hey, I got another poem for you at 2:05.
No. I don't want to get a rant. I want another roar.
That's not happening ever again. Here
Come
we go.
on now.
We leave you every Friday with a Gator rant. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. Go Lions.
I didn't know it was possible for a town collectively to have no blood in their legs, but we've arrived here. It is Friday, NFC title game. It's just a giant boner party.
And
if you
Mike,
listen to this station, I'll tell you.
And Mike, the entire city of
buddy.
Detroit is now eligible.
Oh, that's right.
The entire city of Detroit is reporting as eligible.
I mean, it's a show I never. Okay, that's sufficient. Thank you. I will tell you. I mean, man, if you heard Caller Chris at the end of Doug and Scott's show, oh lordy, there are some nutcases amongst you. It's a show I just never thought we'd be doing, but here we are. We're 6 minutes from a Super Bowl. But see, people, I'm going to ask you guys a question, and while you call the show, I have a question for Rico. That's how we're going to start this deal. Something for you, something for me. The way I want to do this, we're going to keep it loose. Now, I ain't asking for predictions. Don't care. I want to know what your biggest point of confidence is and your biggest point of concern. If you don't have any confidence and all concern, don't call. If you have all confidence and no concerns, don't call. Because you're a half-wit, and I don't want you on this show. Real football fans who arrive at the NFC title game have confidence and concern. It's called being an adult, not a man-baby. So I want to hear both, and we'll walk through all of it with you. Do I have a pathway for the Lions to win the game? Of course I do. Do I have confidence in certain things the Lions will do? Yes. Do I have grave concerns about certain things the Lions will do or can't do, depending on your perspective? Yes. I'm an adult. 248-539-9797. But the question, and David, you will be the appropriate person to join me on this because it is similar when you know, mama's calling, or David, what do you say when you tell people the church is calling them back to the flock? How does that work? What's that phraseology?
Just come on home. Come on home.
Rico,
The doors of the church are open.
Rico, I want you to come on home. I want to dunk you in the Detroit River. I want to lay you softly into the waters of the Lions. You've been away for a quarter of a century. You left. The Lions caused you great pain, and you packed up your stuff, and you walked out the door, and you said, I'm never coming back here again. I'm leaving. And you left. But here's the problem. Now, your past is confronting your present. And you have a choice to make. Because if the Lions go to San Francisco and win, you will not be allowed home. You will be in a state of a permanent pariah. You'll be like Napoleon. We're going to have to send you to the island of Crete.
Wow.
You
Great
can come
historical
home.
reference.
I am here for you.
That
come
coffee's
home
kicked
and
in.
Let us lay you in the water. Or, David, I need your help on this too because I don't have the religious comp to it. You got to speak what's on your heart. Not in a shamdalala shalalalala. No. Oh, no. Or you speak what is on your heart. You let the real Holy Ghost come up out of you, and you say what you've been avoiding saying all week. Now, come on. We're all adults.
Okay.
Don't make me be Sam Kinison and you be Rodney Dangerfield from Back to School. Say it! Say it! You think the Niners are winning by double digits?
Yeah, I do.
There it is.
I do. Yeah.
Speak your truth.
Hold up.
I'm going to be keeping my. That's a good answer. Good answer. So no, I want to establish where we're at today. We don't need pretense. We're all adults.
No.
But you're not coming home, are you? I can't get you to come back to the flock?
Oh, but you know what? Mike, the flock, you shouldn't take me back. You should be happy where you are right now with all the people who roll with you through all the tough times. I'm like, I appreciated what Dan Campbell had to say. Don't come back now. And I'm not coming back now. You shouldn't want anybody back now. This is who you are. These are the people who stood next to you shoulder by shoulder through all the horrible years, through all the horrible coaches, through all the horrible quarterbacks. That person to the left and to the right of you. That's who you want to see. You don't want to see me. You get nothing if I come back, and I'm not coming back. Now, do I want if the Lions win? Congratulations. I'll root for you all the way, and I hope that you win and get a title. But I'm not jumping back on. No. But I don't have to hate you. But hold on. Here's the difference. I don't have to hate you. See, I'm not to the point where if I don't root for you, I hate you. I'm not that person. I can have you be successful, even though it doesn't affect me.
So let's start with this. Rico Beard's going to provide a different perspective. As a 25-year fan of the privileged, known as the Niners, what do they call these bum asses? What is it, the faithful? Is that what that is?
The faithful.
Yeah, the privileged.
Yeah.
Point of confidence, point of concern. The biggest of each from your perspective, outside of the flock.
Point of confidence is probably going to be the passing game. The passing game, especially going up against Detroit. Detroit has been just getting lit up in the secondary. That is the biggest point of confidence. Whether Debo is back or not, I think that they have the advantage there. My point of concern, it is not one particular person, Mike. My point of concern is actually somebody who's not on the field per se. It's Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell is my point of concern because Dan Campbell will not be a conventional coach. Dan Campbell will not do conventional things. Dan Campbell will roll the dice constantly and make life miserable. Dan Campbell. Yeah, that's my point of concern. He won't do what Tampa Bay's coach did and just say, you know what, gentleman's agreement, and I'll take a knee for the final 5 minutes of the game. No. Dan Campbell will try to parse and get through every second to try to maximize it. That's my point of concern.
All right. David, point of your biggest confidence, the point of your biggest concern before the NFC title game.
Yeah, the biggest confidence for the Lions would be, and I believe the number Gibbs is like top 5 running outside of the tackles, and San Francisco is porous in that area. I believe they're bottom half of the league when it comes to rushing and stopping them outside of the tackle.
Try bottom 5, David.
Yes, exactly. Okay, all right. I knew it was close.
I'm there. I'm with you.
And then the concern would be the passing defense for the Detroit Lions defense. They can't stop anyone. We've seen it. Rico, you've talked about it. Justin Jefferson lit them up. Mike Evans lit them up. They can't stop anyone in the passing game defensively. That would be my concern.
Yeah. Hear ye, hear ye. All right, here's where I'm at. My point of confidence. It's similar to Rico, but for a different reason. My point of confidence is Dan Campbell. That no coach in this league has a better grip on his team, has a better connection with his team. Like, I have the ultimate confidence he will have this team ready to play. That the moment's not too big. What?
No, it's funny because we didn't share notes, so that it's just funny that my concern is your confidence.
Well, right, because you're outside of the flock and I'm in the church pew. We have different views on the world here. But no, I in all seriousness, I think Dan Campbell, I have a confidence when he keeps telling this team, you're built for this. You are built for this. And there's not a ton of dancing and there's not a ton of celebration. It's about, all right, 2 more games. He's approaching this as a man who factually has been here before. So I have that confidence. The concern is I think everyone has gotten a little too comfortable with 2 things. Playing at home and how awesome you guys have been and what an advantage it is. And playing a couple of welfare teams. And unfortunately, that's not what's on that field when you take the field now. This isn't only a step up. It might be the best team in football, and it's on the road. And I just wonder if we've all, myself included, guilty, right here, guilty. You get comfortable with the Lions feeding off their home crowd. You get comfortable that in those big moments, the opposition can't audible. It does lead to a bad protection. It does lead to sliding the line the wrong way. It does lead to you timing your blitzes to perfection in a way that you can't do on the road. All of it. So that's my biggest point of confidence and concern Because when you get into a football game, there's a million. Do I think you can run it on San Francisco? Yes. David's deal with the edge stuff? Yeah. Chase Young and Nick Bosa looked clueless last week against the Packers when receivers were blocking down on them. And I'm like, guys, did you do any film study this week? That's Packers bread and butter. There's
did they actually pack their cleats too? Because they kept sliding.
Oh my God! Yeah,
are we
out there on
Green Bay?
roller skates?
Yeah.
Also, we do have breaking news that the Niners, famous for carrying a big red boombox down that tunnel, I am getting reports it's going to be Debo carrying a giant syringe.
There you go, Mike.
Debo will be bringing a 32-gallon medical syringe down that tunnel. He's playing. He may not be able to feel his face. He's going to play. And I think the line moving to 7.5 tells you that. So let's just get that out of the way.
Will he get rolled out in a wheelchair?
Buddy, if they have to turn him into a mummy and gently place him in the formation, they're going to. That's what it tells me. But I wanted to hear from you guys on it. We got the Rico angle on it. We got your angles, confidence, concern, everything in between. But what I don't want is the people that are the fringe, the people that are scared to get out of bed, or the people that are just walking around with a boner and no pants. I don't want to talk to either of those people. This is the NFC title game. Yeah. You have confidence and concern, or you don't live in the real world. Because here's reality. Rico Beard, do you have concerns even though you're a big favorite?
Yes.
Damn right. Because you're an adult. Because this is the NFC championship game. Mm-hmm. It is for the right to go to a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Because
so leave the little kid stuff for the other shows. Don't call this one.
Yeah, because I've seen weird things happen, like having to run the Wildcat in the fourth quarter because you run out of quarterbacks in a championship game.
Hey, guys, I wrote a poem I want to share with everybody. Get the hell out.
Wait a minute. There we go.
Caller Chris, get out of here. I think we're going to go up and down the field, and it's going to be a party. Oh, really? What's the score? 10-7. Okay. Wrote a poem for everybody.
Want to hear it? Here you go.
Oh, and all day today, if you want to roar, Doug Karsh is going to bring it to you. Doug's going to give you that wedding night roar anytime you ask for it. Woo! Hey, Kenny Cott, you reporting eligible Saturday night with your lady. Hit it, Doug. Atta baby. Doug Karsh has got you covered to 6 today.
How did I get caught in this? Get me out of here, man.
You didn't get
just sitting here trying to screen calls. Now I'm reporting as eligible again.
Kenny,
you've been reporting eligible all week.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
be
true.
for
That's
real.
true. You're right about that.
Come on now.
Last night after the Wings game.
Eligible.
Hey, I'm eligible.
Wow.
You know
the
what,
imagery.
Mike? You may just need to read something.
And in fact, I'm going to do that. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located Circa Resort and Casino. It is the best viewing experience for sports. It's going to be a jam-packed scene for the NFC title game. 6 pools, 3 levels, the biggest outdoor sports book in America. It's all at Circa Resort and Casino. We'll be there for March Madness. And if the Lions go to a Super Bowl, you damn Skippy will be there for that too. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Rico said, keep your effing bandwagon. I don't want it. Niners going to win by 10+. We're talking concern and confidence. And just to let you know, if you wrote a poem about it, we don't want it. All right. Callers,
If you
we
wrote
good?
a poem,
David,
248-539.
if you wrote a poem about this game, you deserve a chair to the medulla oblongata. Now, do you damn right to the spine. Do you want ticket text or you want calls? You guys tell me. Because the people are ready.
Let's go straight
roll.
to the call. People are fired up.
Done.
People are ready. Let's hit it.
Mark, you're batting lead off NFC title game Friday. What's up?
Good afternoon, Mike. Man,
Good.
I got to say, we don't have to ship off Goff to Uruguay. He won the playoff game.
That's it. He gets to stay.
No, he's played outstanding. Man, I'm so excited right now. To answer your question, biggest concern, the fact that line just won't move. And it's actually gone to 7.5 now. Like as a gambler, that scares me. So that on face value sucks. But, Mike, they're winning the game. They're winning the game. I'm not one of these sickos. I'm concerned. But Ben Johnson is about to dial up the best offensive scheme you've ever seen.
Let me give you some hope. I want to back you up on this. I was talking to somebody, and it was, of any of these coaches that are up for the gig, all these open jobs, who runs the best scheme you've seen all year? The answer was no hesitation. The answer was very direct, and the praise couldn't have been higher. Ben Johnson. Best offensive coordinator in the league. Best scheme. Best punch and counter punch. Ben Johnson. That's why he's going to be the coach of the Commanders. That's just a mortal lock. Ben Johnson. You have Ben Johnson on your side. You have every right to make that a point of confidence. Hey, Rico going to tell you. You're afraid of Ben Johnson.
Well, yeah,
you know you got someone who's damn near Shanahan's equal on the other side. You know it.
Well, yeah.
You know it.
Well, Mike, I include Ben Johnson when I talk Dan Campbell in that fourth down play. 4th and 14. I'm not going to feel comfortable. Fourth down from the Lions' own 2-yard line. Yep, you know what? Hey, watch out for Amon-Ra.
You know what? You know what Dan Campbell is? He's a total wild card. Because Shanahan will make some punk-ass decisions. And I say that respectfully. He will do some chicken bleed.
Yeah.
He's got a career of it, Rico.
No, you're right.
Dan Campbell is coming in, oiled up, bullet chain.
Well,
we're playing to win.
You saw that. You saw the difference between Todd Bowles and Dan Campbell last week, where one coach was just kind of being ultra conservative, and Campbell don't care. I'm not here.
Hey, and then we saw Shanahan inexplicably play for a field goal that the team missed before the half.
Yep. Oh, not only that, you wasted a minute. I don't know what you were deciding to do. But yeah, you're right.
Let's go to Isaiah, 97.1. Isaiah, what's the good word?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? You all right?
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm pumped up for this weekend. Definitely pumped up. I think the Lions have a very strong offense. I'm not worried about the Lions going downfield and scoring. Last week, one of the things I noticed watching the game against Tampa, and this is what I think they should do, is they tried to get Jahmyr Gibbs on those 3rd and 1s to run it up the middle or try and get the first down. And Tampa did a pretty good job at stopping Gibbs those couple times that happened. But I think what they should do in those situations is switch it around. That's where you really need Montgomery to come in. You put Montgomery on those 3rd down situations. He runs it up the middle. He's a strong guy. He can get it. But where we really should use Gibbs is on those 2nd and 8s, maybe 1st and 10s. You want to try and get him. He gets off to the side and he gets an opening. He's gone, man. He's very talented.
Isaiah, let me give you something. I agree with some of what you're saying. I want to give you something. Receiving game. With San Francisco and the way they play, a lot of zone. And they expect their linebackers, and Rico, you can back me or slap me on this, but they expect Werner and Greenlaw to cover an immense amount of ground. You know what I want to see a lot of? Hey, Jahmyr, swing pass. You versus Werner, you versus Greenlaw in the flat. Go take the 5 yards. Take the 7. Take the 4. I think Gibbs, and if you like gambling, Gibbs over 22 receiving yards. I think this is a Gibbs receiving game. 4 or 5 catches, outlet, get to the perimeter. What's wrong with that?
Oh, no, Mike. It's actually in the prop bet casino. That's why I was laughing.
Oh, now I know I'm on my game today. No, but you get my point, Rico, is sometimes, and I think San Francisco does a great job with this, you can turn certain aspects of your passing game into your run game.
Yep. Yeah.
And that's the beauty of the Lions and the Niners with the weapons they have.
Absolutely. But, yeah, you're right. Campbell, and he's got this team believing. Campbell knows we're emptying the playbook. I expect to see all types of stuff. I actually expect, Ben Johnson and Shanahan to almost out-cute each other. Because remember, was it week 5 when they each ran that same exact play hours across from each other? I look for something like that to say, okay, I can come up with a better trick play than you have. So, yeah, I expect the Lions and Campbell to leave it all out on the field.
David, you may as well mark it down. Rico's on over 51.5. Let's go to Rob, 97.1. Robbie, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Rob.
I was just calling, you got confidence, we got worries. I don't know if you guys know this. You probably do, but Lions or the Niners are 3-4 when teams have gone over 100 yards rushing on them. And I don't think we have 5 games where we were under 100 yards rushing. So I think that's the biggest strength that we have right there, along obviously with the strength of the offensive line. I believe Penei Sewell's going to be matched up a lot with Bosa. I think he's going to have a way with them. Obviously he's a great defensive end, but I think Sewell's going to be able to keep him in line. I'm a little worried. Obviously, it's the elephant in the room. The secondary is the biggest concern. But at the end of the day, I think the run game is going to be able to overpower it.
You know what it is, Rob? I think Dan Campbell kind of gave you a window into it. If you go in and alter your expectations and just go, look, we're going to give up big plays and passing yards. It's about, can we get 3 to 4 drive-stopping plays in a game? Can we force a couple field goals? Because if you don't blitz, you're dead. Now, by blitzing, do I think people have been really unfair to Cam Sutton? Yes. Cam Sutton's been put on an island like his name is Sauce Gardner. It's not who he is. And, yeah, do I think Brandon Ayuk will have a big day as their big play, deep cross wide receiver? Yeah, I do. Yeah. But you got to embrace who you are, and the risk has to give you reward.
And for the Lions, I think that they benefited from the fact that, kicking the field goals. When teams get into the red zone,
that's right.
They can't run the ball. They become one-dimensional. The field gets shorter, and now the Cam Suttons don't have to cover 50 yards. I only got to cover 10 yards, and I can stick to the receiver close to that.
Now, the counterpoint, and I mean, this is what the Lions are good at, and I also think it's what the Niners are good at. When we go back 2 weeks ago, and we talked about the Rams game, and I got slandered because I said, look, I'm taking the Rams with the points because they run a ton of motion. The only team that's going to run more are the Dolphins and Niners. Those motions are what upend a lot of your blitzes. It is very hard to blitz when the other team is running multiple motions pre-snap because they're getting information on you when they do it, but they're also getting a running start at decapitating one of your edge pressure guys. Then you want to get into this game of, well, we're going to bring Branch. And I mean, Melifonwu has 4.5 sacks and 9 quarterback hits the last 6 games. Those things are all well and good. The problem is when you go against a McVay or a Shanahan, not a Dave Canales and an asleep Todd Bowles starring in Cocoon 2. When you go against shrewd offensive minds, they salivate at that. They want that. So I'm going to be very interested in how Aaron Glenn plays his hand here. While they will be aggressive. Exactly, Doug. Exactly. So while they want to be aggressive and will be, I wonder if they have to find different ways to do it. No. I don't know. But they're going to have to be aggressive, or the Niners will just go up and down the field, nonstop.
Yeah, I would be highly disappointed if Aaron Glenn just kind of played back and played a safe zone. That's not you, and that's not what got you here.
No. 248-539-9797. We got one open line for the first time all show. You want it? Grab it. We're going to be caller-driven today. TJ's coming in with a mouthful of zins. It's going to be exciting. We'll get his take on the game. I talked to him a little bit yesterday. By the way, do we have any audio of him appearing on a national show? Did TJ say anything stupid? I'd love to recap that with him.
No, he didn't say anything stupid. We listened, but no, he was well
all right.
behaved. He didn't roar. No poems either.
Doug, one more time. Thank you, Doug.
Maybe we should get that poem from the end of their show. Prop Bet Casino next, 97.1.
Oh, my God. No reason to delay. We do it every week. A very special edition of the Prop Bet Casino.
Michael, congratulations. You and I tied last week.
Rico, that's 3 weeks in a row that I've either been tied for the lead or outright. I feel great about myself.
You should.
I wrote a poem.
I wrote a song about it. Want to hear it? Here it go. All right. Let's just start off. Amon-Ra St. Brown of receiving yards or Brandon Ayuk? Who has more?
I'm going to go Brandon Ayuk. I just feel like the Lions leaving their corners on islands. Ayuk bounce back game. Debo's back. The deep crossing route. I'll go Ayuk.
Amon-Ra needs to be a big part of this passing game for it to have any functionality at all. So I'll go with, as Roberto would say, Ramen St. Brown.
Wow. My God.
I'll just go 2 names here, and that'll tell you where I'm going. Sutton and Vildor.
You going Ayuk? I'm going Ayuk as well. Receiving yards out of the backfield. Jahmyr Gibbs, Christian McCaffrey.
Wow. Just because I think Gibbs is having a big game doesn't mean I'm ready to put him over McCaffrey. CMC.
Yeah, run CMC for me, too. I think Gibbs will be a large part, but not the only part.
All right, I'm going to try to get one on this segment. I'm going to go Gibbs.
CMC for me.
Did you see what CMC's anytime touchdown was? Just the absurdity of it.
Is it like minus 200?
Minus 380.
Right. No. Mike, the only value you get in him is 2 or more touchdowns. At that point, you get to minus 100.
Yeah,
it was like taking Blake Corum touchdowns in college football.
Yes.
Yeah, one means nothing. Sam Laporta receiving yards, George Kittle receiving yards. The Iowa tight ends.
I know Kittle's is 61.5 at FanDuel. I don't know what Laporta's is, so I'll just blind fire here.
I think Laporta's is close to 50.
God, I think it's close. I think they're both going to play a big role.
Yeah, Laporta's at 48.5 right now on FanDuel.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll go Kittle ever so slightly.
I'll go Laporta ever so slightly.
I'm sorry. I didn't like what I saw from Laporta last week. He wasn't running right to me, and I know he's dealing with that, so I'm going to go with Kittle.
I'm going to go Kittle as well. You know, David, I think each week he's getting better and better. The Rams game, this last week he was a bigger part of the offense. I think this week he's going to be there unless he gets a hit in the knee, but I'm still going to go Kittle. Goff passing yards.
Full Laporta.
Goff passing yards over under 256.5.
Over.
It's going to have to be over, I think. So, yeah, over.
Yeah, it is going to have to be over, so I'm going to go under.
Oh, see, David.
See, David.
So spiteful.
No, see, I think under means that the Lions have winning this game, in my opinion. That means you've controlling the ball. Your run game is there.
Clock.
You don't need him to go out there and throw the ball around. He's throwing the ball around. He goes over. I think you're losing. So I'm going over. J-Mo touchdowns. Oh, it's
Under.
a staple of the show. Oh, Mike just says under.
Over.
Okay. Mike is under.
Under.
Over. Anybody want to hear the number? 0.5?
Yeah, half.
Okay. I'm going under as well.
If you put it at 1.5, you're on drugs.
All right, because I think that these two offensive-minded coaches are going to try to figure out something. Ben Johnson and Kyle Shanahan. Over, under, passing touchdowns from a non-quarterback. 0.5.
The old trick play, huh? Mm-hmm. I'll go under.
Yeah,
I like
go
the
under.
angle, but I'm going under.
Yeah, under.
I'm going to go under as well.
I'm going over.
You have to. It was your idea. You have to go over. don't get a choice.
Brock Purdy passing touchdowns over under 1.5.
I'm going to go over. And again, that's more about it. I just think it's going to be a high-scoring game. I think both quarterbacks will have more than 1.5.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I feel. Over.
Ooh, Rico, that's really good right there. Ooh. I'm going to go under.
Oh, my.
Oh, David's going under.
Under.
Okay, let me change yours. I thought you were going to go over.
Oh, wow. Really made me think there.
I'm going to go over. Jared Goff interceptions over under 0.5.
Over. This is the week.
This is the week.
He throws one.
This defense is too good. Over. He'll throw one.
I thought Kenny believed in his team.
I did too. I'm shocked.
Man, I'm disappointed in you, Kenny.
You know what? You don't get it, David.
Yeah.
I was gonna give him a roar. No roar for Kenny.
No roar for you.
Matter of
You're
fact,
good.
Kenny, I want a poem from you.
I'm also going to go over, though.
You know what? I think he continues the streak. I don't think he throws one. I'm going to go under. Longest play from scrimmage, over under 41.5 yards.
Over. Either an Amon-Ra crossing route or an Ayuk explosion play. There's just so much offense in this game. Over.
You know, I wrote a haiku about this very thing about this game. Over.
Hey, guys, I wrote a poem. Would you like to hear it? Click.
Oh, that's so good. I never thought I would hear haiku on this radio show. I'm going to go over.
I'm going to go over as well. Lions halftime score or total points from Tyson Walker tonight against Wisconsin.
God, I hate you. Oh, wow. Oh, here, hold on. Let me do this for TJ. Wow, Rico. Oh, that's... Ooh, I got to think about that. Tyson Walker.
Give me a roar now, David. Detroit Lions.
Doug Karsh, everybody.
I'm going to go Tyson Walker.
I'm going to go Walker as well. Over under the amount of touchdowns scored by a tight end this weekend. All four teams, over under 2.5.
Over, and we have a tight end parlay prop for everybody on Cash the Ticket. Over.
Okay.
Yeah,
big
over.
weekend for big people.
Big weekend for big people. Over.
Report for eligible, Kenny.
That's right.
Your guys. You got Likely. You got Andrews coming back. You got Kelsey.
Hey,
over.
Heart sign, David.
Over.
I heart you.
Which quarterback of the four throws for the most touchdowns this weekend?
Wow.
Throws. I'll go Mahomes.
No way.
That's a great.
No way.
That's really
good. Oh,
good.
you're not allowed to say that. TJ will get all upset at you for being nice to Rico.
That Ravens defense
Ooh,
is so good.
Jim. Oh, God. Well, here it goes. Purdy.
All right. Am I allowed to go back and amend something I said earlier?
Yeah.
I'm going to the over for Purdy because it will be Purdy.
Okay.
I just think the other game's super low scoring. And the Lions, with their ground attack and how good they are close to the goal line, it just feels like Purdy to me.
Kenny, I think I'm going to join you with Patrick Mahomes.
Well, David, we picked up two easy ones there.
Finally, more rushing yards, Isaiah Pacheco or Lamar Jackson?
Oh, boy. Let's go Pacheco. I think the Chiefs have to lean on him. I don't think they can just drop back. Mahomes will get killed. I'll go Pacheco.
I just did the real life TJ behind. I was like, oh, that's a good one.
That's such a e.
Yeah, I'll go Pacheco as well.
They only have 4 guys on offense for the Kansas City Chiefs, but Jackson is their guy, so I have to go with Jackson in Baltimore.
Yeah, I'm going.
You want a special? You
Yeah.
want a special Chiefs prop? I got one for you.
Okay.
Over under Harrison Butker kicking points 6.5.
Jeez. Ooh, Mike, that's a good one.
Wow. Thought provoking.
I'm going over.
I'll go over 2.
Yeah, I was talking to Cookies earlier. This is a really good one. It really is. I'm not just doing this because of the TJ joke we do.
Oh, boy.
But I have to go under.
What you got, Michael?
Oh, I'll go over. All right. I'll go over.
All right.
A couple of field goals. Sure. Yeah.
That is your championship edition of the Prop Bet Casino.
Rico.
97.1. In radio, you want to get on the air and actually do this thing the right way, or you know what, you want to go into TV, or you're a graphics design artist, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal and then get you started on your path. All you got to do is go visit the website to get started. And that website is ltu.edu/specs. You'll learn more about the broadcast media arts and the digital media arts and graphics communications programs taught through Specs at LTU on the campus of Lawrence Tech right here in Southfield. Your instructors are going to be people who work in the business like yours truly, which means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn hands-on from day one what it takes to make it in your business. So whether you want to go back and you want to learn how to go do radio, TV, or you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. It is very simple. So you need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
is this? Is this on the Niners boombox down the tunnel?
It's California-related songs, courtesy of DJ Roberto.
What about that Ramen Ra? All right.
That ramen noodles.
Oh, my God, Roberto. All right. Let's briefly, we'll get to the people. I'm sure TJ's stumbling in at some point. Let's go on the board, please. All right. So I've had a red-hot week, which means trouble's on the other side. I don't know, David, is it like when one of your kids breaches the diaper? That's what I feel like's about to happen. But here we go. I want to offer you a couple of different things. One is I have a way stronger opinion about the Ravens game than I do the Lions game. And the Ravens happen to be incredible as a first-half team. So if you don't want to lay the 3.5, could I interest you in Ravens minus 2.5 in the first half? Might be the coward's way out, but I think it's smart. I'm going to play both. I'm playing Ravens minus 2.5 for the half, 3.5 for the game. I think Isaiah Likely plus 380 anytime TD is interesting, and I'll just give you this one. You do whatever you like with it. The Kansas City Chiefs have allowed 26 rushing touchdowns to quarterbacks since the start of the 2019 season, by far and away the most of any team.
David's upset.
Lamar,
I think you just stole
I'm not
him.
upset because it leads to what I was about to say. Lamar Jackson is plus 105 for an anytime score. Yes.
Yeah, I think there's a way to do it too, David, where both Lamar and the Gus bus. Remember, Gus Edwards leads the league in carries inside the 10. He got one from the 2 last week, didn't get it in. Then they ran the Lamar bootleg the next play. Gus is plus 130 to get one this weekend. So just a couple notes for you, some interesting things for the weekend. Mr. Rico Beard.
All right, Michael, I got something for tonight, and I got something for this weekend. In a game where
Let's go.
I know you're not going to be watching, but for those who will, Michigan State is at Wisconsin. MSU does not have any decent big men, so therefore, Stephen Crowell to score over 10.5 points, Tyler Wall to score over 10.5 points, and Tyson Walker over 17.5 plus 550.
Can I ask one question with no smarm attached?
Yeah.
Why not just bet Wisconsin minus 2.5? State never wins at the Kohl Center. No smarm.
You know
Legitimate
why?
question.
You want to know why? Because it was only minus 2.5, and Wisconsin is a ranked team going up against MSU. So I know it doesn't fall in the system. That's not a system type of thing.
Truth.
But when you play Big Ten teams like that, normally it would say, as you would say, either put money on Michigan State or pass.
Also, I just want to do a PSA. This game would be totally different if Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was playing.
I hate you so much.
I love you too. Kenny.
Oh, and here's your value pick. And maybe this coincides with your cash your ticket, Mike. If you take Isaiah Likely, Travis Kelce, George Kittle, and Sam Laporta to all score an anytime touchdown, plus 4,600.
That a baby. That 100%. I think it's a fun, put a quarter of a unit on it and have a good time with it. Yeah. Big weekend for big people. Let's do it. Kenneth, report for eligible.
I'm
What do you
reporting.
got?
So I was going to go to the ice tonight thinking, hey, it's Friday night. We're going to have a slate tonight to bet on 4 games. So we're not doing that. I built a Lions to win this game parlay, 2 legs, Lions money line, and a David Montgomery anytime, plus 545.
Wow. Fun fact, Lions money line is the biggest bet of the weekend in Vegas.
Well, Kenny.
David, this is the part you talk.
No, because Kenny, both of you all have done exactly what I was looking at. Amon-Ra and David Montgomery, and then the Lamar Jackson, and when you add Gus Edwards. If you want another one regarding any of the games, you could do, Andrews. He will be plus, I believe he was plus 320. Let me look at it again because I stepped away.
He was just
I I just worry he's been in a cryogenic freezer for 8 weeks.
Plus 270. I'm sorry.
Where
Plus
he may,
270.
yeah, he may end up getting like 8 plays in this game.
Possibly.
Yeah. Okay. But
People, whatever you do, do it responsibly. Have a good time. That's what championship weekend's for. That is on the board. TJ Lang, your calls. Tobacco, all next. 97.1. You just heard a piece of it. I mean, it's what we talk about with FanDuel. More betting markets, more ways to play. It is championship weekend, and FanDuel, they got it all, including the no-sweat same-game parlay. So Kenny's designing one, or Rico's got, the tight end parlay. They have parlay insurance. You fall a leg short, you get a little credit in there, and you rifle that back through the window. FanDuel, more ways to play, more promotions. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel, the official betting partner of 97.1. You got to be 21 and up. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued on withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. Oh, too right, Lomas. Touchdown, Detroit black guy. TJ Lang joining us on a Championship Friday. Here's how it's going to roll. We're only talking to TJ for one segment. Then it's you guys. We go straight to the phones afterwards. TJ, how are you, buddy?
I'm good with that. 15 minutes, let's do it.
What's happening,
Bang it out.
Yeah,
What's happening, big time?
What's up? What's up? Oh, I had something I wanted to read you first.
Thank you for gracing us and just doing radio today.
Okay.
Oh, did you have a poem?
Yeah. Hold on. Dan Campbell and Jared Goff have been vital as this team heads out in search of a title. That's as far as I got. I'll take suggestions.
All right. That's that EMU journalism class.
That's as far as I got.
Go Eagles!
I had another
got
one,
news
but
for
I
you.
couldn't find anything to rhyme it with.
That's about as far as caller Chris got with Doug and Scott.
What rhymes with
I'll be
Super
quick.
Bowl?
4 minutes. Okay, now.
Yeah, and no.
Go ahead and
all
clip
right,
that,
so
David.
the theme of the day has been, TJ, your biggest point of confidence and your biggest point of concern with the looming matchup, Niners and Lions.
Okay, I know what I said yesterday. The more I think about it, I think the biggest area of confidence would be this offensive line in the run game. I do think you have the best offensive line still left in the playoffs. Look, Jonah's going to hurt a little bit, but I think they'll fill that void. No problem. Concern, I would say it has to be not containing Brock Purdy well enough. You know what I mean? He's very slippery in the pocket. Gets the ball out of his hands quick. They get him on the move a lot. Some rollouts, some bootlegs. That's been a thorn in this team's side for a long time now when you have a quarterback that can do that. So for me, it would probably be the biggest concern is, hey, if you get them to third downs, and then Brock Purdy runs a couple for 10, 11-yard gains first down, and those lead to points. So football-wise, those are my football reasons why I'd be concerned if they're not able to bring down Brock Purdy.
Interesting. All right.
What did you say? I
I'm
didn't hear.
No, I'm surprised. And I'm not going to – you have a right to go back on what you said. I'm just surprised. I thought yesterday you were in a different place. I didn't realize Brock Purdy's legs terrified you.
The more the more.
So like that final drive when he picked up the 15 yards and took him down to the 6-yard line.
Crucial plays. I think it's going to be a close game. I do, but I think
because you forget about him.
You do.
You don't account for him. It's like if Jared Goff took off and ran for 15 yards, nobody in the place is thinking, oh, my God, he can run.
And even Mike today, this morning, I had a chance to go back and watch even 3 or 4 more games. And at every game, there's like 4 or 5 plays where he just scrambles out of there. And, it should be 2nd and 16. Instead, it's a 20-yard gain or something like, you know what I mean? Teams just kind of falling asleep on him. I think that's had a big impact in their offense. Everybody knows about McCaffrey and looks like sounds like Debo's going to play and Ayuk, but
would you feel different? I think Vegas has his over-under of rushing yards at 7.5. Does that make you feel better?
No, I mean I would take the over if I was a bet man. Only because this is NFC Championship game. Everybody's going to do anything possible. Jared Goff took off last week. You know what I mean? I would be shocked. And maybe it's not so much I'm not saying so much the running. But it is maybe if you've got him hemmed up in the pocket and somehow he squeaks out of there, right, and hits a play down the field. Something like what happened against Dallas where, we had him hemmed up and, man, he just snuck out, couldn't finish the play, boom, big play over your head. That's what starts to concern me because Brock Purdy is pretty elusive. I mean, he is. I'm not saying he's a dual-threat quarterback by any means, but we know Aaron Glenn likes to send a lot of pressure. My biggest concern is when you do send the pressure, are you going to be able to – is he going to escape the pocket or are you going to have – the discipline to finish to bring him down because he makes it was 4 or 5 plays a game that I watched today where it's like, gosh, that defense should be off the field, man. This drive's still going, and boom, it leads to points, and then the games just start to get away. So I think that's a huge concern. Yes,
I think confident concern, depending on which side of the ledger you're on, to me is Dan Campbell. The fact that he really has nothing to lose. The fact that he is that gambler. The fact that he knows this could be the last game, so there's no holding back. We got to do whatever it takes to get to the Super Bowl. If you're a Lions fan, I think that should be your confidence level of knowing he's going to do whatever it takes. He's going to push whatever buttons it takes to get his players to the finish line, whether it's going for it. And I think like last week they kicked the field goal. It was 4th and 4, and he just lined up and took the field. I don't think he's doing that on Sunday. I think if it's 4th and 4, and if he's within the 5-yard line, he's going for it. He's going to go for it to try to score the touchdown and say, okay, you know what, Kyle? Your turn. Match me.
Yeah, and that could be the difference, right? And we know Kyle Shanahan's a hell of a coach now. I mean, he is a great offensive coach. His guys seem to love it,
but he's conservative.
He is very Sean McVay-esque, where, 4th and 4 midfield, let's punt it. We're 4th and short in the red zone, let's just take the point. That's Kyle Shanahan's MO. That's his identity. That's who he is. So certainly I could see a situation or scenario where Dan Campbell squeezes out a couple extra points by a fake punt or a fake field goal or something goofy on a special teams play, right? A trick type play there. I think that's big part of the reason why you're here is because you have been that type of coach. And we obviously know you get the championship weekend, man. You don't hold anything back, right? So I think he certainly could be their secret weapon.
This is one where, all year long, I'm like, you need to be a little more Dan Campbell, less Dan Gamble. I think Dan Gamble tells Campbell, take a seat. I got this game. This is my type of game.
Has to be.
Yeah,
and I think that
my
go
biggest
ahead, Mike.
confidence and fear thing was Dan Campbell for a different reason is I just don't know that there's a coach in the league that has a better grip and a better relationship and a better feel for his team than this guy. I mean, they'll go to war for him. And TJ, I think you'll appreciate it and recognize it. He's coaching as someone who's been there before. There was no dancing. There was no parade. 2 down, 2 to go.
Yeah.
And I have a great confidence that he will be able to take this team and play well. Now, on the flip side, I do get a little bit concerned about what I just said, which is we've gotten comfortable with this team playing at home, feeding off this incredible crowd, timing up blitzes and the other team's audibles. Like you can't even hear. It doesn't work. They're on the road, and you're not playing one of these welfare teams that you have played. And I just wonder, and I'm guilty of it, have I gotten too comfortable with the get-it-done attitude? Well, you're at home, and you're playing teams you're better than. You should get it done, and they've survived. What they're going to face here is something completely different, both geographically, they're leaving home, and B, wouldn't you say, in fairness, the Niners are a double-digit favorite over the Rams and Bucks if it was in this same scenario right now?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and I'm not saying it's going to be easy by any means. Nobody's saying that. But I do.
No, but I think the Lions have a pathway. I do.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think that everything they've done the last couple weeks, like you said, Mike, it hasn't been some crazy. Oh my gosh, look at us! Like it's been expected. You know what I mean? After the games, you talk to players, they're like, yeah, we expect to win these games. We know we're a great team. We know what we can do. I think something turned for them too. Really, after that Dallas game, I think, and I'm not into moral victories by any means, but we all remember that game and how it ended. I think they came out of that game knowing exactly who they are, knowing what they have to do to win games, knowing what they have to do to make plays in the biggest moments, and that was a game that, us being on the outside, I remember sitting here that Friday and being like, man, I don't know, I'm nervous. Dallas kills teams at home, and man, their defense, their D-line, and man, Dak's playing pretty good, right? And they went into that building, and it's a game they should have won. I think they learned a lot about themselves.
And I'm taking that to my grave.
And I think they learned a lot. I think they learned a lot about themselves after that game, which hopefully they can utilize going into San Fran.
248-539-9797. No, I know who it was. I know. Now, Rico has said Niners by double digits. TJ, I don't have you on the record yet.
I think the Lions cover. I think 7.5 is a lot of points. I think the Lions are a good team. I think they're a great team. And this is probably a bit of homerism in me and maybe just wishful thinking, but I'm going to take the Lions. I'm going to take the Lions 28-26. I could see it being an aggressive Dan Campbell. We know we're going to score touchdowns and maybe get Shanahan to kick a couple field goals and you can get a little bit of a lead there at the end of the game. I just maybe it's stupid. Maybe it's I have football reasons. Certainly, I think this defense. With the identity that they have, I can come up with football reasons.
TJ, here's the thing: if you've made it to championship week, there is no stupid opinion. Because either team can like one of these teams is going to the Super Bowl. Like this isn't some poor team. This ain't the Panthers going up against the Bears. These are two of the best teams in the NFC.
Can I also say I wouldn't be completely shocked if it were to end up what you think? If it somehow got away from you.
Here's the funny thing, and Mike, I don't think you mind me sharing this. Mike and I were talking, and it was like, I think the Niners will win by 10 or more points, or the Lions will there won't be any in between. It won't be like that squeak it out game where the Niners, like last week, either they go out there and handle their business or the Lions just take the game.
Yeah.
And I
they
think,
win or they get their head put in their carry-on bag.
And
it's one of the two.
This is probably the nervous part of being a fan, on this weekend. The last couple weeks I couldn't really make a case for, if they lose this game, what can we talk about Monday? Because those were games you felt like they should win. This weekend, we know anything can happen, but the nervous part of me says, well, okay, let's say if we do come in Monday and, they lost and, at least you could say, you know what I mean? There's almost like, okay, we still know we're a few pieces away, right?
Yeah,
right. So
you can feel proud about yourself. I mean, here's the thing.
I don't want that to sound in a bad way, but you know what I mean?
It's not in a bad way because you made it further than you thought that you were going to be. But it is one of those things where when you look at this game, and I've never been a big fan, but the guy on the other side of the microphone, Mike, believes in this Vegas stuff. That line never moved all week long. Now, as a matter of fact, it's gone to 7.5. You see the confidence that Vegas has in this game and in the 49ers. It's like, because I'm like, man, maybe it should be a lot closer, but they're saying, no, it's not going to.
Well, it leads me to the question I was going to ask TJ, and I'm only half joking. I mean, what the hell are they going to shoot Debo up with for him to play? I mean, is he just going to be carrying a syringe instead of a boombox into the stadium?
I don't
what are we talking? Lawrence Taylor any given Sunday? We just going double dose?
They don't do that.
How does it
anymore.
work? Come on,
they don't do that anymore.
Oh, are you? Oh, I thought you were trying to be funny.
No. I'm saying I mean, there's always stuff that they can do. It's like Toradol. I want to say it's not. You're not getting shot up with like
Debo. What's in this needle, son? You don't want to know.
Yeah, this was back in the day too. I don't
plausible
know.
Deniability, Debo.
They don't really do that anymore. I don't think they can, but. I don't really know. They've been kind of.
Tell me in private.
They've been. Okay. I'm being 100% honest with you. I don't think there's any. Mike, you can't
There's
believe
no
what these guys are doing,
spray?
man. No, it's not.
The stuff they gave
What about
Ray
the
Lewis
magic
back in the
spray
day
from the World Cup?
Hey, remember the stuff they gave Ray Lewis back in the day? Yeah, that.
So listen,
none of that.
Let's give TJ a segment. I feel TJ. This is a new TJ. TJ, you're normally a very confident man, very outspoken, very gregarious. I'm seeing a high level of self-doubt and insecurity out of you.
No, that's false.
I want you to get it together, and then we're going to go to your adoring public next. They are ready to roll on a Championship Friday. Let's get to it, shall we?
Let's do it.
Mr. Rico Beard, have you ever thought about a career in crime?
I have not, Mike, but I have thought about going maybe and getting something from Hamilton Chevrolet, and you should as well. Let's talk about the best Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren, 14 Mile Road in Mound. Hamilton Chevrolet and their sales staff, Andrew Pavlik, they're going to find you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to guarantee that. They're going to find you every incentive and discount and rebate to save you money. Heck, right now, they are flying high out there. The Wolverines won the national title, Lions in the NFC Championship game. Now's the best time to go out there and talk to these guys. You may even get a better deal. Get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now. Their inventory of new 2024 Chevrolets are the selection is best, including the January Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Blazer LT. $269 a month for 24 months. Yeah, I didn't stutter. $269 a month, 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You will drive away with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet, and you tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. What is not up for debate, the eco-friendly, most comfortable mattress on the planet. It's the iComfort Eco by Serta. It is supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. Straight to the people, TJ live with us, taking you to 6 o'clock on a Championship Friday. Let's go to Danny and get back to the people. Danny, how are you today, sir?
How's it going, Mike?
Good, Dan.
So my whole thing is this. Like, obviously, I'm very confident that the Lions can run on San Francisco. They've run on pretty much everybody. My concern is Dan Campbell not being Dan Campbell. I've watched him. I went to the Seattle game to where all of a sudden he went to uncharacteristic things that he did, settling for field goals, doing things that, like just kind of playing the clock and all that kind of stuff. That's not the Dan Campbell that I know, and I don't want him to kind of pucker up, as you might say, because this is his first time being on the big stage and then doing things that aren't characteristic of himself and the attitude of this team.
I don't see that happening. He's shown you, I think he's been tactical. I can't think of a single decision he's made that I disagree with in the playoffs. He's done the right stuff. TJ, Rico, any disagreement there?
No, as a matter of fact, he has, Mike. It's become so normal watching him do that when you see Todd Bowles or Kyle Shanahan or any other coach punting the ball or like not going for it, you're like, what are you doing? It's not what Dan Campbell would do. Dan Campbell's going for it. So this is one where – does Campbell power it down because there's so much on the line, or does he just push his chips in the middle of the table and say, F it, let's do it?
Yeah, I mean, my big thing is like I said, I the one game that I went and saw him in Seattle, like when he did that, I was like, wow, this is not like Dan Campbell at all. I just don't want to see that. I'm glad that they're at this. Fortunately, I was alive when they went to the NFC Championship game against Washington, had no shot at that game. But I think they do have a legitimate shot here. I do think San Francisco is probably going to win, but I think it'll be less than the 7.5, though.
Yeah,
Look,
thanks, Danny.
Look,
Mike.
I just think people – no, Tease, you're fine. I was just going to make a point. Like, guys, we don't need to preface this like it's some declaration, the Lions have a chance. Hell yes, they do.
Yeah.
I mean, they made it this far.
We got to lose that. Come on, man. This ain't the bad news Bears showing up at San Francisco. You got a damn good football team out here. Yeah. It's Dan Campbell, not Walter Matthau. TJ, go ahead.
You're not here by accident. The one thing I would say about Dan Campbell is I think he's learned that, the aggressive mentality can be fluid throughout a game, right? There's a lot of times and early in the season where, he's doing some things and you're like, whoa, okay, let's see how it plays out. I think sometimes he goes into the game with the mindset of, we're going for it on fourth. We're running fakes. We're going to do this, onside kick, whatever it is, and then doesn't really adjust based off how the game's going. I think he's been able to do that now. I think there's enough, in his toolbox. There's 19 games this year to say, okay, hey, maybe I'm going to be really aggressive this game, and hey, offense comes out and scores the first 2 drives, and the defense is playing really good. Okay, maybe let's put that on the back burner. I don't have to be as aggressive, right? You kind of adjust to how your team is playing that day. I think that's something that he's really adjusted over the course of not only the season, but throughout the 3 years he's been here.
TJ, I wonder if he's adjusted because I do think that he lost his composure at the end of that Dallas game, where we're going to go for it no matter what, and it was like, okay, well maybe we should just bring it back. Let's kick the extra point. Let's regroup and let's just go out there, play a little defense, go to overtime. I think he's learned from that, don't get emotional. Be tactical, but not emotional.
Yeah, I mean, that game was clearly emotional. I think it was strategy as well.
And that's why I said, to me, that's, as a Niner fan, that's the biggest concern is that he's learned from that.
Yeah.
That's not the same guy that I saw at the Dallas game where he got so emotional. He's tactical now.
Yeah, and I think also at the end of that Dallas game, there was a little bit of, I think our guys need to know what it's going to be like to back against the wall. We're heading to the playoffs. We might be in this situation where if we don't make it, we're going home, right? So let's at least get that experience in, see how we respond to it, see how we can learn from it. Because right then, did it matter? Yeah, it could have been the 2 seed. It all worked out anyways, right? But if they get into that type of situation this Sunday, hey, we need to convert on 4th and goal with 5 seconds left from the 7. Okay, hey, we've been here before, right, guys? We know what it's going to take. So hopefully, like I said, everything that has kind of hindered them in the past, hopefully they've learned from all that. And Dan Campbell, hopefully he's learned from some of the more aggressive, maybe kind of mistakes that he feels going into this weekend.
Look, as the only one who's not involved in one way or the other, I mean, I'm homeless. I'm a Giants fan. I would tell you if I were in this spot, I'd be terrified to face Dan Campbell. Highest compliment I can pay. Yeah. Because those decisions that he will make can undo dominance by the team you're facing. Like the Niners could be dominating a game, and it won't matter. It's like what Lamar Jackson or Pat Mahomes do to a defense. But we had the right scheme. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, we called the right blitz package. He got out.
Hey, we got the stop on a critical 3rd and 6. Just kidding. 4th and 6. Illegal contact, first down. FU, touchdown. Like, I would be terrified facing him in a winner-take-all chips down game where he's the underdog, too. I still think, I mean, you guys can slap me down on that one. I think it's a powerful tool. Players know. There's a belief structure in that room, us versus everybody. Now we're taking the wagon on the road. And having Dan Campbell as your coach, that's powerful. I'd be scared bleepless if I were in this game. But then again, I mean, I reside on a homeless, thrown away mattress, a.k.a. the Giants. Thank you, Doug Karsh. 248-539-9797. That's Doug. You want to hear it again?
No, kind of. Wow. Was that today?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
No, that was his wedding night.
Oh, my goodness.
Honey, I'm eligible.
That's when he walked back walked back home after the Rose Bowl.
Right.
Wow.
I'm going to ride my bike so hard.
He sounded bricked up.
Right. I'm going to smash these Brussels sprouts.
This is for the kale.
I'm going to pound this kale into submission.
Respectfully.
Respectfully, of course.
Impossible.
Honey,
burgers.
I'm home. Open line format. All right, let's go to Anthony, please. 97.1. Anthony, how are you? Anthony,
Hey,
what's
Anthony.
up? Yeah.
Hey, I'm a 49ers fan. I grew up in Detroit. My dad's been one since 81, so I got some skin in the game. And my concerns for my team are Kyle Shanahan getting his head out his butt when it comes to play calling. And I want him to attack the middle of the field and the back end. And my confidence is because they haven't seen a run game like ours unless you call it Baltimore. And that's about it, really.
Rico, you got one of your own on the line here. Niners Nation or whatever, or the Faithful or whatever they call it.
So Anthony, no, Anthony, you're concerned about Shanahan and his being way too conservative, right?
Yeah, he's like a boy genius. Like, he outsmarts himself sometimes. I'm like, what is wrong with you? And you got two other backs like Elijah Mitchell and Jordan Mason, big bruisers who could wear down the line. You don't have to use Kristen every time. I don't get that.
Yeah, I'm with you. Now, for me, Anthony, it's more of the clock management, like how the end of the first half, it was like, are you going to be aggressive? You're going to kick a field goal, touchdown. He just wasted a minute just to, line up Moody out there to miss a field goal. So I can get that. I understand.
Why don't we just get to it? TJ, you and I can just say this. All right, one dude's a beast and the other dude's a bitch. Just say what's on your mind, Rico. Just say it.
Mike,
Dan Campbell don't play that mess. Kyle Shanahan does.
Like I've said that, except for I guess I have a vast vocabulary. I don't have to go that route.
That's out the window. I'm on my 7th show of the day.
Okay.
F it.
right.
Let's go.
All right.
I mean, hold on, no, fellas, that's true, though. That's part of the allure and the advantage of Dan Campbell in a game like this. I don't think being this hyper-conservative, scared, just weird Shanahan mode, that doesn't benefit you when the guy across from you is going to put pedal down, start to finish. Okay, I'm done. I gave it my best shot.
You did.
Good luck Sunday. I'm out of here.
More of your calls next, 97.1.
Yes. quickly, and for the first time today, and TJ, just bear with me, brother. We got to have David read a few ticket texts. I'm deplorable. We haven't had a check-in yet today. That's on me, Rico. Sorry about that.
That's
David,
okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, the people are excited, so I'm just going to rifle through a lot of these here. Confidence, offensive line, and running. Concern, Lions secondary, and playing outside on the road. Another one from Max says, confident the Lions control the middle of the field on offense. Concerned the 49ers control the middle of the field on their offensive side. Jason in Heartland says the confidence is Goff playing well, and we put up points. Concern is injuries to the O-line and our tight ends.
TJ, what was your read on Jonah's replacement? What is it, a Ashoka or whatever the hell the guy's name is?
Awasika. Yeah,
Sure.
no, he's
Nailed
been,
it.
He's been steady. No, he has.
Here's your problem.
Go ahead.
Jonah gave up no pressures all day. He goes out of the game, and on 17 snaps, what was it again? Ashwagandha?
Awasika.
Sure. Gave up 7 pressures.
Yeah.
What's your mindset? Now, obviously, Ragnow can help him out on Hargrave.
Yeah.
Glasgow v. Armstead 1v1. You comfortable there?
Yeah, I am. I think, and even going back to some of my notes, that's going to be a huge matchup, the interior of our O-line and the interior of our D-line, to be honest with you, too. But no, our O-line, look, you can find ways. Graham's going to have to play a really good game. He is. I think he matches up well with Armstead. Because, let's be honest, Frank's probably going to be sliding left majority of the game, right? You've got a backup left guard in there, and Awasika is formidable, but it's a drop down from Jonah. I will say this about Jonah. He's been extremely underrated, in my opinion. I know he's been beat up a little bit. He's been hurt. He's missed some time, but he is a really, really good player. I like Jonah a lot.
They're 40 yards a game better on the ground with him than without him.
No, it's a wide margin. But I think the good thing, too, Mike, is that San Francisco's defense is very, I don't want to say vanilla, but they're pretty basic when you watch them. They just line up and say, this is what we're going to run, and we're just better than you. Good luck. Try to block us, right?
Why do you think they can't
They're really
stop the
good.
run? With the resources they have up front, I mean, Rico, please feel free to jump in here. Why can't they stop the run?
Mike, I would say the reason why they can't stop the run is because for most games, they're ahead, so teams are passing. They have to play catch-up. So they don't get a lot of reps actually stopping the run game because they normally go down, they score early, and now you're playing catch-up. Green Bay said, no, we're going to change that, and they were running the ball, and that's not something they're used to. They're used to being back in pass defense and trying to stop you because you can't – it's stupid for you to run the ball because you're going to eat clock, and it's going to hinder you from catching up to them.
It's a lot of scheme, in my opinion. It's a lot of the linebackers just saying, hey, we're willing to let you go for 4 or 5.
Right.
Because
we're up 17.
You're just not going to pass it on us.
Yeah.
And being with Chris Kosurik, their defensive line coach, who's in San Fran now, he was here in Detroit for a long time. I was obviously a part of his team and played against his defensive lines for a long time. Their theory is stop the run on the way to the quarterback, right? So I think anytime you have that mindset, it's going to be different, right? We know Aaron Glenn in this defense, number one is stop the run. That's what it is. San Francisco and their defensive style is get after the passer and stop the pass. So I think teams have schemed them up well. Green Bay certainly did a good job on some of the pin pull actions that they did last week and getting some down blocks, getting some linemen out in space. Aaron Jones ripped off a big one. A lot of guys slipping around a little bit, but that was something that
Pin and Bosa, Pin and Chase Young.
They kind of, because you can catch those guys off guard because they're thinking pass rush. All of a sudden, down block from a tight end or a wide receiver. I wasn't expecting that. Right? So I think there are ways where you can utilize that scheme against them with some quick hitting counters, with some quick hitting traps, because that's how you create defense that's how you create gaps against a defense like that they just want to get off the ball. They want to get upfield. They want to get to the quarterback. You can use that against them, which teams have had a bit of success doing. It'll be interesting to see what kind of scheme, and we'll probably find out early in Sunday's game what Ben Johnson wants to call. You cannot remember that Dallas game. You cannot expect a lot of long developing, a slow play action or counter action type of runs against this team. They just get too much penetration. If you can hit them with some quick hitters, get some down blocks, get some counters, get some outside tosses, I think that's where you keep them honest, and that's where you see their safeties and their linebackers start to get more aggressive.
Because I said a lot of the last 2 games, it was about, you know what, let Montgomery be the guy, eat clock, just run the ball. This is a game where I think it's Gibbs. Gibbs out the backfield, Gibbs running the ball, just Jahmyr Gibbs one-on-one with a linebacker. I mean, you saw what he did to Antoine Winfield, the safety, and it was like, you know what, you're not going to catch me. I'm going to go all the way and then stiff arm you as I score.
Yeah.
I think if you're the Lions, this is a Gibbs type of game where use him in space and just take your chances.
And as a receiver, too. Mike, we talked about this yesterday. You have to use Jahmyr Gibbs as a receiver. I mean, it is a lot of one high safety that San Fran's going to give you. They like to crowd the middle of the field, but their linebackers like to get a lot of depth. They're not playing at 5-6 yards in the pass defense. They're playing at 12, 15 yards. There can be a lot of space underneath for your running backs coming out of the backfield. And that's where I like Jahmyr Gibbs in this matchup. It's still in the run game, but coming out as a receiver and getting some of those and maybe, dump down that we see. San Fran does the same thing with Christian McCaffrey.
Right, and see, here's the thing.
Break a tackle and go for 20.
And here's the thing. Normally, if this game were outside, I would say, you know what? That's not an advantage for Jared Goff, but it's going to be nice weather out there. So, and he's from that area, so he's used to all of this. So, to me, if you're accurate, you're fine. Now, if you overthrow your receiver, that's where, Greenlaw or Warner's going to pick you off because they're sitting there waiting for that mistake. But, I don't think the middle of the field is going to be as open as – I don't understand what the Buccaneers were doing last week. I just don't. I thought that maybe they would change at halftime and say, guys, we're leaving the middle of the field wide open. Kudos for Ben Johnson. And just, you know what? If you're not going to change, we're not going to change. And the Lions just said, we're going to take what you keep giving us. And that's how they won that game. They didn't outthink themselves. Because Tampa TJ, it was every time they dropped back, you just sit right there in the middle, and there was nobody around you for 10 yards.
Yeah, well, Tampa brought a lot of pressure, right? So you're automatically going to have some holes on your defense. San Fran doesn't.
But it was the same hole every time.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what you get when you're sending 6, 7, 8 guys at times.
Right, but
you know
would
what
think
I mean?
that. I'm like, Todd, mix it up a little. No, okay.
Yeah, no, it's going to be. It's going to
know the game started. Did you see the look on his face? He didn't know what day it was.
I mean, I know I don't want to distract us here, but that end of the game with him, I realized it in the moment. I'm like, oh my goodness, like the Lions need to slow down a little bit.
You know what?
Tampa still has a timeout.
The way that game ended tells you how they feel about a coach. Because if you were a coach they were teetering on firing you, you would have got fired.
That was incredible to me. In a one-score game,
right?
If you're down 9 or 10, what's that gonna
we can't
do?
score twice.
Great.
But you know what? Who's to say we couldn't take the punt back? And now we go for 2. And let's see what happens.
You never know. It's the playoffs, man. And earlier this season, Tampa
Gentlemen's
got
agreement.
I can't remember what game it was, but it might have been. Did they play Philly in the regular season where they almost caught a Hail Mary at the end of the game? You remember what I'm saying?
Yes.
It went right off Chris Godwin's hand in the end zone. So if you're a coach that's been through that, I was surprised by it. Like I said, I don't want to get off topic.
No, because I was looking at the clock too.
That was confusing to me.
Because I thought maybe, you know what? Maybe it was NBC. They had the wrong timeouts out. Like, you know what? The graphics wrong.
Yeah.
They don't have a timeout. Wait,
Campbell screwed up by not managing the clock, and Todd Bowles was like, "Nah, I know you're helping me out, but
we're good."
TJ, I've seen you on the lake 14 beers deep with better decision making than Todd Bowles. Just leave it alone.
That was egregious. Yeah,
just leave it alone. Great. I'm getting talked into the Lions as we reach the halfway point of the show here. I know. I'm going to continue. I'll continue processing. Let's get to the picks. We'll do it next. We'll get an injury report. Lots left to do today. 97.1, America's favorite place to watch football. Stadium Swim, Circa, Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, the biggest outdoor venue for sports in America. Biggest sports book, I should say. 6 pools, 3 levels. Massive viewing screen with every game going on all over the globe. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, let's do it. It's time for the picks. I don't know that I've ever seen a worse week by the top three people in the standings, and then the best week is TJ and Kenny at 4-4.
Come back.
We're just destroying the game.
You know what?
That
We're
was
all
awful.
eligible. Mike, would you like us to talk about your record last week? You had no shame in blurting out my 3-9 week the week before.
Well, sure. I'm still ahead of you after handing you a week. 1-7, Rico 2-6, David 2-6. Hey, here's TJ. Whoa, look at me, 4-4. Still below me in the standings.
Better than 1-7.
Have another Zins.
Better than 1-7.
Let's go. Can we proceed?
Let's do it.
I can't believe this is on the picks. Wisconsin at home.
Wait, hold on.
State.
Mike, it gets better.
Yeah,
Let's just do this one. But trust me, the next game, it gets better. Go ahead.
All right. Wisconsin laying 2.5 at the Kohl Center to Michigan State. Mr. Rico B.
Mike, you've taught me when the line looks funky like that, Wisconsin is a ranked team. That line should be bigger. So it's either Michigan State or pass. But since we can't pass, give me Michigan State in the points.
Kenny Cott, who won't watch a second of this.
You know how big of a fan I am of college hoops, but I need to gain a game on Rico, so I'm going to take Wisconsin here.
Hatchet man.
It is Michigan State or pass, so I'm going to pass. I'm going to go Wisconsin here.
Lord.
Wisconsin.
America will pass on watching it. TJ, go ahead, buddy.
I mean, I have no... I got another one. I'm looking for a word that rhymes with block, though.
Peacock.
Peacock. What do you think they call peacock for short?
Probably PC.
Okay. Because, Instagram, they call it the gram.
Right, the PC.
Okay.
I'm thinking if you want a spot on this radio show, you're going to move on.
I'm trying to help you here, TJ. Take PC and let's move on.
God bless. I don't know. Give me Wisconsin. Give me Wisconsin. Wisconsin. Mike, this is like your Air Force bets where you have a bad week and you just come back at us the next week with a bunch of...
Oh, no. David put these on the list.
I'm going to take Wisconsin because State is ass. Give me Wisconsin. Iowa at Michigan. What a proud program. Michigan laying 1.5. Wait, Michigan's favored? Uh-oh.
This is what I say. It gets worse. Mike, Michigan's favorite. Both teams are bad, but Juwan is like 0-26 in 1-point games. So, therefore, I got to take Iowa. Or Phil Martelli is actually the coach, but you know what I mean.
Kenny Cott.
Well, you know how big of an Iowa hoops fan I am, so I'm just going to go Iowa.
Caitlin Clark?
That's right.
Yeah, she playing this game.
You are such a jerk, Kenny.
Caitlin Clark 3.
So here's the thing.
Over 4.5 threes.
I believe in Phil Martelli and the boys. Oh, sorry, he's not coaching. I have to go Iowa here.
Yeah, Iowa. Yeah, haven't watched a second of either of these teams. I'll take
Hold
Iowa.
on.
I got nothing.
Honest to God, TJ, will you do an episode of Cash the Ticket with me and Cookies where you just talk college basketball? I need more of this in my life.
I can't even fake it with college basketball. I got nothing. I'll take Iowa.
I mean, it's a home game, so Rhodes Scholar Doug McDaniel plays, right? I'll take Michigan. If good old Encyclopedia Britannica's playing, I'm in. All right, let's go.
Their point guard is suspended for all away games, but he could play in home games. Not kidding.
I've never heard of that.
Nobody has.
Hey, guess what? Neither have we.
Right, they finally figured out how to be half pregnant. Oh, let's go.
Up next, hey, he's faithful on Friday nights, but not Saturdays. A suspension program by Michigan. Golden Knights and Red Wings. This is a parody. This isn't on here, is it?
It's on there.
With the puck line, Knights -1.5. Rico, F it.
You know what? Both teams been playing well last 10 games.
Nope, that's not true.
Oh, that?
No. One of them has.
I was looking at the stats, Kenny.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry.
I'm going to say for you, Kenny, you hate Michigan State,
Kenny
but I'll
just
go
called
with the
Rico
Wings.
stupid.
He pretty much did.
Advanced metrics would argue with you there.
Okay. If you're going to get into all of that.
I'm a hockey nerd.
High danger chances, Rico. Fenwick.
You know, I'm sorry. I was just looking at the win-loss type thing. So
As I'm sure you knew, Jack Eichel is on the IR right now for the Golden Knights, so give me the Red Wings with the 1.5.
Rico, that's why I just shut up about college basketball, right?
But I wouldn't do you that way, TJ.
Yeah, but there was no reason for Kenny to go Doug riding bike.
They're playing really good. No, they're not. They scored 3.
No, they're not, stupid.
You don't
Why
know
didn't
about
you check your Fenwick?
Trying to help
Why
you
don't
out.
you stop
Make an
playing with your Fenwick and read it? I mean,
Fenwick.
Kenny.
What rhymes with Fenwick?
David going. It's an analytic.
I am
David, what do you got?
Gonna hide here. I'm guessing I'm gonna go Red Wings, Kenny. All right, thank you. All right, Red Wings.
Kenny, are the Red Wings playing pretty good? All right, it's going to be probably a rowdy atmosphere down there. Detroit's feeling pretty damn good. I think that carries the team. Red Wings a little bit, rubs off on them what the Lions are doing. I'll take
He'll
the
just
Wings.
be fine. He just
I'll take the Wings.
for some reason.
Is that okay, Kenny?
I'm getting a goal and a half. I'll take the Wings.
Yeah, why not?
Wizards laying 6.5
Lord.
at the Pistons. We're going deep selections for the picks. Rico Beard.
Kenny, should you help me out on this
I
one?
don't know. I was going to lean on you for this. I feel like we do it back and forth.
No, you
No,
get
no.
nothing from me.
No, you don't. You don't get to go Najee Davenport on his laundry basket and then ask him to fold the clothes. Now, come on.
Both teams bad. Marvin Bagley scored 20 points in his debut. It's going to be personal for him. You know what? I think the Pistons will rise up. Give me the Pistons and the points.
Wow. Kenny.
Good teams win, great teams cover. The Pistons are neither of these things. Give me the Wizards.
Over to David.
The Wizards are neither of these things, too.
They've only won 7 games, Kenny.
I'm Wizards.
God, you're so stupid.
Right.
Come on, let's go.
No, you're a doo-doo head.
Wait, the Wings and Pistons are both at home on Saturday?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. And
that's pretty cool.
And then the Pistons go back and play Sunday.
A noon tip
You
for the
don't get
Pistons, 8 puck drop.
Oh,
for
they're
the
going to have to
Wings.
flood that thing
Yeah, but
pretty
TJ,
quick,
you
huh?
don't get it. The Pistons aren't actually in the building. They're actually putting them out in the parking lot. They're at the district.
Guys, we haven't even gotten to a football game
Okay,
yet.
come on,
let's
you're
figure
right.
it
Let's
out.
save some time. I'll take I'll take the Wizards.
Wizards, it's a Marvin Bagley revenge spot. Chiefs, Ravens. Ravens laying 3.5. Your total 44.5, Mr. Rico Beard.
You know what, Mike? Everything is saying Ravens, but the 3.5. Give me the Chiefs and the points because Mahomes just doesn't go away, and give me the over.
Okay. Kenneth Cott.
Yeah, same exact thing, Rico. Chiefs, points, and over.
Thank you, Kenny,
David.
for agreeing.
I believe it's going to rain. That means the I know they both have really good defenses, but Ravens at home gives them the edge there because of the rain. I'm going Ravens and under.
Mr. Thomas John Lang.
Man, I thought it was going to be a lonely island. Rico and Kenny, I'm riding with you guys, though. I'm taking the Chiefs. I'm taking Patrick Mahomes. Playoff time. Got 6 straight AFC championship games.
It's hard to go against
It's
him.
hard to bet against him, man. And
You know what?
There's something still with Lamar that there's something missing. You know what I mean? I think if he wins this game, it changes my mind. But Patrick Mahomes, that's the reason I'm taking him. Give me the Chiefs, and
David,
I'll take the over.
Classic Lamar slander.
I love Lamar.
Chiefs can't stop the run. Ravens run it. Lamar cheat code. And I think the 3.5 is indicative of the confidence in the Ravens. That number hasn't moved down. I'll go Ravens. I will go under. Lions, Niners. That number is now 7.5. Over under 51.5. Let's go to the king of the 49ers scumbags, Rico Beard.
I think this is going to be a high-scoring game, so definitely going to take the over, and I'm going to trust Las Vegas with this. Give me the Niners and the over.
There it is. Kenny Cott, reporting eligible.
Reporting eligible also, Doug Karsh. Give me the Lions. Give me the over.
God almighty, that's unbelievable. David.
I'm with you, Rico. I do believe it's going to be a higher scoring type game, so I'm going to go over here. And I'm going to take, for Lori, who works with us in the building, I'm going Lions. Reluctantly.
I don't know why that was relevant, but thank you for sharing. TJ.
I'm taking the over. I already told you I got the Lions winning 28-26. I think this defense, the change that they made against that Denver game where they say, you know what, we're going to give up some big plays. We're fine with that because we're going to hit the quarterback. We're going to get some takeaways. I think that continues to be consistent this week. I think you get one off of Brock Purdy. That's going to be the difference. I'm taking the Lions to win this one.
I blame TJ Lang for what I'm about to say. Give me the Lions and give me the over 51.5. There you go. There you go. That's going to be the sports book taking my money when the Niners win 38-17.
I can't wait to spend that extra time with you, Mike.
I know. It's going to be amazing. What a blessing. All right. Those are the picks. 97-1. All right, Sunday, championship, 2 great football games. Hungry Howie's, sit, relax, order some pizza. They got the Pepperoni Duo as their special pizza of the month. Obviously, Pepperoni Duo, pepperoni. Classic cupped and the original. Real Mott's, fresh dough, all for $9.99. And if that's not your deal, the mix and match, anything on the menu, mix and match them up, $6.99, dinner on the table. Ready for kickoff. It's Hungry Howie's Pizza. Get a large pepperoni duo for $9.99 only at Hungry Howie's and only for a limited time. All right, injury report. And again, I don't know how much illuminating information you get for an NFC title game, but David, you've got the latest. Where are we at with both sides?
Yeah, I'm actually waiting on the 49ers, but we do have the Lions right now. So off the injury report, Josh Reynolds, Frank Ragnow, Laporta, Houston, and Anzalone. They're off of it. Questionable for the game will be Chase Lucas and Hendon Hooker. Doesn't matter there.
No.
But out will be Khalif Raymond and Jonah Jackson.
Yeah, and the other one is, look, I just, my belief that James Houston is going to play a role is just fleeting. I mean, you're coming back after being away for how long? You got to earn the coach's trust to get back in the game in a winner-take-all spot, and it just doesn't seem like he's there or it's there. So I'm just kind of viewing it that while he's there, I don't feel like I'm getting a lot, if anything, quite frankly.
Yeah, and I think we're going to be a little delayed with San Francisco because of the time difference, I believe, because everyone else has theirs but San Francisco. So
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter because reality is they're going to say Debo's questionable.
Correct. You're
That's
right.
They're going to say questionable.
He's questionable,
you know,
but he looks like video shows his second day at practice, so
he
limited.
went through practice.
Yeah.
Here's what I would expect to happen. Enrico, I will defer to you. It's your team. He plays. I think they put him on almost a pitch count, and I don't think they're going to start the game, hey, let's see if Debo can take a hit. I think it's something where it's, let's see what we can do. Him on the field, Lions have to account for him. But let's see what we can do without him, so to speak. And if this thing's a game, if this thing's tight, well, then you're going to have to go Emmitt Smith, 1993, Giants-Cowboys. You're going to have to go Warrior mode. We're going to need you. Is that crazy, or do you have the same feeling?
No, I got the same feeling. It's let's go out there, let's get ahead, use Debo as a distraction, maybe throw him a ball where he can catch it and kind of go out of bounds and not take a hit to show the Lions, hey, he is involved in the game plan. But you're right, a pitch count that if we need to bring you back in the fourth quarter, we will stay warm, but let's try to use you as little as possible in this game.
David, ticket text, let's check in.
Yeah, ticket text, biggest confidence would be the O-line. Biggest concern would be the linebackers versus Kittle. The last 5 games was down the field wide receivers versus Sutton, but I think Sutton can handle the short routes of Debo. That is Kyle at work. Someone else says,
I gotta stop you there. If Debo's right, no one handles quote unquote Debo Samuel, and I didn't understand C.J. Gardner-Johnson's remarks about Debo. I mean, it's pretty clear.
Yeah, I didn't
you know
understand.
the guy's hurt. You get out there. And I just wouldn't be in the business of calling a grown-ass man who's an all-pro a little boy. And you're a running back, bro. Like, I love CJ, and I think he's a hell of a good football player. I don't need that before an NFC title game.
But you know what? C.J. Gardner-Johnson has to go C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Mike. But you're right. He's injured. It's like, Bosa saying, oh, well, Ragnow, I'm going to dominate you. Well, yeah, I'm hurt. What do you expect? Not 100%.
I don't think, honestly, it had anything to do with him being injured or not. I think
Now, that seemed personal.
Because it goes back to the Philadelphia, San Francisco thing.
Yeah.
That's why.
You know what? You're right, David. You win. That was personal.
No matter what it was, it became personal no matter what. So
just so we're clear, you're okay with you can't run routes, you're a running back. It's like, dude, he's an all-pro. He's a weapon. He's one of the 20 best players in the entire sport. I love trash talk.
But Mike,
come on, some of it just gets absurd.
In his world, maybe he feels like he needs to do that. He got away with it against the Bucks. He pretty much said, "Hey, if you guys had a quarterback, you'd be a great team."
Right, that's Baker Mayfield. No one's mistaking him for an all-pro.
Fair.
confidence in our O-line and running game. The concern is that it's real now, that we are playing on the road against a team that is good on all sides. Someone else says, a concern would be the secondary giving up 400 passing yards. Confidence would be Gibbs running outside the tackles and offense putting 3 touchdowns on the board.
And listen, I think it's simple, too. Niners lose this game, they'll fire Steve Wilks as defensive coordinator.
Yep.
You don't get to have 2 games like that in a row with a team like this, and teams just line up and run at you, and they do it the same way in back-to-back weeks. No way. So I am going to be interested early. What is the counter? Because look, Ben Johnson's as good as it gets, and some of their schemes and some of the things they're able to do because a guy like Penei Sewell is so athletic, it's so ridiculous. Niners better have a counter, because if it's sweep to the left and sweep to the right, and it's Gibbs perimeter stuff all day, Steve Wilkes may as well pack his bags at halftime.
Definitely. From Jay Cutts, he says the number one confidence would be poise of the offense and winning the time of possession. The number one concern for him would be if the defense allows multiple splash plays. Then he says, "Go."
I think both defenses are going to give up plays. I think these offenses both ways are too good. It's
But see, I guess it's the splash play though, Mike. Is it a splash play going down the sideline that has the potential for a touchdown, or is it a big 30-yard chunk in the middle of the field where it doesn't end up as a touchdown, but you get to move the ball and you change the because Sutton, and that, if I'm a Lions fan, that would bother me. If you got a receiver one-on-one going down the field and you just throw it deep and play 500.
Hey, Sutton left on an island, dead. Ambry Thomas left on an island, equally dead.
Fair, but the thing is,
it is the same thing.
Ambry's the third corner, whereas Sutton's your number one.
Well, and here's the other thing. You do a bet. Well, you guys don't blitz like the Lions do, but yeah, I mean Sutton. It's not his fault, but like asking him to be on an island with some of these receivers is crazy. But they have to do it. They just don't get a choice.
Because I got to think that, this is maybe, where the Lions' second or third receiver, whoever lines up with Ambry, number 20, that's who they're going to pick on him all day, just like Green Bay did. Because if he either going to get a penalty or you're going to catch the ball.
Yeah, I could see them maybe matching up at some point, J-Mo against them at some point, maybe.
Now that scares me.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
That scares me.
A2 and Tecumseh says, confident in the running game. Concern is protection for Goff.
Yeah, I mean, the stat about, I can't pronounce his name, Jonah Jackson's replacement, that's pretty chilling stuff. And we have to see what Frank Ragnow looks like. At his best, he's an all-pro. If he's compromised, now you've got a real problem in the middle of your middle of your offense against Hargrave, whose specialty is havoc.
See,
I'm going to be real interested early.
And I'm so glad you said that, because Lions fans are excited. Oh, yes, Dan Campbell's been saying it all week. Ragnow's going to play. Wonderful. We knew that. But how effective will he be? Will he be the all-pro center you need?
Yeah, I'm not questioning. Believe me, let me say it for the people in the back. There ain't nobody questioning that dude's toughness.
Ooh.
Playing through what he played through last week, that's crazy stuff. That's Dick Butkus stuff. But that doesn't mean you're ready to roll the next week at the same level. That adrenaline will get you through some wild situations. I just want to see. 248-539-9797. Here's what I want to do. We got to get to Who Said It. We're going to get more of the phone calls as well. Prop Bet Casino, Championship Friday rolls on. But let me at least try to be a little bit timely here so David doesn't tell me I'm number one again in an offensive manner. The slippery winter is here, and whether you're injured as a result of an auto accident or a slip and fall in the winter months, there is only one attorney out there who can give you the service you need. That is injury attorney David Femininio. We've told you before, you're injured in Michigan. You call David, you get David, you get paid. He can be reached anytime at his website, getdavidgetpaid.com, or just call him directly, 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. All right, quick break from the strict title game breakdown. We do it every week. I have a feeling some of the commentary may be themed with the big game on Sunday. It is time for Who Said It.
All right, gentlemen. Mike, you are right. Well, a lot of news this week, so actually we got quite a few different subjects in the game today.
But, Roberto, are you ready to play the game?
Yes.
All right. Let's go. Let's go.
Now
Are you ready?
This first one might be one of the more profound things I've ever heard said on these airwaves. Are you ready? Here we go.
Yeah.
I just got a feeling, man. And if you can base it in logic, add some circumstance to the mix, you decide what you're going to decide. Hey, it is what it is.
Jesus.
Please hear that again. What?
Oh, my God. We get paid to talk for a living. That's what we get?
I just got a feeling, man. And if you base it in logic, add some circumstance to the mix, you decide what you're going to decide. Hey, it is what it is.
We're just going to take it one game at a time.
One play at a time. One
minute.
series at a time. One quarter at a time.
Is player audio eligible that like they play during the bump backs of somebody like coach speak after a game? Because that's what that was.
No.
I got one of two people.
Let's hear it.
And they both do the Michigan games. That's either Doug.
All right, full disclosure, when he started doing it, my answer was going to be Doug. So let me just get that out of the way, and now you guys can continue.
Is Doug, but you know what? I'm going to say that Doug is a little more polished than that. I'm going to go Jansen.
Yeah, but the problem is Jansen didn't talk this week. Did you hear one-word answer theater the day Harbaugh left? Yes.
Okay, but was that really
I'm
talking? Sad. Was that statement really talking?
At least it was words.
That was AI.
What was that even? What was that even about? Like, what was that in reference to?
That's about the Lions, dude.
Yes.
All right. I thought Jansen initially, and you saying that made me also consider Jansen. So I'm going to stick with Jansen here.
All right, 2 Jansens and a Karsh. We go to the pastor, David.
All right, I'm going to be nice. No. I'm really hoping it's not my go-to. Truly hoping that it's not my go-to, so I will not do that. But it could be someone else on his show, and it's not Doug.
The host of the show?
It could be the host of the show, Kang. That's what I'll go with.
All right, Roberto. Who said it?
Who said it?
I got a feeling, man.
Why?
Logic. Add some
You know what,
circumstance
David?
to the mix.
David?
You decide what you're going to
I
decide.
was hoping for the best, Rico.
It is what it
Hoping
is.
for the best, okay?
David, you ever seen the Super Bowl? I believe it was Jackie Smith dropped a touchdown.
Yes.
That's what you just did.
He's got to be the sickest man on the face of the earth.
Right. That's you right there, David.
David is sitting on his ass in the end zone as the ball trickles away.
David went to the ref, said, I'm eligible. Play worked, except for one thing. David dropped the ball.
It is what it is.
Both teams are going to go out and play hard.
It is what it is.
It's going to be a tough battle.
Thanks, Gabe.
Circumstances, they're playing football.
All right, everybody calm down. Let's go to the next one.
All right. Here's the next one. He's following his dream. More power to him. Happy for him to be able to have that opportunity. Happy for Michigan to have the opportunity to have a number of really good candidates.
Oh, my God. What a propagandist pile.
Kenny, do we go back to the well?
We were thinking the same thing, huh? Jansen?
Kenny, I think we've made up. We're now friends
All
again.
right, we're friends again. Jansen it is.
That sure as hell feels like it, but I swear to you guys, the day he left, I listened to that show 3 different times. I honestly thought John had taken the day off.
So is it Doug?
Guys, I don't want to steer you the wrong way. It's got.
No, we've already. Kenny and I are locked in.
Wait. Stop. What about the other guy?
Gov?
That's where I was leaning.
Oh.
Oh, but he was on his own show. Is his show eligible?
No.
No. Did he?
Because he left after Wednesdays with Wojo.
Right. He got.
Okay.
No. Yeah.
Yes.
It was Wednesday night.
It was Wednesday night. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Right, because remember Bob acted like an idiot, like, oh my God, you're so stupid if you think he's still in L.A. Cutscene, he is in L.A.
Let's go ahead and delete that.
All right, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't want to be an alarmist. I just didn't want to see us go down a bad path.
You know what, Mike? You're going to say some things, and you're going to use words, and you're going to get your opinion out there, and that's just how you do
radio. Throw a little circumstance in there, and bibbidi-bobbidi-boo, radio.
Circumstance in there.
You know, it is what it is.
You put a pinch of circumstance.
That's just
you
radio.
do a good show, you do a bad show, you throw some circumstance, some callers in the mix, spin it all around.
I mean,
you do
it's
the
like-
hokey pokey and radio.
It's life in the big city, you know? It is what it is.
It's a weasel, it's a wazzle, it's in the air. You're going Jansen. Kenny's going Jansen. David, do you?
I'm going Goff. Somebody had to say something on the morning show.
Okay, all right. You don't think Stoney would have said that, do you, fellas?
He could have.
It's possible. Yeah.
It's possible.
Or you know what I'm just realizing? We've just got way too many Wolverine propagandists on the station. I can't choose.
Cookies
like
didn't
whack-a-mole.
Cookies wasn't in, was he? Okay.
And I don't think he would have said that. I don't know. Let's hear it. Who said it?
Who said it?
He's following his dream. More power to him.
Yes!
For him to have that opportunity.
Layup. David, that's how you catch a ball in the end zone.
Rico, he's following his dream. More power to him.
Okay.
Hey, John, he left your program in tatters.
The second I heard he's following his dream, you could have stopped right there, Roberto.
More power to him.
Vey.
He's just following his dreams because this is what he grew up to do, and this is what he always wanted out of life.
That's right.
That's
Sounds
almost
like
as bad
under
as
the
reading
circumstances.
Sounds like a
That's
sitcom
almost
theme song.
It's almost as bad as reading the newspaper today where a columnist who may or may not spend 10 days a year in Metro Detroit writes a column about, oh, my God, it was destiny, and he leaves a legend. And they turn the comments off because they know it was a steaming pile of crap.
Comments always make it better. Go ahead, Roberto.
All right, here's another one.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Circumstances.
I can't just take the look back and say we had a great year. Maybe that'll happen in a week or two after the game should things not go our way. But if that is not the case, yeah, I'm going to be not in a good mood.
That's Kenny Cott.
I would like to. I was going to use the Jenkins rule because I also think it's myself saying
I think that's Kenny. I'm reporting as eligible.
Wait.
That's Kenny.
I think it was. I
Is
remember
this
saying
Kenny's
that.
first time?
Second time. First time that Roberto's ever used me, though, because David used me the other time.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Wow. You know what? Let's just all go Kenny. Yeah. Roberto, hit it.
I can't just take the look back and say, yes. Maybe that'll happen in a week or two after the game, should things not go our way. But if that's not the case, yeah, I'm gonna be not
Okay, we hear
Hey, Roberto. Hey, Roberto.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Because you know what? In the circumstances, one team just won a little more than the other, but both teams played hard, and they played a good game.
Mix in some football.
They
in
left
there
it all
and-
out on the field, and yeah.
It is what it is.
More power to him.
More power to him. He left you with 2 NCAA investigations.
You decide what you're going to decide. Hey.
You decide what you're going to decide. You do what you're going to do. And circumstance and things. Say la vie.
Bada beep, bada boop.
Come on, let's get one more. Let's get one more.
Touchdown.
Come on, Roberto, one more.
All right, you want one more. Here we go.
Oh, my God.
All right, one more. If he is your head coach, it comes with some challenges because he is a very different dude.
Okay, obviously that's Harbaugh.
Different dude leads me to think Stoney. That sounds like something Stoney would say.
Like, I use that phraseology, but when it comes to Harbaugh, he's a nutcase. Like, I use something more apropos.
Yeah,
like
that
nutcase.
would be too nice for you.
That's why I said Stoney, because that's his,
PC way of saying the same thing that you said.
Got it. Kenny Cott.
One more time, Roberto. I'm completely lost.
If he is your head coach, it comes with some challenges because he is a very different dude.
It is what it is, Kenny.
It is what it is. You know, you mix in some circumstance in there. I don't know. David, do you have a guess? I need to think about this because I'm lost in the woods right now, man.
Kenny, we're only here till 6.
I don't know. I'm stuck on circumstance. Just give me Goff. I don't know, man.
I actually don't mind David's answer.
That's not a bad guess. I think it's Gov more than Stoney. Yeah, I like Gov. Let's do that.
I'll go Gov. In the Bad Axe area.
All right. Is it Gov? Who said it?
If he is your head coach, it comes with some.
Why is Doug underwater?
What is wrong with his audio?
Very different dude.
All right, just kill it. Just kill it. I can't take it anymore.
But it was Doug.
Can we? All right, just please, because I know I would enjoy it. I'm sorry, listeners, if I'm being selfish. Can you just run through the drop fiesta that this segment created today of one-liners?
You decide what you're going to decide. Add some circumstance to the mix. It is what it is.
More power to him.
And then finish with a Doug roar, and we call it a day.
David?
I really question what I do for a living.
I know. Hey.
That is who said it.
It is what it is.
You know what? We took some liberties with our fellow workers here. That was judgment. You know what Planet Fitness gives you? Judgment free. Look, you said that you wanted to start working out. Planet Fitness heard you. You started the new year off. You've already gotten off the point. No. Don't worry about it. Head over to Planet Fitness right now. And now through the end of the month, January 31st, 24 cents down and $10 a month, and you too can join your local Planet Fitness. Home of the judgment-free zone. It allows you to work out in a squeaky clean gym. A lot of gyms have all new cardio equipment, and some have new strength training equipment. You get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the 30-minute circuit, and all memberships include fitness training. You get all of this for 24 cents down, $10 a month. You can stop at any time, but trust me, you're not going to want to do that. Head down to your local Planet Fitness today, 24 cents down, $10 a month. And if you can't make it down to your local Planet Fitness, you can go online at planetfitness.com to get started. Oh, congratulations. You and I tied last week.
Rico, that's 3 weeks in a row that I've either been tied for the lead or outright. I feel great about myself.
You should.
I wrote a poem.
I wrote a song about it. Want to hear it? Here it go. All right. Let's just start off. Amon-Ra St. Brown receiving yards or Brandon Ayuk? Who has more?
I'm going to go Brandon Ayuk. I just feel like the Lions leaving their corners on islands. Ayuk bounce back game. Debo's back. The deep crossing route. I'll go Ayuk.
Amon-Ra needs to be a big part of this passing game for it to have any functionality at all. So I'll go with, as Roberto would say, Ramen St. Brown.
Wow. My God.
I'll just go 2 names here, and that'll tell you where I'm going. Sutton and Vildor.
You going Ayuk? I'm going Ayuk as well. Receiving yards out of the backfield. Jahmyr Gibbs, Christian McCaffrey.
Wow. Just because I think Gibbs is having a big game doesn't mean I'm ready to put him over McCaffrey. CMC.
Yeah, run CMC for me, too. I think Gibbs will be a large part, but not the only part.
All right, I'm going to try to get one on this segment. I'm going to go Gibbs.
CMC for me.
Did you see what CMC's anytime touchdown was? Just the absurdity of it.
Is it like minus 200?
Minus 380.
Right. No. Mike, the only value you get in him is 2 or more touchdowns. At that point, you get to minus 100.
Yeah, it's
it
totally
was like taking
Sorry.
Blake Corum touchdowns in college football.
Yes.
Yeah, one means nothing. Sam Laporta receiving yards, George Kittle receiving yards. The Iowa tight ends.
I know Kittle's is 61.5 at FanDuel. I don't know what Laporta's is, so I'll just blind fire here.
I think
Go ahead,
Laporta's is close to 50.
God, I think it's close. I think they're both going to play a big role.
Yeah, Laporta's at 48.5 right now on FanDuel.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll go Kittle ever so slightly.
I'll go Laporta ever so slightly.
I'm sorry. I didn't like what I saw from Laporta last week. He wasn't running right to me, and I know he's dealing with that, so I'm going to go with Kittle.
I'm going to go Kittle as well. You know, David, I think each week he's getting better and better. The Rams game, this last week, he was a bigger part of the offense. I think this week he's going to be there unless he gets a hit in the knee, but I'm still going to go Kittle. Goff passing yards.
Full Laporta.
Goff passing yards over under 256.5.
Over.
It's going to have to be over, I think. So, yeah, over.
Yeah, it is going to have to be over, so I'm going to go under.
Oh, David.
See, David.
So spiteful.
No, see, I think under means that the Lions are winning this game, in my opinion. That means you're controlling the ball. Your run game is there.
That clock.
You don't need him to go out there and throw the ball around. He's throwing the ball around. He goes over. I think you're losing. So I'm going over. JMO touchdowns. Oh, it's
Under.
a staple of the show. Oh, Mike just says under.
Over.
Okay. Mike is under.
Under.
Denny's over. Anybody want to hear the number? 0.5?
Yeah, half.
Okay. I'm going
I mean,
under as well.
If you put it at 1.5, you're on drugs.
All right, because I think I think that these two offensive-minded coaches are going to try to figure out something. Ben Johnson and Kyle Shanahan. Over, under, passing touchdowns from a non-quarterback. 0.5.
The old trick play, huh? Mm-hmm. I'll go under.
Yeah,
I like the angle, but I'm going under.
Yeah, under.
I'm going to go under as well.
I'm going over.
You have to. It was your idea. You have to go over. You don't get a choice.
Brock Purdy passing touchdowns over under 1.5.
I'm going to go over. And again, that's more about it. I just think it's going to be a high-scoring game. I think both quarterbacks will have more than 1.5.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I feel. Over.
Ooh, Rico, that's really good right there. Ooh. I'm going to go
Oh,
under.
my.
Oh, David's going under.
Under.
Okay, let me change yours. I thought you were going to go over.
Oh, wow. Really made me think there.
I'm going to go over. Jared Goff interceptions, over under 0.5.
Over. This is the week.
This is the week.
He throws one.
This defense is too good. Over. He'll throw one.
I thought Kenny believed in his team.
I did too. I'm shocked.
Man, I'm disappointed in you, Kenny.
You know what? You don't get it. David.
Yeah.
I was going to give him a roar. No roar for Kenny.
no roar for you.
Matter of
You're
fact,
good.
Kenny, I want a poem from you.
I'm also going to go over, though.
You know what? I think he continues the streak. I don't think he throws one. I'm going to go under. Longest play from scrimmage, over under 41.5 yards.
Over. Either an Amon-Ra crossing route or an Ayuk explosion play. There's just so much offense in this game. Over.
You know, I wrote a haiku about this very thing about this game. Over.
Hey, guys, I wrote a poem. Would you like to hear it? Click.
Oh, that's so good. I never thought I would hear haiku on this radio show. I'm going to go over.
I'm going to go over as well. Lions halftime score or total points from Tyson Walker tonight against Wisconsin.
God, I hate you. Oh, wow. Oh, here, hold on. Let me do this for TJ. Wow, Rico. Oh, that's... Ooh, I got to think about that. Tyson Walker.
Give me a roar now, David. Detroit Lions.
Doug Karsh, everybody.
I'm going to go Tyson Walker.
I'm going to go Walker as well. Over under the amount of touchdowns scored by a tight end this weekend. All four teams, over under 2.5.
Over, and we have a tight end parlay prop for everybody on Cash the Ticket. Over.
Okay.
Yeah,
big
over.
weekend for big people.
Big weekend for big people. Over.
Report for eligible, Kenny.
That's right.
Your guys. You got Likely. You got Andrews coming back. You got Kelsey.
Hey, heart sign, David.
Over.
I heart you.
Which quarterback of the four throws for the most touchdowns this weekend?
Wow.
Throws. I'll go Mahomes.
No way.
That's a great.
No way.
That's really
Oh,
good.
you're not allowed to say that. TJ will get all upset at you for being nice to Rico.
That Ravens defense is so good.
Jim. Oh, God. Well, here it goes. Purdy. I get ahead of the game. Moran Buick GMC, where they make car buying and certified cars.
Am I allowed to go back in the men?
Start at
Something I said earlier
with the new vehicle. The
I'm going
terrains
to
are
the
in
over for
$249 a
Purdy.
month.
Because
the
it will be
GMC
Purdy.
Sierra 1500 heated seats. I just think the other all-terrain game's super low tires, scoring. $318 a month. Yes. And the Lions with their ground attack and how good they are close to the goal line. It just feels like stock list. You'll also be able to get your certified service taken care of and get
Kenny,
that free
I think I'm
loaner
gonna join
vehicle.
you with Patrick
Go about your day. It's just that simple. It's Moran Buick
David,
GMC. We picked up two easy ones there. Get the best price.
Finally,
period. It's on Telegram.
more
Just
rushing
north of Eureka and
yards.
Taylor or at MoranExpress.com.
Isaiah Pacheco
It's Moran Buick GMC.
or Lamar Jackson.
We are professional grade. Oh boy. Let's go Pacheco. I think the Chiefs have to lean on him. I don't think they can just drop back. Mahomes will get killed. I'll go Pacheco.
I just did the real life TJ behind. I was like, oh, that's a good one.
That's such a
yeah, I'll go Pacheco as well.
They only have 4 guys on offense for the Kansas City Chiefs, but Jackson is their guy, so I have to go with Jackson in Baltimore.
Yeah, I'm going.
You want a special? Want a special Chiefs prop? I got one for you.
Okay.
Over under Harrison Butker kicking points 6.5.
Jeez. Ooh, Mike, that's a good one.
Wow, thought provoking.
I'm going over.
Oh, I'll go over 2.
Yeah, I was talking to Cookies earlier. This is a really good one. It really is. I'm not just doing this because of the TJ joke we do.
Oh, boy.
But I have to go under.
What you got, Michael?
Oh, I'll go over. All right. I'll go over.
All right.
A couple of field goals? Sure, yeah.
That is your championship edition of the Prop Bet Casino.
Rico!
Oh, congratulations. You and I tied last week.
Rico, that's 3 weeks in a row that I've either been tied for the lead or outright. I feel great about myself.
You should.
I wrote a poem.
All right, David. A few ticket texts. Basically, we want to know this question. It's very simple. What are you confident about? What are you concerned about? 248-539-9797. We've had a lot of phone calls today. We got a few open lines if you want to jump in. David, a couple ticket texts, and then we'll go back to the phone lines.
Yeah, biggest concern would be the turnovers. We turn it over, it'll be enough to give them the game. Confidence is attack Purdy early and force him to turn the ball over. That is Brandon in a Jeep.
Let me ask a question on behalf of Brandon to Rico. You've watched every snap of Purdy, and I've watched a ton of them, but I'm not going to sit here and act like I've watched every snap. Is it fair or unfair for Lions fans, or for me? I have this thing where, like, I feel like he gets nervous. I mean, look, the Cleveland game was a disaster in the rain, no Debo. The Ravens game, they punked him. And then last week, up until that last drive, it was like he looked scared almost. Is that made up, or is that something you feel?
No, I think that's something that you feel. Now, what the tangible thing is, Mike, is his first, 5 throws will dictate how the game goes. If his first 5 throws are he's overthrowing receivers, it's sailing high or behind them, then it's going to be a long day for him. But if he's hitting guys in stride, it's going to be a long day for the defense that he's playing up against.
I think the other thing that's interesting is this version of the Niners does something that the old Niners never did. They go empty set. They'll put Purdy back there in 5 wide. Now, again, how do you get a defense to stop blitzing you? Well, here's the deal. We got 5 eligible receivers. You can bring 6 or 7 guys, but I'm going to get that ball out quicker and on target and on time than you'll ever get to me. Right. So I do wonder if that becomes part of, does Shanahan go that route? Because the Lions have enjoyed bringing secondary blitzes more than any team in football. Maybe the Ravens.
Yeah. And I think what happens a lot, too, is his personality. Like, he's got that look where, he's not fiery. He's not rah-rah guy. So because he does that, it looks like, is he concerned? Is he worried? Mike, you can't tell whether they're up or whether they're down because he looks the same. And I guess that's what you want out of a player.
I don't know if he's awake. Like, at least with Goff, there's an emotion there. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying Goff is, this fireball, but at least but again, he's been in the league 8 years.
Right.
Purdy's been in the league too. I think the Lions have an advantage with the experience. I think they have an advantage that the player's been in a game like this. Purdy, it's not his fault he got his arm ripped off last year in Philly, but Goff has been through this. I do think there's value in that.
No, it is. I mean, the fact that he's going to have Debo out there, he plays better. A lot of the games that he's lost, or even like last week where he struggled, there was no Debo. That was one of the common denominators. Now, the Ravens game, that was the outlier. But in that Ravens game, Mike, his first couple of throws were all off the mark, tip passes, interceptions, and now, the self-doubt for him comes in. Because he's got to hear what people are saying about him and wondering, are you really the guy, or can we put anybody in that spot? And they lead the Niners.
David, sorry. Go ahead, buddy.
No, you're good. Confidence in the offense. I am concerned about the secondary, he says. That's David from Rochester Hills.
I mean, it's also just, I've accepted it.
You know what?
I can't be concerned about something. It's just, Dan Campbell told you everything you need to know. They're not concerned. They know this is the deal they've made with the devil. I think the players know. Yeah. They have to blitz. They have to be aggressive. And the result of it is we're going to give up a bunch of stuff. Don't stress. Yeah. Make the one play.
Real quick, we won't make it I won't keep tabs on it, but we just did the prop bet casino. But Kenny and I were also talking during the break. Mm-hmm. Which quarterback of the 4 has the worst day?
Wow. My answer, you're going to hate this. I think it's Mahomes. I don't like this spot for the Chiefs at all. Look, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Mm-hmm. His bust is already in Canton. But he literally has to drag this carcass of a team across the finish line to get to a Super Bowl. The Ravens are a historically good team.
They are.
In Baltimore. Ed Reed and Ray Lewis are going to be in the house. T-Pain is going to be in the house. I don't see it. They have no explosiveness. They don't have weapons.
It's funny. Mahomes. It's funny because I'm going to say Lamar. Because Lamar has been told, you're the best player in football. Lamar, this is brand new to him getting to this point. Yeah. He's got a lot. Mahomes has got house money. You're on the road. You weren't supposed to win last week. You're not supposed to win this week. And he already has Super Bowls. So even if he loses the game, nobody's going to say anything about him. Your receivers all suck. And congratulations, you made it this far. But Lamar.
Okay, here's what we've settled on. The worst game will come from the Chiefs-Ravens game. Because I think both Goff and Purdy play well.
Yeah.
And it's going to be fireworks. I can't imagine either guy has the worst day.
Right. But I think of the 4 quarterbacks, Lamar has the most pressure because you've been told 100%. You're the best player.
See, it's a complete legacy game. Yeah. This is a legacy game where if he doesn't get this done, he doesn't get to go to the adults table.
See,
Your MVPs don't mean anything. Go ahead, Dave.
And I'm going to answer for Kenny. Because when this question was posed, I looked at him and said, what is your answer, Kenny? He says, I'm too nervous, too emotional, and scared. No, I didn't say I'm not going to answer this. I'm going to.
So he's saying Goff?
He's saying Goff.
I didn't say that.
Wow.
Goff.
I didn't say that.
You're such a hater, Kenny.
I didn't say any of that.
I like Rico's answer better. I'm going to go with Lamar. Damn it. I was actually going to say Purdy because I think there's a better chance that Purdy goes full Purdy than anybody else has a bad game.
Here's the thing. Go ahead, Mike.
No, you first, please.
If you're a Lions fan, seriously, Purdy's first 4 or 5 throws will tell you what he's going to be. If he is overthrowing his receivers and everything is high and he's missing them and they're going 3 and out, you may win this game. It's going to be a long day for the 49ers. If he's hitting guys in stride, if he's hitting Ayuk deep, he's in stride. Now that's one of those days where he's going to end up with 4 touchdowns.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Oh, there's a chance.
Dude,
All
you
right,
got
see,
you got
not a
more,
bad
you
take.
got more than a chance. Kenny,
Yeah.
Here's what I don't get. People, if you identify with Kenny, I'd like to talk to you. What the hell are you scared of or nervous of? You're here. There's nothing to be nervous about. You're a 7.5-point underdog, which is a titanic number in the NFC title game. There's nothing to be nervous about. All the pressure's on the Niners. All of it. You've got the most dangerous man in football on your sidelines. You got a guy who's going to take that 7.5-point spread, weaponize it. He's going to be hyper aggressive. You got a really good offense. What you want to do best, run the football, is going to attack what San Francisco's weakness on defense is. What are you scared of? All I'm saying is, are you scared of losing? Well, come on, man. That's any game you play.
I'm not scared of losing, but the way it is to me is I just see, we talked about it earlier in the week, Super Bowl in 60 minutes. We are 60 minutes away, potentially.
So you're afraid of the disappointment. You're afraid of we were so close, and now I don't get to go to Super Bowl.
I see the light at
That's
the end
it?
of the tunnel. I just see it, and I want it, and I'm reaching out for it. And damn it, I will be disappointed if they lose, and I am scared of that disappointment.
Sometimes, in the words of Metallica, the soothing light at the end of your tunnel is just a freight train coming your way.
You know, Mike, and it is what it is. You know, you throw in some circumstance and
Sprinkle It is what it is, Kenny. No, I just, you know what? Fair. Kenny, for me, I just view it like I'm so thrilled. This team has done everything we could have ever asked them to do. They're in this spot. They got a chip in a chair. Just flip the coin. Let's go. Let's play. And I don't – there's no scenario I'm upset Monday. There's no scenario where like, oh, my God, the season – shut up. This team is so far ahead of schedule. They did it. So just go play. Loose, easy. The team with all the pressure wears the gold and red. You don't believe me? Ask Rico. All the pressure on earth is on them.
It's just like Lamar. You've been told all year long,
Yes.
You're the best team in the NFC. You got to go ahead and get this thing done.
Yeah, and you want pressure too. Be the Ravens. That's Pat Mahomes on the other sideline. No disrespect to Brock Purdy. You want pressure? You got to take down the Michael Jordan of the NFL.
True.
That's a whole different ball game.
All right, we'll get to your
248-539-9797. I'm sorry. We'll get phone calls.
Yeah.
I want to reset it. Rico's got a point of confidence and a point of concern. I'll give you the same, and then we'll take your calls, get to the picks at 5:30. Cool?
Yes, do it.
Good deal. Let's talk Northville Lumber. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. Stu. No, they've covered 26 football fields with the product they sell. It's all in stock, all varieties, and it's at the lowest prices. Some as low as $1.59 a foot. So look, whether you're a deck builder or do-it-yourself or anything in between, Northville Lumber's got you covered. And they deliver. They'll introduce you to a Trex Certified Pro. Beat the spring rush. Beat the spring price increases. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, last hour as we count down the NFC title game. Biggest point of confidence, biggest point of concern. Rico, we started the show with yours. I want to do that right here. Then I'll give you mine, and then we go to the people. And I know in between, it's hard for us to take calls on a Friday with so many different segments to do, and TJ joins us. If you missed TJ, Odyssey.com Rewind. That's there for you. Oh, also, some of the digital products and programming notes. I'm joining Rico and Costa Sunday extended pregame right here on 97.1 The Ticket. We'll be with you 3:30 to what? Well, it's 2 to 5:30. I don't know. I'll just show up and broadcast until they kick me out. So we'll do that on Sunday. The kickoff show with Boomer Esiason and myself, where we obviously spent a lot of time on this game. That comes out in the next hour or so. That's there for you as well. And then if you want to gamble, cash the ticket. Wherever you get your podcasts. Rico Beard, biggest point of confidence and concern.
Mike, biggest point of confidence and concern for me is, people know I'm a Niners fan. So the confidence is the Lions secondary. The fact that you've given up plus 150 yards to a bunch of receivers for the last 5 weeks. The 49ers are going to go after Sutton. They're going to go after the secondary. And I think especially if you're blitzing, they're going to try to find that one-on-one guy. The biggest concern for me is Dan Campbell. The fact that Dan Campbell, I think, is going to go full Dan Gamble. He's going to leave it all out on the line. And he's going to challenge his team. He's not going to take a play off. He's going to try to maximize everything. He's going for it, Mike. That's my biggest concern because unlike what you saw with Todd Bowles in the Tampa Bay game, Dan Campbell's going to try to get every point that he can off of every possession and try to score. He's going to go for it. If it's 4th and 4 inside the 10-yard line, I don't think you're going to see him kick a field goal. Not in this game, unless the Lions are up and then maybe he's padding the lead. But other than that, he's going for it. He's going to be aggressive. This team has bought in, and that's the concerning part for me.
2 notes for me. Confidence. Dan Campbell's part of the confidence. 7.5-point underdog on the road. This dude has as good of a grip on his team and a relationship with his team. He's dangerous. I would be, hey, I don't have a dog in the fight because my team blows. I'd be terrified of facing Dan Campbell this weekend because first down is really second down. I mean, do you know what a benefit you have as an offensive coordinator, knowing you got 4th down in your pocket and a coach who will empower you to use it? So Campbell, definite point of confidence. The other one is the running game. Look, what the Niners don't do well on defense, on a very good defense, on a defense that is one of the most efficient in the league, they don't set the edge. They don't do a great job with outside contain. What did you see Green Bay do last week? A lot of the toss stuff, a lot of the off-tackle stuff. Chase Young has not done a good job setting the edge. Look, that's confidence. Run the ball, keep them off the field, be pragmatic, and set up Jared Goff for those play-action, deep first-down play-action shots 15, 20 yards down the field. Now, the concern, one, I think everyone's gotten too comfortable with the Lions being at home and playing welfare teams. I mean, it's just, I don't need to apologize for it. It's reality. You guys have been the best fans in the NFL. You've given this team an incredible home field advantage. All that's gone. So all of the things you're doing at home, like the advantages, I mean, TJ talks about this. The advantage you have when you're at home as it relates to audibles, as it relates to the blitzes, timing them, being able to get to the other team. It's all there. That all leaves. And the other thing is, with all due respect to the Rams and the Bucs, they are nowhere near the opponent you're facing. If you power rated this game and you're a 7.5-point dog, and we know how good you think your team is, you know how good we think your team is, the teams you just faced would be north of 10-point underdogs in an NFC title game. So now you're not at home and you're not facing weaker competition. You're facing the best of the best. And I think I've gotten very comfortable watching the Lions here and the vibes and the story and the raw emotion from the fans. It is a concern that all that goes away. And now it is truly you versus everybody. So that would be one. And look, it goes without saying. This defense, forget it. They're going to blitz. They're going to do what they have to do. But this ain't Baker Mayfield. This is a whole different ball game here. So that's where I'm at. I mean, I'm listening to TJ Rico. I do. I'm starting to work my way towards the Lions with it. It's like maybe they are a team of destiny. And then I go the other way and I'm like, wait a minute now. San Francisco hadn't played together in 3 weeks. The bye week, rest, one or both of the last 2 games, and then Debo goes out 9 plays in. I just feel like it's insanely unfair to now drop them a peg from what they've been all year, which is dominant.
Right, because
So
I would look at
gotta
it.
go with it.
Because, Mike, the way I see it, just looking at it just through black and white lenses, they went out there, everything that you just said, 3 weeks, really hadn't been playing together, played a D game, maybe a D-minus game. They still found a way to beat the red-hot Green Bay Packers, who had just destroyed the Dallas Cowboys on the road. They found a way. They got it done. Now they will game. I think that was the wake-up call. And not often in sports do you get a wake-up call game and still win it. Normally that's the game where you're so upset and pouting in the offseason like, man, what happened? We didn't even show, like the Eagles. You didn't even bother to show up in that game. They had that game, but now they got a week to try to figure out everything. And for the Lions, you're right. You're going out on the road. I think I saw some stat somewhere that I guess I think Beanie had it yesterday that teams that, come from a dome and play in the championship games haven't won in like forever. So we'll see what happens.
It is what it is, according to Gabe.
Both teams will play hard.
248-539-9797. Let's get some of the people in the mix. Rico, let's get to the people who've held the longest, and let's rock and roll.
All right. That would be Johnny. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Very, very excited just to even be able to talk about this. Very grateful, that you guys are hosting such a fantastic show. So thank you for that. Thank you, Rico, for being a fan of the Niners and still keeping it real with us fans. So I appreciate that. I'll be honest. You go on paper, you look at this, and, Niners should win. But I got this feeling, and I don't like to talk about feelings on the radio and justify it as a reason to win, but I'm going to tell you why I think we could win. One, I think Kyle Shanahan has PTSD, post-traumatic Super Bowl disorder. He's lost in the big game with the Falcons. He's lost with Garoppolo in the throw. They missed the pick, and he might have the Buffalo Bills type thing going on where he just can't get it done. And I think a guy like Dan Campbell leading that team will have them go out there. They're going to punch him in the face, and it's going to hurt. And when the Niners try to punch back, they're going to laugh, and that's going to get to them. And I think that psychological edge will make a difference. I think we can run at Chase Young, and I think we can come up with some type of wrinkles, even if it's something as wild as a Wildcat type of motion offense with J-Mo, and you got multiple running backs. We got to get creative. If you add up Dan Campbell and our our coordinators, I think they're greater than their coaching staff.
But you know what, Johnny? I agree with a lot that you said, but I think if you're the Detroit Lions, what you don't want to do is get too cute, because that's where you step out and you stop doing the things that got you to this point, where you start running the gimmick and the gadget plays, because you only run those plays either for the element of surprise or when you just don't think you're good enough to beat the other team. So that's like back when they played the Rams a few years ago, and they knew Rams are head and shoulders better than us, so we're just going to pull out every stop. You don't need to do this. This is one where you need to be aggressive. Dan Campbell needs going for it and all of that, but don't out-cute yourself.
Well, okay, so yes, I agree. And I even said to myself, I don't want him doing fake punts or anything weird. Go for it on fourth down at the appropriate times. And I'm saying stuff like Wildcat. My point is we have the ability to throw them off guard in small circumstances and accentuate our advantage. And I think that's the kind of thing that Ben Johnson can come up with. We have to kind of grow and outdo ourselves for one game without stepping out of ourselves too much. Okay. And, go Lions, and thank you guys for the show.
I appreciate the phone.
Yeah, and I'll say this. You know what? If there's one play, if I need one person in all of football right now, I think he's riding a hot hand. I think he's either in his last game or second to last game with your franchise. I'm taking Ben Johnson over just about anybody to call one play. You can laugh, say whatever you want. But coaches, it's like poker players or gamblers. You get hot, you get cold, you get on a hot streak, everything you're dialing up is working. Ben Johnson is coming up aces.
Yeah.
So you have the ability that what that caller just said, Rico. I just have faith he'll come up with the right move. I don't know what that move will be.
No.
Go ahead.
Whatever Ben Johnson did for the third quarter last week, do that. Whatever you had at halftime, eat that. Drink that again. Put on those clothes or those shoes or whatever you did. Because normally the third quarter, he disappears. That Rams game, it looked like it was going to be a boat race, and before you know it, wait, we're in a 1-point game? How did this happen?
248-539-9797. We'll get more of your calls. Championship Friday. I'm just ready for the damn game. But Rico, standing on business. Next.
Let's get this done. Hey, radio, TV, graphics design. You said, you know what? I want to get into the media, entertainment, business. Specs at LTU could help you achieve that goal. It's very simple. You just need to be curious. You need to go to the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech through Specs at LTU. You're going to learn from instructors like myself. We work in the business. This means we're not going to waste your time. With our hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn all the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
All right, when your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. You need Mastercraft heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical. They got you covered. Mastercraft, locally owned for 40 years, going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. They are your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical. Generators in stock, too, and on sale. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they're going to take $100 off that next day service call. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. People, Rico, we have a Deebo Samuel update according to David. So let's listen in.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan just finished speaking with the media. He says, star Deebo Samuel is not on the injury report.
Was that Roberto?
Yeah, it was.
I don't know what. I'm sorry. What, do we
Sorry,
have a
Roberto.
duck in studio?
Friday radio here. So he's not on the injury report. He is full go.
David, it's the playoffs. I mean, it's the same with Ragnar. I mean, you're a professional. It's the NFC Championship game. You're going to play until they have to carry you off the field.
But make no mistake, both guys are hurt.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
Oh, yeah. They will both be getting shot up and probably in the same room. Like, yeah, does that hurt? Yeah, it hurts. Yeah.
All right, Rico, dealer's choice on the calls. Let's rock and roll.
All right, my brother. Let's go with David. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. What I'm most concerned about is the refs with the game, and what I'm most confident in is in the run game with Gibbs and Montgomery and also Dan Campbell. So just want to get your guys' thoughts on the refs.
David, why are you concerned with the refs?
It just seems like there's always something that comes up with the Lions, like, back in Dallas, and it just seems like
David,
I think it's going to be a close game.
Let me stop you. Let me stop you, David. Your team is better than this. You need to be a better fan than this. Don't complain about the refs.
Yeah.
Your team has made it to the NFC Championship game. They have gone out there. They're going to be bad calls either way. They've overcome everything. So,
look at how you've gotten. Okay, you want to talk about the false start, offsides, brouhaha, a couple weeks back. You murdered Matt Stafford and didn't get an easy roughing the passer. There was a pass interference on the final play to Nakua where they wouldn't have punted if it was called. Then we go to the Bucs game. C.J. Gardner-Johnson taunted Baker, didn't get called. Kirby Joseph later in the game where Kate Otten couldn't get up and went, guys, this dude's nuts are right here. What do you want me to do? No call. You've gotten very good whistles. You got to let go now.
You know what? But it's funny how you just never see it when you get every call. It's, just let them play. But, yeah. You're
right, and I'm not mad that they got calls. But for you to have your biggest worry be the refs?
Right.
Come on, man.
Because,
come on.
If the Rams game ended in the opposite way and St. Brown got held on a third down or a fourth down and they didn't call it, Mike, we'd still be talking about it today.
Truth.
All right. You want to go back to the phone lines?
Yes.
Let's do your namesake. Mike, you're on 97.1. Mike. And Mike's gone. All right.
Nah, Mike and Todd Bowles are the same person. They're both asleep.
David, you're on 97.1.
How you doing, gentlemen?
Good, D.
Hey, I just wanted to say I actually kind of have a slightly reversed look at this. I'm a little more nervous on the offense just because we're so talented and so diverse. Ben likes to spread the ball, different things like that. I want to see a lot more, counters and, edge running and then a few, deep shots to J-Mo that I think are going to be there. So I just hope that they figure it out early and then go to what, serves them best versus spreading around the ball. And then defensively, I'm actually pretty excited because I think I was trying to explain this to my son, who wasn't obviously alive during the time, but how the Jordan rules worked. And I think that in a way, Detroit plays the opposite of that. Dumars used to shut down Jordan, filter him and everybody else to the rest of the help defense. Well, I think in a way, because we are not as talented on the defensive side of the ball, we shut down the run, filter everything to that, that wide out position, take the hits that we have to take as far as the yardage, but then because of especially our safeties on the back end are such, hard hitters that, kind of like the old bad boys, if you're going to come in, you're going to pay for it. And I think that eventually gets to people throughout the game. So anyway, real quick prediction. I got Detroit leading 21-13 at the half, final 31-27.
Detroit?
Yep, Detroit.
Okay. Just checking. All right, appreciate the phone call. Just making sure. Didn't know.
Man, oh, man. 31. That is. Oh, my God, that would be a shootout galore. 31-27. That's Bills Chiefs a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Now that thing ended up on another planet. Didn't that end up 35-35 headed to OT?
Yep.
It makes for now listen, I can say it, for me it makes for great TV. It's going to make people pass out with nerve. I mean, poor Kenny will have to walk away from the TV if it's that high score.
Not just Kenny. Not just Kenny.
Let's go back to the phones.
Doug, you're on 97.1.
Good evening, gentlemen. How are we today?
Good, man. How are you?
Hello, sir.
I'm good, guys. Confidence-wise, like you said, it's Dan Campbell in the running game, controlling the time of possession, and just making sure we get outside on the edge. I think Jahmyr Gibbs will be the biggest role. I think this is where him being the 12th pick will come into play, and I think it'll open up the passing game like it always does. Concern for sure would be we got to get home. We got to get pressure on Purdy. We got to put him on the ground. So many times in the last couple of weeks, even with Baker, they just somehow seem like they have oil on them and they escape from, every single thing. So we got to get them on the ground so they don't have time to throw the ball. But overall, I think we can pull this out. But Mike, like you said, it's house money, man. Go out, play loose. We're here. We're not here by accident. We got here, and I think we're all nervous. I think it's so bad that we want this. And like Kenny said, it's the disappointment, but we just got to play loose and hope for the best. And I hope that we can come out with a win. And I'm thinking 24-21, maybe 28-24 Lions. So forward down the field and one pride. And I hope to be talking to you guys next week as we're heading to the Super Bowl.
All right. Well, Doug gave you his. Go ahead.
I think it's powerful, man. I do. I think playing loose. Rico, all the pressure's on you. Mm-hmm. All of it.
I think all the pressure is on, it is. And I really think, Mike, all the pressure is on Purdy. Can you live up to the billing? Can you live up to everybody saying you're not really that great? And will they get to him? Will he sail passes? Will he throw picks? I mean, when he's on fire, I've never seen a quarterback, man, either he is laser focused or it's just like, man, do you need glasses? What is wrong with you? He doesn't have in between games.
Let me ask you, you haven't brought up this all show long, and I just want your honest take with it. We have focused so much on the Lions being able to run the ball on the Niners, we haven't really asked the question about your running game.
Mm-hmm.
Are you confident you're going to line up and run the ball on this team? A team that prioritizes stopping the run.
Yeah, I do. Because now it's going to be kind of one of those pick your poison. So whether it's a delayed handoff or I'm going to include a screen pass to McCaffrey as a run, catch you in the blitz package or throwing it to Debo. I mean, you saw what they did at the end of that Eagles game. When the Eagles brought the heat, it was Debo and 7 offensive linemen running down the field untouched. So I do think that it's a pick your poison. If the Lions are going to be super aggressive, yeah, because the Niners, they're going to run the ball. Whether you put 7-8 men in the box, Kyle Shanahan doesn't, call out at the play. It's like, you know what? I believe in our guys. Run behind Williams on the left side, and we can pick up 3 to 5 yards.
Let's get one more caller in.
All right,
we got time.
that.
Let's get one more caller in the mix.
Keith, you're on 97.1.
Good day, gentlemen.
Hey, man.
What's up, Keith?
Long time. I was one of the original divorcees. I believe that was fostered by somebody on this show. And I've always been a dyed-the-wool Lions fan, but I stopped. But now I'm going to take out some money and buy some season tickets from somebody because I'm back on board the train.
Okay.
The
Rico,
good
help me. I don't know what's happening.
If they can pass and run, we'll win. The bad is if
we can't stop them, we're going to lose bad. And either or could happen.
All right, I'm gonna Rico. Thank you. I'm gonna need you to go ahead and turn that TV down. I don't know what I just heard. Maybe happy hour started.
Kenny, you know what? You missed the field goal with 2 seconds to go in the game. You were so close.
That's the other thing with this game. The other game, it's Justin Tucker and Harrison Butker.
Oh, Mike.
This game, oh my God, between Badgley
and
a shaky Moody. Now, Moody makes his kicks, but he's shaky. I'm like,
no.
Oh,
let me tell you about Moody. Money kicks. It always goes to the left. I don't know what it is about him. So, yeah. At that point, just call me the Green Bay head coach because I got to turn off the TV. Yeah.
Gotcha. If you've been watching NFL playoffs, it is time to get in the action. Championship weekend, FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. New customers bet Sunday's conference championship game, $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place that first $5 wager. FanDuel, tons of ways to play. Nobody's got more betting markets. It's FanDuel, FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook of 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions to apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117. Do it. It's time for the picks. I don't know that I've ever seen a worse week by the top three people in the standings, and then the best week is TJ and Kenny at 4-4.
Come back.
We're just destroying the game.
You know what?
That
We're all
awful.
eligible. Mike, would you like us to talk about your record last week? You had no shame in blurting out my 3-9 week the week before.
Well, sure. I'm still ahead of you after handing you a week. 1-7, Rico 2-6, David 2-6. Hey, here's TJ. Whoa, look at me, 4-4. Still below me in the standings.
Better than 1-7.
Have another Zins.
Better than 1-7.
Let's go. Can we proceed?
Let's do it.
I can't believe this is on the picks. Wisconsin at home.
Oh, wait.
Wait,
Hold on.
State.
Mike, it gets better.
Yeah,
Let's just do this one. But trust me, the next game, it gets better. Go ahead.
All right. Wisconsin laying 2.5 at the Kohl Center to Michigan State. Mr. Rico B.
Mike, you've taught me when the line looks funky like that, Wisconsin is a ranked team. That line should be bigger. So it's either Michigan State or pass. But since we can't pass, give me Michigan State in the points.
Kenny Cott, who won't watch a second of this.
You know how big of a fan I am of college hoops, but I need to gain a game on Rico, so I'm going to take Wisconsin here.
Hatchet Man.
It is Michigan State or pass, so I'm going to pass. I'm going to go Wisconsin here.
Lord.
Wisconsin.
America will pass on watching it. TJ, go ahead, buddy.
mean, I have no... I got another one. I'm looking for a word that rhymes with block, though.
Peacock.
Peacock. What do you think they call peacock for short?
Probably PC.
Okay. Because, Instagram, they call it the gram.
Right, the PC.
Okay.
I'm thinking if you want a spot on this radio show, you're going to move on.
I'm trying to help you here, TJ. Take PC and let's move on.
God bless. I don't know. Give me
David,
Wisconsin.
look who's on TV.
Give me Wisconsin. Wisconsin. Mike, this is like your Air Force bets where you have a bad week and you just come back at us the next week with a bunch of...
Oh, no, David put these on the list.
I'm going to take Wisconsin because State is ass. Give me Wisconsin. Iowa at Michigan. What a proud program. Michigan laying 1.5. Wait, Michigan's favored?
See, this is where I say it gets worse. Mike, Michigan's favorite. Both teams are bad, but Juwan is like 0-26 in 1-point games. So therefore, I got to take Iowa. Or Phil Martelli is actually the coach, but you know what I mean.
Kenny Cott.
Well, you know how big of an Iowa hoops fan I am, so I'm just going to go Iowa.
Caitlin
here.
Clark?
That's right.
Yeah, she playing this game.
You are such a jerk, Kenny.
Caitlin Clark 3.
So here's the thing.
Over 4.5 threes.
I believe in Phil Martelli and the boys. Oh, sorry, he's not coaching. I have to go Iowa here.
Yeah, Iowa. Yeah, haven't watched a second of either of these teams. I'll take
Hold
Iowa.
on.
I got nothing.
Honest to God, TJ, will you do an episode of Cash the Ticket with me and Cookies where you just talk college basketball? I need more of this in my life.
I can't even fake it with college basketball. I got nothing. I'll take Iowa.
I mean, it's a home game, so Rhodes Scholar Doug McDaniel plays, right? I'll take Michigan. If good old Encyclopedia Britannica's playing, I'm in. All right, let's go.
Their point guard is suspended for all away games, but he can play in home games. Not kidding.
I've never heard of that.
Nobody has.
Hey, guess what? Neither have we.
Right, they finally figured out how to be half pregnant. Oh, let's go.
Up next, hey, he's faithful on Friday nights, but not Saturdays. A suspension program by Michigan. Golden Knights and Red Wings. This is a parody. This isn't on here, is it?
It's on there.
With the puck line, Knights minus 1.5. Rico, F it.
You know what? Both teams been playing well last 10 games.
Nope, that's not true.
Oh, that?
No. One of them has.
I was looking at the stats, Kenny.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry.
I'm going to say for you, Kenny, you hate Michigan State,
Kenny
but I'll
just
go
called
with
Rico
the Wings.
stupid.
He pretty much did.
Advanced metrics would argue with you there.
Okay, okay. If you're going to get into all of that,
I'm a hockey nerd.
High danger chances, Rico.
Okay.
Fenwick.
I'm sorry. I was just looking at the win-loss type thing. So
As I'm sure you knew, Jack Eichel is on the IR right now for the Golden Knights, so give me the Red Wings with the 1.5.
Rico, that's why I just shut up about college basketball, right?
But I wouldn't do you that way, TJ.
Yeah, but there was no reason for Kenny to go Doug riding bike.
No,
Kenny,
they're playing really good. No, they're not. They scored 3. No,
they're not, stupid.
You don't
Why
know
didn't you
about the
check your
Fenwick.
Fenwick?
Just trying to help
Why
you
don't
out.
you stop playing with your Fenwick and read it? I mean,
Fenwick.
Kenny.
What rhymes with
David going? It's an analytic. David, what do you got?
I'm going to hide here. I'm guessing I'm going to go Red Wings, Kenny. All right, thank you. All right, Red Wings.
Kenny, are the Red Wings playing pretty good? All right, it's going to be probably a rowdy atmosphere down there. Detroit's feeling pretty damn good. I think that carries the team. Red Wings a little bit, rubs off on him what the Lions are doing. I'll take the Wings.
He'll just be fine. He just
I'll
hates
take the
me
Wings.
for some reason.
Is that okay, Kenny?
I'm getting a goal and a half. I'll take the Wings.
Yeah, why not?
Wizards laying 6.5 at the Pistons. We're going deep selections for the picks. Rico Beard.
Kenny, should you help me out on this
I
one?
don't know. I was going to lean on you for this. I feel like we do a back and forth.
No, you
no,
get nothing from me.
No, you don't. You don't get to go Najee Davenport on his laundry basket and then ask him to fold the clothes. Now, come on.
Both teams bad. Marvin Bagley scored 20 points in his debut. It's going to be personal for him. You know what? I think the Pistons will rise up. Give me the Pistons and the points.
Wow. Kenny.
Good teams win, great teams cover. The Pistons are neither of these things. Give me the Wizards.
Over to David.
The Wizards are neither of these things, too.
They've only won 7 games, Kenny.
I'm Wizards.
God, you're so stupid.
Right.
Come on, let's go.
No, you're a doo-doo head.
Wait, the Wings and Pistons are both at home on Saturday?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. And
that's pretty cool.
And then the Pistons go back and play Sunday.
A noon tip for the Pistons, 8 puck drop.
Oh, they're going to have to flood that thing pretty
TJ,
quick.
you don't get it. The Pistons aren't actually in the building. They're actually putting them out in the parking lot. They're at the district.
Guys, we haven't even gotten to a football game yet. Come on,
let's save some time. I'll take the Wizards.
Wizards, it's a Marvin Bagley revenge spot. Chiefs, Ravens. Ravens laying 3.5. Your total 44.5, Mr. Rico Beard.
You know what, Mike? Everything is saying Ravens, but the 3.5. Give me the Chiefs and the points because Mahomes just doesn't go away, and give me the over.
Okay. Kenneth Cott.
Yeah, same exact thing, Rico. Chiefs, points, and over.
Thank you, Kenny,
David,
for agreeing.
I believe it's going to rain. That means the I know they both have really good defenses, but Ravens at home gives them the edge there because of the rain. I'm going Ravens and under.
Mr. Thomas John Lang.
Man, I thought it was going to be a lonely island. Rico and Kenny, I'm riding with you guys, though. I'm taking the Chiefs. I'm taking Patrick Mahomes. Playoff time. Got 6 straight AFC championship games.
It's hard to go against him.
It's hard to bet against him, man. And
You know what?
There's something still with Lamar that there's something missing. You know what I mean? I think if he wins this game, it changes my mind. But Patrick Mahomes, that's the reason I'm taking him. Give me the Chiefs, and I'll take the over.
Classic Lamar slander.
I love Lamar.
Chiefs can't stop the run. Ravens run it. Lamar cheat code. And I think the 3.5 is indicative of the confidence in the Ravens. That number hasn't moved down. I'll go Ravens. I will go under. Lions, Niners. That number is now 7.5. Over under 51.5. Let's go to the king of the 49ers scumbags, Rico Beard.
I think this is going to be a high-scoring game, so definitely going to take the over, and I'm going to trust Las Vegas with this. Give me the Niners and the over.
There it is. Kenny Cott, reporting eligible.
Reporting eligible also, Doug Karsh. Give me the Lions. Give me the over.
God almighty, that's unbelievable. David.
I'm with you, Rico. I do believe it's going to be a higher scoring type game, so I'm going to go over here. And I'm going to take, for Lori, who works with us in the building, I'm going Lions. Reluctantly.
I don't know why that was relevant, but thank you for sharing. TJ.
I'm taking the over. I already told you I got the Lions winning 28-26. I think this defense, the change that they made against that Denver game where they say, you know what, we're going to give up some big plays. We're fine with that because we're going to hit the quarterback. We're going to get some takeaways. I think that continues to be consistent this week. I think you get one off of Brock Purdy. That's going to be the difference. I'm taking the Lions to win this one.
I blame TJ Lang for what I'm about to say. Give me the Lions and give me the over 51.5. There you go. There you go. That's going to be the sports book taking my money when the Niners win 38-17.
I can't wait to spend that extra time with you, Mike.
I know. It's going to be amazing. What a blessing. All right. Those are the picks. 90 to it. It's time for the picks. I don't know that I've ever seen a worse week by the top three people in the standings, and then the best week is TJ and Kenny at 4-4.
Come back.
We're just destroying the game.
You know
teams.
what?
That
We're
was
all
awful.
eligible. Mike, would you like us to talk about your record last week? You had no shame in blurting out my 3-9 week the week before.
Well, sure. I'm still ahead of you after handing you a week. 1-7. Rico 2-6. David 2-6. Hey, here's TJ. Whoa, look at me. 4-4. Still below me in the standings.
Better than 1-7.
Have another Zins.
Better than 1-7.
Let's go. Can we proceed?
Let's do it.
I can't believe this is on the picks. Wisconsin at home.
Wait, hold on.
State.
Mike, it gets better.
Yeah,
Let's just do this one. But trust me, the next game, it gets better. Go ahead.
All right. Wisconsin laying 2.5 at the Kohl Center to Michigan State. Mr. Rico B.
Mike, you've taught me when the line looks funky like that, Wisconsin is a ranked team. That line should be bigger. So it's either Michigan State or pass. But since we can't pass, give me Michigan State in the points.
Kenny Cott, who won't watch a second of this.
You know how big of a fan I am of college hoops, but I need to gain a game on Rico, so I'm going to take Wisconsin here.
Hatchet man.
It is Michigan State or pass, so I'm going to pass. I'm going to go Wisconsin here.
Lord.
Wisconsin.
America will pass on watching it. TJ, go ahead, buddy.
I mean, I have no... I got another one. I'm looking for a word that rhymes with block, though.
Peacock.
Peacock. What do you think they call peacock for short?
Probably PC.
Okay. Because, Instagram, they call it the gram.
Right, the PC.
Okay.
I'm thinking if you want a spot on this radio show, you're going to move on.
I'm trying to help you here, TJ. Take PC and let's move on.
God bless. I don't know. Give me Wisconsin. Give me Wisconsin. Wisconsin. Mike, this is like your Air Force bets where you have a bad week and you just come back at us the next week with a bunch of...
Oh, no. David put these on the list.
I'm going to take Wisconsin because State is ass. Give me Wisconsin. Iowa at Michigan. What a proud program. Michigan laying 1.5. Wait, Michigan's favored? Uh-oh.
This is what I said. It gets worse. Mike, Michigan's favorite. Both teams are bad, but Juwan is like 0-26 in 1-point games. So therefore, I got to take Iowa. Or Phil Martelli is actually the coach, but you know what I mean.
Kenny Cott.
Well, you know how big of an Iowa hoops fan I am, so I'm just going to go Iowa.
Caitlin
here.
Clark?
That's right.
Yeah, she playing this game.
You are such a jerk, Kenny.
Caitlin Clark 3.
So here's the thing.
Over 4.5 threes.
I believe in Phil Martelli and the boys. Oh, sorry, he's not coaching. I have to go Iowa here.
Iowa, haven't watched a second of either of these teams. I'll take
Hold
Iowa.
on.
I got nothing.
Honest to God, TJ, will you do an episode of Cash the Ticket with me and Cookies where you just talk college basketball? I need more of this in my life.
I can't even fake it with college basketball. I got nothing. I'll take Iowa.
I mean, it's a home game, so Rhodes Scholar Doug McDaniel plays, right? I'll take Michigan. If good old Encyclopedia Britannica's playing, I'm in. All right, let's go.
Their point guard is suspended for all away games, but he could play in home games. Not kidding.
I've never heard of that.
Nobody has.
Hey, guess what? Neither have we.
Right, they finally figured out how to be half pregnant. Oh, let's go.
Up next, hey, he's faithful on Friday nights, but not Saturdays. A suspension program by Michigan. Golden Knights and Red Wings. This is a parody. This isn't on here, is it?
It's on there.
With the puck line, Knights -1.5. Rico, F it.
You know what? Both teams been playing well the last 10 games.
Nope, that's not true.
Oh, that?
No. One of them has.
Oh, we are
at the
so
stats, Kenny.
close.
Okay, all right.
NFC I'm going to say for you, Kenny, you hate Michigan State,
Kenny
but I'll
just
go.
called
I think
Rico
this is one of those
stupid.
times
He pretty
where
much
fans
did.
would love
Advanced
a 1 o'clock
metrics
game.
would argue with you there.
Okay, he's already saying he doesn't know what to do with his hands for the next 72 hours.
I want to forego the rest of this weekend
48
leading
hours?
up to the game at 6 or 6:30 or whenever it starts.
So yeah, we're little over 48 hours away. We're trying to figure out what to do. We got Wojo and Rieger coming up next. You know what?
We're bricked up, Rico.
Well, you may be bricked up. I'm going to let, you know what? Hey, Raymond, I'm going to give you the final word. You're on 97.1.
Hey, Mr. Privilege. How you doing today? Hey, Valeni. Good to talk to you both.
What's going on, Raymond?
Not too much. I really want this game to get here. There's just something about this game that's just, it's just exciting to actually be able to realize that you're in the NFC Championship and 60 minutes from the Super Bowl. All that being said, my greatest confidence has to be in Dan Campbell and just the experience that they have in big games when they went to Kansas City. And even in the beginning of the game, the offense was slow to get started, and they had a fourth down in their own red zone, and they ended up going for it and getting it and got a touchdown on the drive. So the Lions have the ability to sit there and, I think we're going to need to get like 2 possessions where, the 49ers just don't have, what it takes, whether it takes an interception, fumble, or just a fourth down conversion in order to win this game. And then, of course, the concern that I have is just the linebackers of the 49ers, because they both combined for 12 tackles and 2 interceptions last week against the Green Bay Packers. So to say that the 49ers have a great defense is understated. I mean, we're going to have our A+ game.
I like the fact you called me Mr. Privilege, but the Niners have played in a few big games as well, Raymond. They did break the Eagles this year. The Eagles were the hottest team in football till they went to Philly and broke them. That's Sunday night. So,
I'd like to see at least Valeni wearing a nice little engine block on his head if we do win, though, and go to the Super Bowl. That would be really nice.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Raymond. Oh, you know what? Yeah, appreciate the phone call. If we can get Mike in an engine block, yes. They make the Super Bowl, Mike has to wear the engine block.
Rico, how are you?
I'm good, Rieger. How are you?
How are the feelings right now? How are the emotions? You've been through this the last 3 years. This is no big deal to you.
Is it 3 or 4?
Well, last 3, so this would be the 4th.
Oh, this is the 4th.
Right? Yeah.
I lose track.
Yeah, well, yeah. You are, what does Mike say, privileged?
It's like, Kenny, let's just wait to see what happens. I've found a couple things to kill time.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Right. We'll take it one play at a time. I'll watch the basketball game tonight.
Oh, big one. Big one against Bucky the Badger. Let me ask you this.
I think I'm going to end up going to my first MSU women's game tomorrow.
Oh.
Just nothing to do.
Just to kill the time until the big game on Sunday. Let me ask you this. I've been gone for the last 3 days.
Have you?
Yeah, I took a little vacation.
I thought you were here.
Didn't notice.
You guys are hurtful. No. I mean, like I did a golf trip. I booked it like months ago, never thinking the Lions would be in the NFC title game. Do most people think the Lions are going to win or lose? What's the overall vibe?
I think most Lions fans are confident that the team can win. I don't know if they're saying they will win, but I think it's safe to say that a lot of Lions fans believe that they can win. And you know what? If I was a Lions fan, I'd feel the same way. You're here. Now, Vegas is saying you're a touchdown underdog, but...
And it's going up, right? 7.5?
Yeah, it hit 7.5. Because basically they said Debo is not going to be on the injury list at all.
But is that the Jonah Jackson effect? He's already out. Khalif Raymond is out.
That's a Debo effect that he practiced.
That's the Debo
Frank
effect.
Ragnow effect?
No, that's the Debo effect. Because Debo affects the line by 1.5. We found that out. And I don't think a lot of people talked about the Jonah Jackson, how the rushing game is 40 yards less without him. I mean,
I saw that. Not great.
But here's the thing, Rieger. As I told people, you're one injury away and everything falls apart. Last year, you couldn't have told me that I would be watching Christian McCaffrey run the Wildcat because they had no QB.
Well, is Purdy's arm permanently reattached, or could the Lions knock it off again?
I
think it's reattached.
Oh, it is. Okay.
But yeah,
okay, that's
hey,
different.
The
then.
Lions have been knocking people out of games. So
Yeah, they have. They have. I do think that's the one. That's the one big. Although people might disagree, but I think a pretty big advantage that the Lions have is that quarterback. And Goff has taken a team to the Super Bowl. Purdy's never even won an NFC Championship game.
I think there's
but yes, Wojo, you're manipulating facts right now, and I know
that's what I do.
I know you're joking, but yes, he has not, but he's won a ton of games. He's played in big games. For me, they're the Spider-Man meme. They're the same QB.
Kind of.
Because we did the player A, player B.
No, you're right.
And their numbers
very similar.
Very similar. It's going to be his first 4 or 5 throws. If he's overthrowing receivers, it's going to be a long day for him. And the Lions have a greater chance. And you should probably put money on the Lions' money line.
Well, Rico, you said something genius. I was listening earlier.
Thank you.
This is.
You sure wasn't Mike?
Yeah, you're right.
No, it was Mike. It was Mike. You're right.
I was about to say it's got to be Mike.
Definitely Mike.
Because according to a lot of people out there, I don't say anything smart.
No.
Wrong.
You said.
But then again,
this,
you don't live in your basement. So
this needs to be a gamble embrace, not a Campbell game.
Yeah.
Like Dan Campbell. Like if you do look at Kyle Shanahan, he's very much like Sean McVay. Like you're talking punting on 4th and 2 from the 50. I do believe Dan Gamble will be able to steal a couple of points, hopefully. The other thing nobody's talking about, do you know that Aiden Hutchinson has 8 sacks in the last 5 games, the most pressures in all the postseason?
Oh, yeah.
And he's going against this dude that is the worst offensive lineman for the Niners, their right tackle.
Yes, he's given him
Colton
9.
McKivich. He's given up 10.5 sacks.
Oh, 10.5. Okay.
Yeah, he's the only person on that line to give up double-digit sacks.
See, here's the thing when it comes to that. If Aiden comes off like that, either one of two things may happen. They throw the screen to where Aiden used to be. But
Not
they
allowed. Can't do it. Nope.
They run everything to the left. They run behind Williams.
Well, as you know, the NFL really looks down on people trying to deceive other people offensively.
Oh.
So they're not allowed to do that.
No. They only look down upon the Lions.
Yeah.
The privileged teams can do whatever they want to do.
You damn Lions, how dare you? You tried to hide what you were trying to do. Unbelievable.
They're going to make the Lions report when they're blitzing. I'm reporting as a blitzer, like CJ, GJ, or whatever.
But here's the thing. In all fairness,
who's going to rush the passer?
Yeah.
In all fairness, Lions fans are still complaining about the refs. Lions have gotten so many favorable calls
They have.
in the last 2
They're
games.
making it up to him.
That if it were the other way around,
America's team.
we would be on the air talking about, they grabbed St. Brown on that 3rd and 17.
Yep,
so you think it's going to be a blowout?
No,
Two scores. 2 scores, kind of a blowout.
10 points.
Okay.
That's not a blowout.
That's not.
You got them covering. You got the Niners covering.
Yeah, and it may be one of those final play. They go for it on 4th down. They don't get it, and that type of thing.
We'll give our picks. What time you want to do that, Rieger?
You tell me. I'm very excited.
6:56.5.
You know what?
Well, our picks.
It is what it is.
Big game.
You throw a little circumstance into something, and you really got a chance for something to work out.
The circumstances are that both teams will play hard. They're going to go out there. They're going to give their best
Who wants
effort.
it more?
There's no tomorrow.
Who wants it more? They're going
Who's
to
ever
play
hungrier is
like
going to
it's
win.
no tomorrow.
One
and you
play
know
at a
what?
time.
Whoever scores the more points will win the game. I guarantee. That's my lock.
110%.
97-1.
And we leave you with the Gatorade.